Welcome to Johnson Valley, California. I am Miles Hasselquist, and this is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. Today is qualifying for the Everyman Challenge. This is a 2.5-mile lap. Fastest goes to the front. Qualifying is super important. And also, don't forget, tonight is the KOH Kids 170 race right in the short course. Lots of great spectating for that one, so check out and stay tuned all day long.
Good morning and welcome. This is the Four Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge qualifying here in Johnson Valley, California, as we continue the King of the Hammers week of action. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth this morning is none other than Mrs. Pam Hall. Pam, how you doing?
I'm doing amazing. It's going to be a great day of qualifying once again. Yesterday was awesome, and it's a beautiful morning. The sun is getting ready to come over, as you can see on that beautiful screen right there of our short course and our drone footage. But I'm excited about this day, Jim, and I know that you are as well. You'll be out there later on yourself qualifying.
Yeah, between 1 and 2 this afternoon, I'm going to be in Jimmy Jack's car out there on the start line, trying to prove that I actually do know what I'm talking about. So we'll see what happens there. But let's just talk about today. This is the largest day of qualifying. We have 162 vehicles out there across 3 different classes. So let's talk about these classes. What classes do we have?
We have our 4600 Brannick Motorsports Legends class going. That is going to be later on this afternoon. We have our 4600 Curry Enterprise Stock class, and then we also have our 4500s as well that will be going as well. The
4500s is the Yukon Gear and Axle class, of course. So we've got these 3 classes here. Now, the biggest class today is the 4800s, the Legends class. It's an absolutely stacked field, and there are some huge names out there. But that goes right the way across through into the other classes as well. As we watch our first car on the line right now, this is the 4820 of Randall Holmes, and he is the first of our Legends class cars.
Yes, and the iconic colors on his car that he has there as well. And 4820 of Randall Holmes, he is out of North Carolina. He is with Race Mile 1 Motorsports. His first Ultra 4 race was here at King of the Hammers in 2017.
Now, there's always that nervous apprehension, isn't there, when you're the first car on track in the morning. And look, but there's some bonuses to this, right? That course is going to be nice and moist out there. It's going to be real packed down. It's going to be a little bit of dew in the dirt. If I was going to be racing, do you know what? This is a pretty good time to go. You're not going to be worried about shadows. You're not going to be worried about any of that. It's a good place to be.
Exactly. And we were talking earlier, Jim, before we came on to the live show, that he's the first car off the line this morning, but he's in the 4800 class. So kind of curious to why he is on first on the line. So 48s go later on, but he also could have been a late registration, and that could be why. But we are going to start off with Randall Holmes here in just a few moments. Another great footage. Look how much the town has grown throughout the days out here at Hammertown, out here in Johnson Valley. And that is the 4645 of Sydney Stevenson. She has all smiles on her face. Now, I know her dad has co-drove for her before. I'm not sure if he is in with her again, but she has had her dad in there with her in the previous year when she raced.
Yeah, so Randall Holmes is ready to rock and roll there. Loving that livery. I also like the matching helmets. That's a nice touch, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Fancy. Do you and your co-driver have some matching helmets today?
Do you know what? It's very sad, but actually we do.
Oh, I love it.
But it's a case of while we're out here, we actually got some new helmets and left our ones back over across the pond. But I do love this. So we're looking here mostly at 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class vehicles. And we've got some big names going out in this first hour, including Sergio Pinillos and, of course, an all-time favorite, Albert Contreras.
Yes, Albert. I saw him last night. He's one of those that no matter what is going on, he always has a smile on his face. And smiles are contagious, and it's awesome to see him out here again at King of the Hammers.
It is indeed. I'm loving that Jeep. Look at this.
That is the new Jeep that Sergio will be riding in, or driving in, I should say. A big build that they are revealing out here this weekend.
Here we go. So we're around about 5 seconds away now from the start, and we'll see Randall Holmes. Let's see what he can do. Now, this course is around about 3.5 miles, but it does include some vicious rocks, and they don't get much more vicious than backdoor, and they will have to negotiate resolution before they get to backdoor, and they drop down there. So let's see what he does. There is a bypass line if he wants to take it, But do you know what? Having watched a lot of people in qualifying so far and watched a lot of people practicing, I think a lot of people are going to take that backdoor line.
I think so too, and just watching qualifying yesterday with our UTV classes, we were thinking that roundabout was going to be faster after we started watching it, and the top competitors that were number 1 and 2 took that bypass until Power Hour, until Kyle Cheney. So if you guys haven't seen that, I highly suggest you're going to find it on the internet because it's gone viral already. But
yeah, I think it's safe to say that Kyle Cheney actually owns the internet right now. Even if you haven't seen rock racing before, there's a pretty good chance that you have seen Kyle Cheney throwing himself off a back door yesterday afternoon.
yeah, that was an iconic move he made yesterday. And what's awesome about it, if you hear him talk about it, he didn't tell anybody about it. He kept that secret, didn't want anybody else to try it as well. So he said on the socials, I saw that he had said that all the chatter that you were hearing on the radios and everybody talking about is he going to jump it or not was true. He just kept it a little bit quiet.
Well, you can't tell everyone your game plans. If everyone knows your game plans, it all gets difficult. Now, We're watching Randog Holmes here making his way out on this part of the course. I was out here yesterday, and this course is absolutely chewed out. We've had all the desert trucks down there. We've had all the other qualifiers down there. And where usually you get that soft sand sitting in the bottom of the whoops, that's all gone. So everything you hit, you're hitting hard.
Yes, and I mean, you've been out there, you've been experiencing this firsthand, and that's something that you can explain to people like you're talking about right now, how hard the rocks are and the sand washes and everything. But the whole entire qualifying course, I know you're not going to talk about any tricks you might have up your sleeve, but
Survival, Pam.
Survival. That is awesome.
But no, it is tough out there. And this course is really burnt in now. But you've got to be careful. There's a lot of big rocks just on the side of the track. It's so easy just to tag a tyre. And on a course that is 3.5 miles long, if you do tag a tyre and get flat, you haven't got time to stop. You've got to push on, and that is really going to affect your time.
Yeah, that is one thing about being on a short qualifying course for sure. It's talking about that. We did see some drivers yesterday in our UTV class. They actually had a primary bolt shear right here on the infield, and he still ended up qualifying in a 15-minute time frame. But so you do have a little bit of time to fix some things, but it's definitely going to kill you and not have you in that number 1 spot.
Okay, as we continue to watch Rangdog Home here, making his way round the back end of this course. The 45s and the 4800 classes will be mixed together. So if a 4500 car qualifies ahead of the 48s, he will earn his place on the start line for the main race on Friday. However, the 4600s will start behind the 48s and the 45s, and the reason for that is because they actually do a shortened course. There are bypasses on some of the rocks for those 4600 class cars.
So your plan, do you have a plan to go down back door, or are you going to go on the bypass?
If everything goes to plan, we will be going off of back door.
There you go.
What kind of fashion that will be, I have no idea. We're probably legs and arms flying in all directions, but we'll be fine.
Awesome.
So we have our second car off the line right now. This is the 46-45. This is Sydney Stevenson.
And Sydney Stevenson, like I said earlier on, she has been out here before. She raced. I believe her dad was her co-driver. She is out of Valley Center, California. She has competed in that Rebel Rally, so it's an all-female event. She is in a Jeep TJ with a 4.0 5-speed Rancho, Falcon, Blackhawk wheels, and the Brahms seats. So it's awesome to see Sydney out here competing again at King of the Hammers.
It's only when you see vehicles like this working their way around, and Sydney's going as fast as that Jeep will allow her to go. It's as simple as that. This is a very tough course. So Randog Holmes now making his way down the drop. He's showing some good pace there. This is a 4800. Now, oh, is that a fire? There is something on the front of that vehicle. Oh, right.
And that is Randall Holmes that we are seeing that on. Looks like up in the power steering area.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I'm not happy about that at all. Right, okay, we'll have to keep an eye on that one. As we watch Sydney Stevenson in the bottom of the right-hand side of our shot right now, but we're just watching Randall Holmes. He's coming around the back now, making his way up the gully, heading up towards the back of Resolution. And this is a completely blind suicide drop off the top. So you've got two lines here. Takes that right-hand line.
Now, we did see yesterday in qualifying there was a racer that tried to take that left-hand line, and it did not work out well for him at all. But getting to the top of this, like you're saying, there's a couple different roundabouts. So if you go left, you have to dodge some rocks. If you go right, you have to dodge some rocks. But if you go straight over it, obviously straight the faster line there. But we'll see what he ends up doing. But Randall Holmes making his way through. You can see the cross grain that he's going through. The rocks do no justice on the screen for anything here. And in the sandy washes like this, it might look like sand to us on the screen, but inside of that are some hidden rocks.
Okay, now he's coming over the top now, dropping into Resolution. He had two lines there. He can either go to the left or to the right. He's taking the right line, which means you have to then come up, swing around, and then swing down across. If you come over the top, then there's a step that you have to drop down.
Yes, and we did see some of our drivers yesterday. I know Todd Beckett was one of them. He just went straight over it, so he avoided having to do the left or the right and avoiding the rocks around.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot more cars coming straight off that top line. Now, Resolution, this is one of the more famous trails out here in the Hammertown. This is one of the oldest trails here out in the Hammers as well. And this used to be one of the trails that when we used to come up it, we used to go, yeah, man, we're bad. Just shows how far this sport has come.
So, Jim, how many times have you raced King of the Hammers?
This will be my third time.
Awesome. I know that you're, obviously well-seasoned racer and everything, but coming out here working with us and also getting to race is definitely a bonus for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, hello. Right, okay, course workers have stopped now. Now, we did see a flickering of flame here on Randall Holmes' car earlier, so I'm just wondering if they're just jumping in there. I can see some fire extinguishers.
Just to make sure all is safe. Of course, we have safety crew all over the race course and all over the qualifying course, and you can see they are there with fire extinguishers getting the hood off of his race truck. That is such a bummer for Randall Holmes.
Yeah, you can see he's really not happy at all, bless him. But our safety crew, they're just working on that now. Now, sometimes it's very difficult to get into the recesses and access panels of these vehicles and put the flames out. So hopefully they'll sort that out very quickly. Oh, yeah, you can still see there's fire there. I'm just getting in there now. Get the powder fire extinguisher on there.
And did you just see Randall Holmes just took his fire extinguisher off the back of his race truck as well? So that is something that is required for racing. You have to have a fire extinguisher on your vehicle as well.
Multiple fire extinguishers.
Yes, exactly. So grabbing his own, even though our safety crew had their own out there.
I can tell you now that having had a couple of cars catch fire on me in the past, it is the scariest thing in the world. You're watching basically your life going up in flames. So you want to make sure that you've got great fire systems on your car. And in fact, that's actually been something that's been discussed a lot in the last 12 months. And there's been different types of fire suppression that's being tested and different types that are now being recommended.
Yeah, it's definitely key to have fire extinguishers whenever they come into their hot pits as well. There's always fire extinguishers or somebody is manning a fire extinguisher because those fires, obviously, they can go up really quick. We've seen multiple vehicles do that. Some of them have on-board suppression systems as well that once, a fire or smoke on the engine compartment actually gets to a certain temperature, it will automatically go off. So that's another kind of fire extinguisher or fire suppressant system on these race vehicles.
Absolutely. Now, our crew workers here are going to have to get Randall off the course. He's actually right now in a main part of the track on Resolution. I think that Sydney should actually be able to get past him there. He's not completely blocking the track, but she's still just making her way along, nice and steady.
Yes, and we did see some traffic jam in that area yesterday, and there are multiple lines, but once we get to a certain point, we have to, make sure everything's clear. There's some sticky areas, too, that's hard to recover these vehicles while there are live race course, but we will get him moved out of the way, hopefully here soon. But definitely unfortunate, again, for Randall Holmes.
Now, Pam, you were just showing me a photo a moment ago. It looks like you've had some experience with fires in vehicles.
Yes, that was actually in the Vegas to Reno race, and we don't know what happened, but we had 4 people with fire extinguishers. Our own crew and crew from other teams came over, put the fire out, and we actually ended up finishing that race, but that was a very unfortunate accident that we had. My husband was actually in the car when that went up, and he got out very quickly. But that's, racing happens, fires happen, and that's why you have to always be prepared.
Absolutely. And we're now looking at the third vehicle out on course, which is the 4624 of Rick Randall. So we've got a Randall Holmes and we've got a Rick Randall out on course at the moment. Many Randalls this morning.
Yes, and Rick Randall, he's coming from Mesa, Arizona. He's with Randall Racing. He is in a Jeep XJ as well. So we obviously see a lot of Jeeps in this class. Our 4600 Currie Enterprise stock class.
Well, our 4600 class, it is the stock class. It's your gateway to rock racing, isn't it? Let's be honest. Okay, right now, this is Sydney Stevenson. She's coming to the top of Resolution. Now, as you come off at the top here, you cannot see a thing. It is a blind crescent as you come out, or blind top as you come over, and you have to literally just take a leap of faith as you make your way over.
And this is the area that's a really steep downhill as well, correct?
Correct. Very steep indeed.
So you have to really be careful. Can't come over that too fast if you don't have. You can see that she's on the brakes and sliding just a little bit here and there too.
Yeah, you got to kind of let the car have its own head. You don't want to let it get away, but equally you've just got to let gravity take its course here.
And
keep those wheels turning. You don't want to lock the wheels up. All the time those wheels are turning, you're getting traction. If you've got traction, you've got control. If you lock the wheels up, you have no control, and that's when it goes horribly wrong.
Yeah, and that's definitely where it's key on pre-running, too, to know what side line you want to take, because like we were saying, you can go left or right there, but you can also go over the top of it right through the middle. But definitely pre-running these courses is definitely an advantage to our drivers.
It is. We were out there pre-running last night in the dark, and the number of cars out there was incredible. There was a couple of rollovers down in Resolution, so you're going to have to be careful down there. It's very easy to make a mistake. And on our drop zone, looks like we have another car on course now. I'm guessing that will be Doug Langford in the 4699. Get confirmation of that shortly. Actually,
I believe that is still Rick Randall. I don't think we have. Doug Langford hasn't taken that green flag yet.
I'll double check things. That's working its way up towards the back of Resolution there.
All right, the 4674 it looks like, right?
No, that's the 4624.
The two
that
look
is
like a
Rick
7.
Randall.
Perfect.
Don't worry, I got you. And we are
the number looked like a
watching
7.
Sydney Stevenson as she's trying to pick her way down through. Oh, look at this now. Coming down around behind Sydney Stevenson here, we do have Rick Randall. Look at the speed difference.
Wow.
Now, what's he going to do?
Well,
there is an alternate line. He knows the line. He's already pre-run. He makes that decision. It doesn't cost him any time at all. Oh, come on,
no.
Rick. That's it.
It looks like that line that he just took, that Rick just took, is a faster line. Sydney's struggling just a little bit because it looks like it's more of a ledge, but it looks like she just had to shut her car off or something. She turned, the lights flickered. See, they keep flickering on her light bar there.
Yep. So this is Rick Randall making his way down Resolution.
Wow, he is doing a great time right now.
Oh, yeah. Now, this is awesome. Let's not forget that this is a 4600 Currie Enterprises stock class vehicle, and he's going to be coming across Doug Langford's vehicle very shortly.
And we just saw, it looks like Sergio is on the start line waiting to take that green flag. So we'll get, yes, there he is. And we do have Justin in his co-driver seat with him. Justin and Sergio both on the Warren Racing team. They have some amazing fire suits that they just they had them made just for, you know, their team, obviously, but they are out of Florida. So Sergio and Justin Andrews on the start line. It's a brand new 2024 Jeep JL that was built by Rockcrawler, and Jeremy Pierrick with Rockcrawler will actually possibly be in the co-driver's seat as well. Sergio's first race for Ultra 4 was in 2014. He got first place at Visions last year, first place at Pennsylvania, 2023 East Coast champion as well. So Sergio out there, and he's got a lot of seat time under his belt. He also has Dakar seat time as well.
Yeah, that's very cool indeed. But right now it's all about Rick Randall. Rick Randall has made his way around past Randall Holmes, sorry, making his way down through to back door.
Well, he's definitely making his way through very well. Rick Randall having a great run here this morning. But again, unfortunate for Randall Holmes. Hopefully he can get his car fixed for race day. And look at that beautiful Jeep. It's not going to be so beautiful whenever it's over.
I don't know. Sergio's a very good driver.
Yes.
Sergio is the first car to actually bloody the noses of the Broncos. Let's not forget that.
That is true. That is true. And he is a very good driver. He also has Warren, Factory 55, Nitto, Dirty Life, Curry, Rock Jock, PSC, Adams Drive Shafts, and Next Venture Body Armor on board with him.
Yes, as we're watching here right now, this is Rick Randall. Now, this is actually still the bottom of resolution. So as he's coming down, like it says backdoor drone up on the top left there, this is still the bottom of resolution, but you can see where the track peels away. So he's got about another 150 yards to go, and then he can take the line to the left, which is the bypass line, which will take him up the sand hill. And the sand wash is not that easy. You need a lot of horsepower to get up there. Or he can drop to the right and go down through back door. So it's going to be interesting to see what he takes. This is a longer wheelbase vehicle. The only negative for him going down towards back door is he has a lot of front overhang. But let's see what he does. I'm a betting man, Pam. I'm betting that he's going to take on back door.
See, and I was going to go for the bypass. So here we shall see here in just a moment. I think I would want to take the harder line just because why not? But it's all about qualifying time.
Well, we can see he's pushing for a time here. You can see he's really trying to lay down something. So that's what makes me think that he will go for it. As he goes around the back of the rock, he took the bypass and made a fool of me. Good grief.
My mind reading is working very well this morning already. Now, Sergio, I'll put my money on Sergio. He's going to go down back door.
Yeah. Now, what they have to do here is they have to go out. There's a delineator. JT, you will love me for using that word. There's a delineator out there. There he goes. They have to go around that delineator. Once they come around there, then they can make their way back down into the wash and round the bottom of back door.
And let's talk about the wash area. The wash area is not just a smooth, sandy wash. There's whoops in there. There's whooped out. There's also rocks hiding in the dirt. I mean, obviously, we're out here at King of the Hammers, and there's rocks everywhere, but those rocks can get you.
Oh, yeah. It's so easy to pick up a flat tire.
Yes, and we did see that quite a bit yesterday. There's a rock somewhere out there on qualifying course that was getting a lot of our drivers on the right rear, so it'll be interesting.
Interesting, because on the desert cars, it was the left front.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens today. But, yeah, a lot of right rear flats yesterday coming in off of qualifying.
Yeah, so we watch Rick Randall here. He started third off the grid, but he is going to be the first of our qualifiers to cross the line this morning. If he can just keep this together.
So let's talk about this before he gets in here. We obviously, well, never mind. His time is up on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be bothering Kyle Cheney.
No Kyle Cheney times for this class for sure, but that's definitely, Kyle Cheney, what did he get yesterday? A 7:26.933, so almost 20 seconds faster than Ronnie Anderson.
And that UTV field is absolutely stacked with talent. It just goes to show how insanely fast they are. Okay, yes. Right now, though, it's about Rick Randall. Comes on down through the Bronco Arch in his Jeep. These solid axle vehicles have limited...
And then
the short course this year is much larger than it has been in previous years. Switches right back out into the desert.
Yeah, it was very interesting. We were up putting the Bronco arch up whenever they started cutting it, and it's so cool to see the short course get built and the mastermind behind it. You know, what he doesn't know exactly what he's going to do before he gets here. It's normally the same course for the most part, just a little bit of changes here and there.
The thing that blows my mind with this every year, and people probably don't know at home, is they actually survey the whole of the lake bed before they start. And before we leave here, they actually return the desert back to exactly what it was before we arrived.
Yes, it takes them about 2 days, sometimes 3, to completely flatten that back out. So that course is not there.
Look at that.
See him bounce
Fantastic
at the
leap
end
there from Rick Randall as he crosses the line.
All right, let's see what his time will be.
And out on course now, it is Sergio Pinillos in this new Jeep, Justin running alongside him as well.
And in that top left-hand corner, that is Doug Langford in the 4699. Doug Langford is out of Greensboro, North Carolina with Outlaw Off-Road. He is in a 2021 JL, and his first Ultra 4 race was at Rush, Kentucky in 2023.
Now, Doug Langford is running one of the most powerful vehicles in this field.
Yes, he is. It's definitely a noticeable when his engine's going.
But just look at how rutted out this course is.
And it's only going to get worse.
Oh, yes. I think what we're saying is we're setting it up nicely for the big dogs for tomorrow.
Right, exactly.
I was watching you last night. I got to see some of the big 4400 class cars coming down through Resolution and Backdoor. Just wow.
Yeah.
We are in for a treat tomorrow, that's for sure. But today, it's all about the Everyman Challenge. It's all about the 4600s, the 4500s, and the 4800s.
And Sergio Pinillos is going very quickly after he did that drop. Why is it called the drop? Because it's so steep? Do you know the reasoning behind that? I know why Cross Grain Hill is called that. That speaks for itself.
That was a massive dose of state the obvious there. So Sergio's got a really good time going here. Great pace as he makes his way up through to the drop zone and up the back towards Resolution. So as you get to this point, you're on these nice sand washes, everything's going really well, and then it's boom, rocks. And you've got this yin-yang. Which line do you take? Do you take the left line? Sitting here, that left line looks really easy. I can tell you now, those boulders there are half the size of a car. And he's just getting hooked. There's one rocket right in the middle. You've got to go round to the right of it and stick it up onto the side slightly to get past. But this is what happens. You get buried down in that soft sand. He's going to have to go back a little bit further. And you can see there, that rock on the left, it's almost the size of his wheels. Oh, he's taking a nice line there. Good work there from Sergio.
Yeah, there's some big rocks in there, him bouncing around.
Yeah, once you stop, there's not a lot you can do. But as you're approaching it, you really want to be getting out to that left and then swinging it back in hard and attacking the rock.
You know, Jeep came on board with him very large this year, too, with this one that he is driving right now, in that 2024 Jeep JL. So it's really awesome to see Doug Langford up there in the top left, Sergio Pinillos down there in that bottom right.
Yeah, and as we continue here with the action at the four-wheel parts Everyman Challenge qualifying session, we're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you're with Premium, you'll stay with us. If you're not, we'll see you in 2.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Well, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Welcome on back to the Four-Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge qualifying here in Hammertown. We are in Johnson Valley, California for this year's 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tire and powered by Optima Batteries. I'm Jim Marsden and joining me in booth is none other than Pam Hall. How are we doing?
We're doing amazing. It's been a great morning. It's a little chilly out here, but we're staying warm with the heater, but we have a great crowd out here staying warm by the fire, and we have some awesome qualifying going on already. We do have, it looks like the 4600 is stopped though.
Yeah, that's Buzz Batchman. Who stopped on the side of the track there, so tough luck for him. We also saw Randall Holmes pulled to the side as well with an engine fire. So we're starting to see a little bit of attrition here as we watch Sergio Pinillos, one of the heroes of the 4600 class, making his way towards the bottom end here of
a back door.
Back door, yeah. Now this is interesting because this means that Sergio also took the bypass line, and I thought Sergio would be one of those drivers that would want to take on the drop.
Good thing we didn't have money on that bet because I would have put money on it. But let's talk about this really quick.
It's
Rick
only
Randall.
dollars. They don't count for anything in my world.
Let's talk about Rick Randall. He is our first car that went across the line this morning. He is at a 13:05.005, and Sydney Stevenson has also crossed the line at a 22:54. So we have two finishers so far.
We have indeed. But we have got multiple cars out there on course at the moment. We've got 6 vehicles, and Sergio Pinillos will be the next car. Now, Sergio, it's worth noting, he works for Warn Industries, and sitting next to him is none other than Justin of Factor 55 fame. And I've got to say, I've got to talk about their race suits. How badass are those race suits
they
got?
are awesome. I was walking by the Warn booth yesterday. If you're here and you haven't stopped by there, you need to go stop by there. But walking by there, and I looked, and Justin literally had on his brand new Warn racing suit. He still had the Sparko tag on it. Like he hadn't even taken the tag off. So they have matching suits. They have them made, and it's kind of funny and iconic of how that came about. I'll let them tell that story later on. But yeah, the Warn Racing was just created last year.
Yeah, no, it's great to see. It's great to see Warn still supporting this sport after so many years, but not only supporting, but changing the rules of the game as well. We love that. As we watch Doug Langford up in the top left-hand corner here.
Yes, and he's crawling up quite slow. I know those are very large rocks in that area. But
well, that's it. You say crawling up. He's actually going downhill.
Oh, he is going down.
It doesn't look like it, but he actually is going downhill.
I have a reflection on my screen. I'm having trouble seeing it, but yeah, okay.
No,
so
it's actually the drone angle there. It just changes everything. Drones are funny things. Sometimes they show the hills beautifully, and other times they just flatten them out.
Yes. Okay, Sergio's in our infield. He has a couple more turns, one more jump, and he will be getting a time. So we shall see what he is going to be getting, because Rick Randall, in that time of a 13:05, we'll see if Sergio can beat that time.
Yeah, I mean, that Rick Randall time was very solid indeed, but I would expect Sergio to beat it. So let's see what happens here as he takes the final jump and over the line.
And let's talk about that jump. We were talking with John Goodby the other day about it and how he creates that jump. He can't make it too big because we don't want to send it too far, but he makes it perfectly for these cars, these race vehicles.
Trouble is, if you land the jump, you don't make the highlight reel. You know how it works.
Right, I know, right? All right, so let's see. Sergio just now finished his lap in a 12:48.645. So right now he's sitting in that number 1 spot quite comfortably.
Yeah, absolutely. But he'll be worried. He knows that he has a plethora of Broncos being driven hard later on. There'll be Bailey Cole. There will be Lauren Healy. There will be Brad Lovell. And, of course, there will be Vaughn Gittin Jr. all going to battle in those Broncos.
And Doug Langford up there. Let's talk about his engine and the iconic difference of his vehicle.
Big and got 8 cylinders.
Yep, exactly. Well, we talked about it earlier that it's a different horsepower on him.
Yeah,
so
it is. Yeah, so he's putting out something like about 600 and something horsepower out of that engine. I've heard rumours it might even be more than that. And although that's not big for some of the classes, it's very big for the 4600 class. And we've got a Bronco on track right now.
I believe that is the 4623. Let's see here. Yes, that is the 4623 of John Williams. He's out of Logan, Utah with Crossfire Off-Road Racing in that Ford Bronco. His first race was KOH 2012 in the EMC class, and he got first place at Montana last year in 2023.
Do you know what I'm really enjoying about this and the Bronco program and, of course, the Jeeps and bits and pieces is these are vehicles that are actually being built for this class, specifically for this class. They took the stock class rulebook, they looked at it and they said, hey, we're allowed a 35-inch tyre. Okay, so we'll build it with one of those. Hey, we're allowed to have a four-link suspension. Okay, let's have that. And they sat down there, and this car is built for that. And what we're seeing is the racers rewarding the manufacturers by buying these vehicles. So we've got although we've got multiple Broncos in being raced by factory, we're also seeing multiple teams now going, I want one of those. They're purchasing them straight from the dealers, bringing them out here and racing.
Exactly. And Randall Holmes is down in that bottom right-hand screen. He got himself going again, so it's good to see that he's going to be able to finish his lap, even though he had that little bit of a fire, had to put the fire extinguishers on him earlier on.
Yeah, so Randall Holmes crossing the line there with a 32.37.
But you know what? Him still getting here, still finishing it. There are going to be some people that will be a DNF.
Now, there's going to be people at home going, hey, outside assistance. He didn't receive outside assistance. He received help from a course worker.
Correct.
That's a very different thing entirely.
Correct, exactly. And he also is in the 4800 class as well. And they will be going later on this morning. Actually, they'll be starting here in our next hour. We did start, obviously, an hour early today because we've had so many entries for our EMC class. So it's awesome to see having such a large count of cars out here racing in the EMC class.
Yeah, just looking at the bottom of our screen there. I'm just trying to work out who that is in the Jeep. As soon as I know, I will let you know. But right now, it's John Williams in the top left-hand side in his Bronco. So great to see these out here. And let's not forget also, we've got John Rance and John Rance Sr. They're going to be out here racing their Bronco as well.
Yes, I love their, having the older Bronco and the new Bronco. It's so cool to see.
Well, John Rance is the OG.
Right, exactly. Great people in this class as well. I mean, great people all around in all of our Ultra 4 racers.
So here we go. Doug Langford now. He's just going to be crossing the line shortly. Taking the finish here as he comes back into Hammertown.
He launched it right there just now. So Doug Langford with a 14:05.690. So he was not able to beat Sergio Pinillos' time of 12:48, but still a 14:05.
Indeed, and we've got the 4611 and my favorite name racing today, Hurricane Felton. Coming off the line. And he's just making their way around there in his Jeep. And we're just watching as John Williams picks his way down through Resolution. Now, Resolution's one of those trails. You have to be so careful. Those rocks are really big and they want to bite you. And let's not forget, these 4600 class cars, they are only on a 35-inch tyre. That means you don't have the ground clearance of the big boys. And you have to pick your lines, take care, otherwise you're going to batter your vehicle as you make your way down this infamous rock trail. And this is one of those pinch points. It looks nothing on the camera, but he's got to take great care here.
All right, let's talk about this. The 4605 down there in their bottom right-hand side, Albert Contreras. Yes, he has taken the green flag. Albert Contreras is out of Compton, California. He is with Jeep Thrills Off-Road. He is in a Jeep LJ. His first race with Ultra 4 was in 2013. He's our Ultra 4 National Championship in 2016. 2018, he got the Ultra 4 Sportsman of the Year award. So Albert Contreras out here, you can see right there, he just took a little
That was really interesting. I was just about to say, he's taken a fantastic line there. I really like that line, and then promptly got stuck. So I was actually following Albert Contreras down the trails last night, and he was just picking his way through there. Doing a good, solid job. Now he's taking the alternate line here, so coming up round the back.
And normally he has his son Tristan with him. It looks like he's struggling just quite a bit going up that little sandy wash.
Yeah, well, this is what I was talking about. These sand washes, they are not easy to do at all. They are actually really difficult. It takes a lot of horsepower, and you've really got to put those tyres to work, particularly these 35-inch tyres. And we'll just cut by that is the 4600 of Buzz Backman there. So it looks like, unless they can get fixed, it looks like their day is over. And here is John Williams. And he has also taken the bypass and makes his way back around to the bottom of back door.
So far we haven't seen anybody actually go down back door this morning.
Yeah, no, I'm quite surprised by that. I was absolutely convinced that Rick Randall was going to take it on when I was watching his pace.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought Sergio was going to take it as well.
But they'll have spotters sitting back at base camp. These guys know each other's pace. They've been racing each other for many, many years. And there'll be spotters watching the live feed. Hi, guys. Hi, girls. And they'll be saying to their drivers via their radios, hey, this is what's happened. And if they don't need to take a chance, if they don't need to take a risk and it doesn't make them feel comfortable, why take it on?
Right, exactly. You know, like you're saying, they're in their ears, they're telling them their times, they're telling them that they either need to pick it up or, you know, kind of chill out just a little bit. But Albert Contreras having another little bit of an issue.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about a minute ago, about you've got to be so careful with these 35-inch tyres. It's so easy to get high-centered, and it looks like he has got high-centered there. So he's probably got a big rock stuck between the axle and the chassis. Uses gravity to fix the problem.
And that goes to show how he's maneuvering over those rocks, how big they actually are. So Albert Contreras with Tristan riding shotgun. And then we have John Williams up there getting ready to come through to get the checkered flag as well. So
it's going to be really interesting to see what John Williams' time is here. This is the first of our Broncos out there.
So we've had 5 vehicles take the checkered flag this morning, but Sergio Pinillos is in that number 1 spot with that 12:48.645.
So John Williams only a couple of corners away from the checkered flag. Comes around the infamous Herbst 19 corner. So named after Tim, who rolled it there twice.
You know, that was awesome. Not awesome, but naming it that. But he had a great race this year. Finished second place.
Absolutely fantastic. Really laid it down.
So let's talk about this. We were talking about Sean and John Rance. Look who's out in our crowd right now, watching the qualifying, doing the homework. Good morning, Sean. All right, in that bottom right-hand corner is Albert Contreras making his way down. And let's see, we should have had
I was going to say, we've
John
got time
Williams.
there for John Williams.
Hasn't caught.
No, it hasn't popped up yet.
Not quite yet.
As soon as it does, we'll keep you honest and let you know. All right. Okay, I think this might be Hurricane Felton. Then we see Park there.
Now, Hurricane Felton, she competed in the Pit Crew Challenge last night. Awesome to see her out here racing and competing in that. She has great energy. I loved talking with her last night.
When you look down at 46.05 there of Albert Contreras, that's a snapshot of an image that can have been from any one of the last 6 years, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So Hurricane picking her way down. More a slight breeze than a hurricane at the moment. Keep those wheels straight, Hurricane. Don't do any funky stuff. Albert Contreras is into back door. Here we go.
That is awesome to see somebody actually going down back door now this morning, the first one.
Yeah, he was pre-running with a whole load of 4400 class cars last night and just sent it off the top with the rest of them. So Hurricane's made her way down through into Resolution.
And Hurricane, she is out of San Marcos, California. She's with Bent Motorsports. She is running in a 1985 CJ7. And obviously, this is her first race out here at King of the Hammers.
Yeah, so it looks like Albert Contreras is the first of our runners out, down through the bottom of the back door. Nice and safely done there by Albert. Come on, mate, get into the high box and get going.
Yep, having to switch back over there. Picking up that speed, but Albert Contreras is on his way to the finish line.
Do you know what? I think I've made a mistake there. I think Hurricane was coming up over the top of the other ridge line, and she's actually still making her way towards Resolution. Yes, she is. So the hill she was actually coming down is actually a very, very steep, long drop. And it's pretty much a suicide drop. You just throw yourself off the top.
Yeah, that's why you got to take it easy, making sure
absolutely.
you don't do that.
Well, the one thing about this is that gravity sucks.
Yeah, exactly. It's not always in your favor, right?
No.
Man, look at her bouncing around. Hurricane making her way. Oh.
Go on, girl. Right, you might see her stop here and make a change into low ratio. Now, if anybody's watching at home, most of these vehicles will be running dual ratio transfer cases, particularly in these classes. When we get into the 4400 stuff, we might see some of the big boys be running single-speed transfer cases.
Oh, look at this. We have two vehicles.
We got
There's
traffic.
somebody right behind Hurricane.
Yeah. So who is that that's behind
I
Hurricane?
believe that's Alex Fleming.
So Albert Contreras is making his way down now.
So Alex
into the short
Fleming,
course.
Alex Fleming making his way very quickly as well.
Now he's going to be on the horn, letting Hurricane know that he is there.
Going to make a pass here. Alex Fleming's out of Denver, Colorado with Sherpa Motorsports. And his first race was King of the Hammers 2021.
Right, this is the drop into Resolution here. So as we continue with the action here, we are watching Alex Fleming. He's just overtaken Hurricane Felton as he makes his way down into Resolution. And this is the Full Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge qualifying here at King of the Hammers 2024. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break. We'll be back with the action very shortly. If you're a premium, you'll stay with us. If you're not, we'll see you in 2.
A name synonymous with severe duty work. Born from the need for equipment that would withstand the forces of off-pavement travel. Made to get you in and built to get you out. 75 years later, we walk the same path, innovating an industry forward. Because when you go worn, you go prepared.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. Today is all about the Full Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge qualifying. And right now we are watching Alex Fleming making his way down through Resolution.
Yes, and we can see Sydney Stevenson right behind him making her way down as well. Or actually, I'm so sorry, that's Hurricane Felton. But let's go over some times really quick. John Williams, we didn't have his time earlier. He came through with the 13:07, so the first Bronco through this morning, a 13:07.462.
Yeah, that puts him in third position at the moment in the Curry Enterprises 4600 stock class. And leading that class at the moment is Sergio Pinillos. Now, let's just talk about Sergio for a moment, because while we're actually on the commercial feed, we saw that his old driver, John Schaefer was actually on track in the car that Sergio beat the Broncos with last year.
Exactly.
Are you keeping up with this story? And
yeah,
but
definitely.
It did look like that John was actually broken out on track. So as soon as we get any more information, we'll come back to you on that. Now, he's not actually on our start list for this first hour, but what we're guessing is he's asked if he can come in a little bit early, and he's been given permission to do so.
Yeah, and I think that's what you can do too, like if you want to go earlier on, because they always say that the course gets faster later on during the day. So here he is out in our 7 o'clock hour. I didn't realize it wasn't 8 o'clock yet until you brought that up to me.
Right, now this is the backdoor bypass, so they have to go down the hill, up the sand wash from the bottom of Resolution, down this long sand hill, round the delineator, which is a large plastic cone for those on the other side of the pond, and then shoot his way back down through this sand wash, across the bottom of the back door, and then rejoin the rest of the qualifying course.
Yes, so we did just see Alex Fleming take that bypass. Perfect example, perfect explanation of it as well.
Some big airtime
Yeah.
there for Alex. Now, it's going to be really interesting because I'm really looking forward to later on today. Are we going to see some of the more powerful cars using horsepower to take on that bypass line and try to make that work? Because there really is talk in the pits that if you get it wrong in backdoor, you'll lose time. But if you get it right on the bypass line, you might be able to gain time.
Right, exactly. So it's all about strategy. What are you wanting to do? So strategy is key out here. Everybody has a different one, obviously. If you all had the same one, it would not be good. But, yeah, it's pretty cool to see the strategies of different drivers. And Alex Fleming is hauling the Mel, coming down, getting ready to make a little bit of a right-hand turn, go up the Bronco arch, or through the Bronco arch, I should say.
Now, Alex Fleming had something hanging off the back of his car a moment ago.
Yeah, I think it was maybe, obviously,
Yeah, I
the
think it
body
was
panel.
one of those go-faster bits that wasn't required anymore.
Oh, goodness. All right, the 4611 of Hurricane right there in the bottom right-hand side. Alex Fleming making his way through that Bronco arch, bouncing around.
Yeah, I love the pace of these vehicles now. The way the 4600 class has grown over the years, it's absolutely remarkable. I mean, it wasn't that many years ago. The 4600s, if one of them got to the finish, it was like, oh my word, and now it's a real race.
Exactly.
So Hurricane Felton just disappearing behind a rock there as we watch Alex Fleming in the short course.
Coming up over that ridge over by the backdoor drone. And then Alex Fleming is almost done in our short course.
Yeah, we're just getting a time count through for Albert Contreras right now. Albert came in a 14 minutes, 37 seconds.
Great run by Albert Contreras.
So solid run there, and Alex Fleming giving it all the airtime as he crosses the line, and we'll get a time for Alex very shortly. And Alex Fleming crosses the line with a 14:15. So solid run there from him. But right now it's all about Sergio Pinillos, the only man to go sub 13 minutes to this morning with a 12:48. So it's Hannah Hurricane Felton here. Still soldiering on in her Jeep.
Do you see that there is a license plate on that? I wonder if she takes that to go grocery shopping and stuff as well.
Yeah, I'm just looking there. Is that? I think this has got leaf springs on it.
I mean, it's a 1985 CJ7. But super excited for Hurricane out here racing. Again, like I said, I talked to her last night doing the pit crew challenge.
1985, so
fun.
that means that vehicle's pushing the best part of 40 years of age.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
You just made me feel really old.
I know, I just made myself feel old as well, don't worry.
All right, 4611 of Hurricane coming down the last stretch. She has one more rock section to go through, which is through that Bronco arch, and then she'll make a right-hand turn into the short course to get her finishing time. So we've had 8 drivers cross the finish line this morning so far for our four-wheel parts Everyman Challenge qualifying.
Yeah, we're going to be qualifying well into the afternoon here today. 162 vehicles we have to get across the line in what is one of the largest fields of limited class racing that we've seen here in Hammers history. So here comes Hurricane right now.
Okay, perfect. I knew your dad code for you, and I couldn't remember how many years.
Yeah, all 3 years.
Awesome. Congratulations.
It's my brother's old Jeep.
Okay. All right, we have Sydney Stevenson out here watching the qualifying run. I just made sure her dad is co-driving for her. She's driving in her brother's old Jeep, so that's really cool. This is her 3rd King of the Hammers out here, and her qualifying time was a 22:54. But right now we do have Hurricane coming through, Hurricane Felton, getting ready to take that checkered flag as well. A couple more turns.
She has. It's the Tim Hurst turn 19. And she's already beaten Tim Hurst because she got round it.
Yes, exactly.
There you go.
How do you roll in the same corner twice in 1 year?
Well, I'd let you ask Tim Hurst that.
I
I'm not
should've
sure
asked
you're
him
going to
that.
get a polite answer, though.
No, they've already left for the weekend, I believe, too, so I will not get that answer. Maybe next year I'll have to bring that one up to him.
Well, if I see him at the Mint 400, I'll ask him for you.
There you go.
Okay, so Hurricane's taking on the final jump now. And over the line she goes to post the time. Great stuff.
And as soon as we get that time, we will let you know. Hurricane came through with a 21-minute 9:79, so congratulations.
And we have another young lady on the line now. This is Megan Miller in the 3105, also in the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class. And if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optimus Batteries. And today it's all about the four-wheel parts Everyman Challenge qualifying.
Yes, and let's talk about Megan Miller. She's out of Carmichael, California with MDM Motorsports. She is in a 97 Jeep JL. Her first race with us was at the Stampede in 2022. She's running in Dawson Allington's old car.
Ooh.
And if I remember correctly, she won the championship last year at the NorCal Rock Racing Series as well in her class. So
we're talking about a good competitor
Oh,
here.
yes, we are. And she was also a rookie last year for 2023 King of the Hammers.
Yeah, let's just quickly touch on the rookie program. There's 64 people on the rookie program this year. That means 64 new faces here at King of the Hammers.
Yeah, that is awesome. I mean, it's such a great program. There's so many heavy hitters and big names behind it, you know, and a lot of these guys, too, they wish that they would have had that when they were starting out.
Yeah, so let's just explain a little bit about that. So the rookie class, if it's your first time racing here at King of the Hammers, and it doesn't matter what class, whether you're racing in 4600, 4500, 4800, 4400, or even 4900 in UTV.
And the Desert Challenge.
And the Desert Challenge. You can sign up, and what happens is you get involved into or enrolled into our rookie program, and you'll get the top names of our sport, giving you advice and help with preparation, getting you ready for the actual race and what you can expect. It's a remarkable thing, and I can't think of another motorsport that offers that style of program.
Right, exactly. They come out here, they have weekends that are planned. They come out here and they train with the best of the best. They do winch training. They go out on the trails as well. It's awesome to see. I came out here for one of the rookie programs last year to see how everything was going. My son was actually in it, and unfortunately we're not here racing with him. But
well, they got some. They also got the rookie program got some wise words from last year's winner, which was Raul Gomez, who said to them, "We're going to give you some advice, guys. If you see the helicopter nearby you, get out of the way because it means I'm coming through."
That was iconic. I had to laugh really hard at that one.
Okay, as we're waiting to continue here with the qualifying, the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. We're going to be back here for more four-wheel parts Everyman Challenge qualifying. We'll be back in 2 minutes. If you're with Premium, you'll stay with us. Otherwise, see you in 2.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
A name synonymous with severe duty work. Born from the need for equipment that would withstand the forces of off-pavement travel. Made to get you in and built to get you out. 75 years later, we walk the same path, innovating an industry forward. Because when you go worn, you go prepared.
Boggs on top of the box, baby.
Good morning and welcome to the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. We are here today for the four-wheel parts Everyman Challenge qualifying. And what a morning of qualifying it's been already. We started at 7 a.m. this morning. We have 162 vehicles to get qualified today out on the course. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth today is none other than Miss Pam Hall. How are you doing?
I'm doing amazing, and we did just see Megan Miller right there on the screen again. They are also a husband-wife team as well.
Now that's brave.
It is brave. And
that's testing so many things.
So she'll be taking the green flag. We are moving on into our 8 o'clock hour of our Everyman Challenge qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's just talk about our biggest hitter out there at the moment is Sergio Pinillos in the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class, who laid down the only sub 13-minute time so far today at a 12:48. But we've got a lot of big guns coming out here later on today. We've got former kings that are going to be racing with us. We've got people that are looking to become kings that are racing with us. And we've also got some really talented young blood. I can't wait for this. This is going to be awesome.
And let's talk about young blood really quick. I know that right now today is all about the Everyman Challenge, but let's talk about yesterday in our Can-Am UTV Championship qualifying results. The young gentleman of Mr. Nathan Parker ended up in that number 4 spot with qualifying yesterday. He, today, if you guys know Nathan Parker, but you don't know, today is actually his 15th birthday.
Okay, now I just want to put this in perspective, because behind Nathan Parker is Phil Blurton, a rather notable winner of everything, CJ Greaves, Travis Zollinger, Brock Hager, who won the Desert Challenge. That just happens a little bit, just shows how incredibly good it was. And I believe that we've got a replay of Nathan Parker's run right here.
And Nathan Parker last year, let's talk about him. In 2023, he won out at Montana. He's won so many different race series. But that one actually is Kyle Cheney on there. Kyle Cheney.
This is Kyle Cheney here in the Maverick car. And he was our fastest qualifier yesterday. He broke the internet when he jumped back door.
Yes, he did. Megan Miller has taken the green flag, going out on her qualifying lap out here this morning for our EMC challenge. Or EMC qualifying.
I'm just trying to think what I was doing when I was 15 or 14, and I was still struggling to pick my nose. Never mind coming racing out here, you know.
That's a way to put it, I guess. No, and Nathan Parker also, he runs in the Southern Bounty Series too, those mud quads that race. That's his background, and he's got a great team behind him. He's a part of Team Momentum, and I'm excited to see what he's going to do out here on race day.
Yeah, and of course he's mentored by Kyle Cheney as well.
Exactly.
Which kind of is a small advantage. Okay, right, Megan Miller going up over the top there. Now, this is some good pace we're seeing here.
Yes, Megan Miller. She is another one that she is always all smiles, has great energy. Love chatting with Megan. But the 2023 NorCal Rock Racing Champion, and here we are watching her on our screen here, and this is her second year racing King.
Yeah, she's doing a great job there. Okay, so Megan Miller out on course right now. Megan Miller, this is looking very smooth out there. Now, this course.
Megan Miller's doing amazing, but right now we have Sergio walking right up here in front of us. He's sitting in our #1 spot in that awesome Warren Racing fire suit.
Looking good, huh?
Looking really good, Sergio. I love it. He's great energy. I mean, I keep saying all of our racers have great energy and everything, but Sergio, he's going to come join us in the booth. But Megan just now did a little bit of a wheelie on these whoop section that she is in. So Megan Miller making her way through that cross grain hill.
So as Megan Miller continues her way around the course, we have got the fastest man of the day so far, Sergio Pinillos. Sergio, you're joining us in the booth, mate. How was it out there on course?
Wow, that was chewed up for sure. It's brutal. The beginning mile, it's just wow. I mean, I had about 200 feet of testing in that car before we actually started, so it felt good.
Testing is often overrated. It just scares you.
And it looks really good.
It handled
Shiny,
very well.
it looks good.
It looks good. That's rule number 1. Look cool, you know.
Yes.
So, it felt good. Just getting used to it at the beginning. You know, finding the shift points and all that. But my question is, where is Schaefer?
Schaefer.
He's a non-finisher. He's broken on the side of the course.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Rumour has it that he damaged his car so badly last year that he couldn't make it to the finish.
You see, now I feel bad.
Yeah, but look at what you did in that car, in that Jeep last year. So
Wow.
John Schaefer out here, he was looking at the front end, so maybe something in the steering or something underneath there. That's where he was at, was looking at the front end.
Right, as we continue to watch Megan Miller here on screen, just Sergio, just give us an idea what that course is like, because it's really cut up, isn't it?
Yes, it is. We pre-ran it 2 days ago in a UTV, and it wasn't that bad. Now it's really chewed up, so it's all about just slowing down and trying to keep the car together. Those rocks have moved a lot going down Resolution, so just testing and keeping it together.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and in the sand washes, they look like they're flat, they look like they're level, but there's no sand left in the bottom of those whoops anymore, and it feels like every part of your car is falling off as you hit them, doesn't it?
Oh yes, you feel it inside for sure. Yeah, it's it looks flat from the drone. Hey Mick, it looks fun from up top, but once you're in those things are deep, rutted out, and sometimes it hurts when you hit it too hard.
Okay, mate. Well, so what's your game plan for the race?
Well, we still have a new car, so we're going to look it over, make sure everything is good. And right now, the plan is to finish. You know, get that car to the finish line. And Jeremy Purick is going to be driving that desert lap. Him and his team at Rockcrawler build a car. They just finished it here at the lake bed.
So do you think you can split the Broncos, give them a bloody nose?
I mean, we did it with Schaefer's car. You know, we got to beat them. Yep. But with this car, I don't think I'm going to push that hard. I'm just going to test it, finish it, and we're going to race the whole season with it. So we'll just keep improving and see what we can do.
Well, fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Sergio, for coming and joining us and sharing your thoughts. Good luck on race day, and we can't wait to see you take the line.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Okay, so the action continues here. We still have Megan Miller out on track, and I believe we've got Twitchy McGee out there in the 46.22. So Megan Miller here, we saw her laying down some really good pace, and that has continued throughout this qualifying lap. This is a 3.5 mile course and includes that famous trail, backdoor, and of course Resolution. If it's your first time joining us, this is the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge qualifying out here at Johnson Valley, California for the King of the Hammers 2024. There will be 162 vehicles qualifying today. The 4500s and the 4800s will be mixed based on their times, but the 4600s, which is our Curry Enterprises stock class, will be starting behind the other classes, as they run a modified shortened course.
Yeah, 164. That is awesome to have that.
164, so it's gone up. Wow.
Isn't that what you
I
said?
said 162.
162. I'm so sorry. And then at 3 o'clock, we'll have our power hour. I mean, where the heavy hitters are going to be, that's going to be an awesome hour to watch.
I love power hour.
Wait, when are you qualifying?
I'm going out at between 1 and 2, but they're hoping, Race Ops is hoping that we can start to bring things forward, that we can try and get these cars further up into the line if we can. I'm sure they will be starting them earlier, but officially 1 and 2.
So you're going to go straight from the booth?
No. This is Megan Miller.
Oh, no. It looks like she is definitely, obviously, she's digging in that front left.
This is the climb up towards Resolution. You've got 2 lines here. This is where we actually saw Sergio get stopped there for a moment. And he was caught on the other rock. She's tried to take that left line, but she's caught it dead center. Oh no, this is a tough break. But just look how fast that sand digs out around these tires. It is so soft in this particular area of the course.
That is very unfortunate. Her husband getting out. They're going to have to, hopefully, this is where Max Tracks would come in handy. Max Tracks will help a little bit unless she's high-centered up underneath the car.
I think she's high-centered. And the difficulty with this particular area is there's really next to nothing to winch to.
That is true, because right in front of her there is no big rocks that she could wrap her winch around.
And you can see from the body language there, that's a real tough spot and a real tough break, because Megan was absolutely flying.
And down here in the bottom right, I believe that is the 4622 of Twitchy McGee. Twitchy McGee out here racing with us. He's been out here a few times, but out of Fort Hood, Texas. He's with Rock Eater Racing. His first race was KOH 2020. He's our Western Series champion in 2021. He's also a retired U.S. Army vet. He says he's just trying to stay young. And here he is out here trying to raise awareness to the veterans' mental and general health. So Twitchy McGee down there in that bottom right hand. And now we do see Megan's husband out of the Jeep, pulling the winch line, trying to find a part that he can.
Now, do you think she's saying things to him? I don't know. I don't know if they've got Bluetooth communications. Do you think she's sitting there going, I clean the socks, I clean the house, time for you to go to work?
She also works on her Jeep. So, from talking to her and just seeing, the social media posts and stuff, it seems like they're a great team, and they, all hands on deck on all ends. But you never know. I mean, it's difficult. I've been in the position where I've been a co-driver for my husband, and he's been a co-driver for me, and it can be difficult sometimes. But they are a great team, and they're doing awesome out here racing for their second King of the Hammers.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Let's hope that Megan can get that vehicle moving again. But as the action continues here, let's just talk a little bit about our 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class. What makes a 4600 class vehicle? It has to have a stock, original manufacturer's frame. A wheel must stay within 3 inches of the manufacturer's specification. Has to run a factory engine, but may be replaced with any available engine from the same make, model, or year. Factory transmission, 35 DOT tyres. What does that mean? It means that the tyres have to be the same type of tyres that we find on road vehicles. It's allowed a single 2.5-inch shock per corner, a less dual from the factory, and limited to 14 inches of travel. Factory style suspension like leaf springs, coil springs, TTB, etc. are allowed. Mechanical steering, no hydraulic steering is allowed, although you are allowed a hydraulic assist. It really is grassroots racing at its finest. And what I'm loving, we spoke about this earlier, is that manufacturers are stepping up and building vehicles specifically for this class.
Yeah, that is what is awesome. I remember when they released the Bronco out here at King of the Hammers. It was so exciting to see, and here we have, I believe we have 4 or 5 of them now racing in our EMC class. But you can see Megan Miller's husband is struggling right here.
Well, I think if you think about the Broncos, you've got the 4 factory cars with Bailey, Lauren, Vaughan, and Brad. Then you've also got the Rance Bronco. You've got the Atterburys. We've got Williams. So we're getting up into, we're closing on double figures. Right, we got some action here.
That is Twitchy McGee making, oh no, hopefully he doesn't get stuck as well.
Ooh.
Twitchy McGee trying to make his way around Megan Miller.
Now, that looked to me like Twitchy was only in two-wheel drive.
It did look like that.
Oh,
well,
no,
now
he's
we
in four-wheel
go.
drive now, but he's going to have to back up considerably. I mean, keep going, Twitchy. Keep going, my friend. You're going to have to go back further than that.
I mean, and that is obviously Sandy. We see Megan stuck in. I think she's high-centered as what's going on. And if to the driver's side of Megan's Jeep, I mean, I don't know if he'll be able to make that way around, but obviously co-driver will have to move out of the way.
There is a line there. Twitchy can get round the left-hand side as we look at the vehicles there, although he's taking on the right-hand side, which is it's a rockier climb, but it's a more difficult climb.
But you know what? If it's your only way around without getting stuck, sometimes the more difficult line will be the line to take.
Yeah, I still think there's a line down there on the left, but he's going to have to attack the rock and get it up on that sidewall just a little bit. But there is a line there, but he does need to go backwards a little bit further so he can get some momentum. Momentum. It's too early in the morning for long words.
Brain's not working quite right. All right, the 4672 down on the bottom right-hand side. Nicholas Abeda, did I say that correctly? Abeda? Abeda, thank you. All right. Nicholas is out of Palma Valley with Bent Motorsports. He's in a 1987 Suzuki Samurai.
And Twitchy's not so twitchy now. He's making his way past Megan Miller. So a nice move there. And he'll be coming up onto the back and the saddle of Resolution. Now this is one of those interesting moments. Because the sun is starting to rise, we're getting a mix of shadows and sun. And I can't tell you how deep the shadows are here in Johnson Valley. If you're out of the sun, it's so dark. When you're in the sun, it is so bright. And that can be difficult for the drivers. Now he's taking that right-hand line, so you've got to switch in. You've got to turn here. And this is very steep here. This isn't as easy as it looks on camera. Now you've got to make a turn back in. And he drops on down on into Resolution. And as John was just saying a minute ago, this track has changed so much in the last 7 days. People have been pre-running and also with qualifying yesterday for the UTVs. Rocks that were in the middle of the track are now to the side, and rocks that were on the side are now in the middle of the track.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you guys out there pre-running and you guys are seeing where the rocks are changing and having to go around certain areas. So that's what happens with race courses. You know, the more it gets pre-run, the more it gets dug in.
Oh, look at this. This is fantastic. Now, is that Megan I see there?
I believe it is. So that means she got out and made the pass?
No. I think this is much earlier. This is on drop zone, so this is much further back. That's the suicide hill we were talking about. So this car is now going to be making their way up towards Megan.
Looks
just
like
trying
that's
to get a confirmation number there.
5169. A Brandon Goodwin is who that is.
I think you're absolutely right, and the crowd confirm it for us out the front here.
All right, Brandon Goodwin with Kyle Phillips in the passenger seat. We have out of Belfair, Washington with Goodwin Race Team. His first race was at King of the Hammers 2023, so welcome back out here. So Brandon Goodwin making an awesome pass there, making a great time right now as well. Look at how
really
fast
good
he's
pace.
going.
Now, okay, left or right?
Well, we did see
Yeah, that's the
Twitchy.
line I prefer. Yes.
But you know what? He had the momentum, you know.
That's what
Brandon,
we're talking about.
You have to keep that momentum going, especially in these sand wash areas, especially on the uphill climbs. Definitely want to keep that momentum for sure.
And you also see that he's running the 51, the 59 there, he's running a yellow number board. That denotes that he is in the 4800 class.
Yes,
So it's a blue number board with black writing, denotes that they are in the Curry Enterprises stock class. A yellow number board with black writing denotes that they are in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legend class. And if they have an orange number board with black writing, that denotes that they are in the Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
And then if their numbers are red, that indicates that they are a rookie.
Ooh, look at you go. Now we have an interesting one actually coming up in this group, because there are actually 4 classes qualifying today officially, because we actually have an Ultra 4 EV class vehicle that's going to be joining us. So let's see if that turns up at the start line.
Yes, and the EV, we have the 2412 of Keith Silva is the one that is going to be running in the EV class.
EV, we've seen a smattering of them over here in the last sort of 3 years, but it's still very much in its infancy.
Yes, it is. We've had them here and there, like you were just saying.
So the 5162 is the second of our Brannick Motorsports 4800 class cars going through. We saw Randall Holmes earlier today.
And we have another car stopped over in the backdoor drone camera view right there. I cannot quite see the number of the vehicle.
Ooh, right.
I think it's twitchy.
I don't think that is.
You don't think so?
I think that might be.
Oh, and look at this. We do now have Brandon's coming down into that area.
Yeah, that's Brandon Goodwin there. Now, can he make the move? Yes, he can. There is room to get past.
This is a very deceiving drone footage.
I think that's Nicholas Abatia.
Very deceiving drone footage right there, because it looks like it's just a steep canyon on each side.
Yeah, no, it's far from flat. It is a very steep drop down through that canyon, I can assure you. I think that might have been Nicholas Abatia that we saw stop there. Okay, right, this is a great drone shot here. You can actually see where the course is split. So you can see the track there disappearing up round to the left. That is the bypass line. Or you can turn to the right, which drops you down through the infamous back door. Now, this is a Legends class vehicle. I'd like to think that he would want to take on back door, but we shall find out in a few short moments.
And we've only seen one vehicle so far go down back door, and that was Albert Contreras earlier on.
Absolutely, in his 4600 class car.
And the 5169 making his way down, bouncing around.
Yeah, that is Brandon Goodwin. Great looking vehicle. I think if he turns all those lights on, he can literally burn the rocks out of the way.
Laser beam.
Indeed. Let's not forget another vehicle that looks very similar to that is John Webb that we're going to be seeing racing later this week. Yes. But they're not lights, they're speakers. And coming off the drop zone right now, we have another one of our Jeeps.
I cannot remember what that number was on that Jeep that is making his way down on the bottom right-hand side.
Yeah, I think it might be Kevin Condon, but I'll come back to that in a moment.
This is why we always say,
this is, we are now watching as Brandon Goodwin does go down through back door.
Okay, so he did make his way down. He did not take the bypass.
He did. Just missed that there for a moment there. I think our drone got caught. So right. Brandon Goodwin looking really good here for a nice time, solid time. You can see, Megan Miller still stuck.
Yeah, still stuck right there. It's very unfortunate.
Very tough indeed. And they were putting together such a great run. Yeah, so it's Alex McNeil in the red car there. That is the 4675.
All right, and Brandon Goodwin making his way through the last rock section where he will go through the Bronco Arch before he enters into the short course.
Yeah, great run here from Brandon.
And Alex McNeil on our right-hand side making his way through. And this is that area where you were talking about being that ledge, correct? The little drop-down ledge?
Drop zone.
Drop zone?
Yes, yeah. They just come around a little bit further and it is a vertical drop down. That's the 4675 there of Alex McNeil. As we watch Brandon Goodwin coming in round the final few bends in our short course. Back in Hammertown.
So it's going to be very interesting to see his time. And we've only had one other 4800 qualify this morning. That was Randall Holmes having some issues on course. And Randall Holmes did have a time of a 32:37. But we obviously can see right now Brandon Goodwin is making great time. And we'll see here in just a moment what that time will be. But that is our second 4800 that has taken the green flag this morning.
We are going to see so many 4800 cars racing today. I think we've got over 80 of them, which is absolutely astonishing.
It is awesome. I love that our classes are growing. The EMC class is growing. All of our classes have been growing. Of course, the UTVs, but there, Brandon Goodwin just went over the final jump of our short course. Brandon Goodwin, wow, with a great time of 11:42.023. So fastest time of the day so far was our second 4800 qualifying.
Yeah, fantastic run there from Brandon. Great stuff. Clean all the way. Made his way past the lap traffic with no issue. It just looks like we have got some issues here in the trail. I think that might be, just trying to work out who that is.
Well,
I think that might be Nicholas Avatar, but just trying to find a number.
We do know that the last one is
Abeda. I'm getting
Alex
corrected
McNeil.
here.
The Suzuki, I cannot remember who was in that Suzuki. That is the second one on course there. Oh, thank you.
So now this is always an issue with this kind of canyon style racing.
Oh, look at that.
There we go. The course workers, they've got them moving again.
I think that's Twitchy.
You think it is?
I think that's Twitchy McGee. Because he
we
also...
haven't seen him come out the bottom, have we?
We
So,
have not seen him. He has RJ, Rock Jock is on the top of his Jeep, so I'm pretty sure that's Twitchy McGee.
So our course workers there, got to say a big shout out to them. And these course workers come from around the world to be here. Loads of Aussies out here this year. And they always bring a definitive different flavour to the race, that's for sure.
All right, so just a little bit of a plug here. And we have another vehicle coming around off the top of the ledge, dropping down in as well. So we now have 4 vehicles that are going to be in this backdoor drop area.
And if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nido Tyres and powered by Optimus batteries. Today is all about the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge qualifying. 164 vehicles to qualify. It's a 3.5-mile qualifying course, including those famous trails, Resolution and Backdoor. And at the moment, we are looking at Resolution. So as the recovery continues here in Resolution, we're going to cut back some highlights of the action that we've already seen so far this week. This is Johnson Valley, California, around about 3 hours south of Los Angeles, and that was the first car off the line today. That was Randall Holmes, who was putting together a fantastic time until he had a small engine fire, which brought him to a stop, but it was no problem, as our course workers managed to get it put out, and he got to the end. Now, Pam, watching this today, it's been mostly all about the 4600 cars that we've been watching, and Sergio Pinillos, he was absolutely, so far, just been the car to watch, hasn't he?
Yes, he has been. There we do have the 4645 we're seeing making the way down.
Yeah, that was Sydney Stevenson. And then we have that was Rick Randall we saw there very briefly. Oh, glory on the roof. That is the bottom there of Resolution.
And right there dropping into the sand wash after backdoor, making their way down into the short course. And there is Sergio in his brand new 2024 Jeep.
It's very interesting listening to him, so what he was saying about that. He's just going to keep the pace down, wants to get the car to the finish.
Well, he did say he only had like 200 yards in it.
I think he said 200 feet, actually.
200 feet, that's just probably driving it to the start line. Doug Langford in the V8 powered JL. And again, that's a beautiful brand new Jeep there. We do have John Williams in the Bronco. Ford Bronco Fox Performance.
Yeah, we're going to see lots more Broncos out here racing today.
And Albert Contreras. Albert Contreras is always, again, like we were saying earlier, he has always got a smile on his face, always having fun. And Albert Contreras, he came through, his time was a 14:37. Oh, Hurricane, 46:11. doing a little handstand there on the brakes. Hurricane's out here in the audience right now watching everybody. Super excited for you. That is Alex Fleming right in front of Hurricane. Alex Fleming out of Colorado in that Sherpa Motorsports 4Runner. And our bottom right screen here, you guys, that is going on right now. That is not a replay, and that looks like, I believe that is Twitchy McGee that is out in front of the 4612 or the 2412 of Keith Silva.
And that is Megan Miller. Still high-centered, sadly. A real tough break for her. And I think this is Twitchy McGee.
Yes, Twitchy McGee was stuck a little bit, you know, getting unstuck there. That was the first car that we saw stuck over coming down in resolution.
Yeah,
and
that is Twitchy.
You were saying earlier it looked like he was only in two-wheel drive, and it looked like he was having some issues. So
yeah, but he did say it was definitely pulling in four-wheel drive again. So
yes.
maybe he's got some kind of limited slips or something strange going on in the axles.
And right now, where he's sitting, that is the Y. If you go to the right, that takes you down back door. You go to the left, that takes you on the bypass. And like you were saying, Jim, if you take that left-hand side, it's more of a silty wash area. That is the 4672 of Nicholas Abida making his way through the bypass lane. So we shall see what's going to happen here with Twitchy McGee.
Yeah, that bypass lane goes up out at the top of resolution. You drop down, follow the sand wash. Have to go out, go round a large orange cone or a delineator, and make your way back down past the entrance to back door, and then head back into town.
And that is a very tight turn on the right-hand side.
And again, that's a great view there. And you might wonder, why has he gone down that right-hand line? To get onto the left-hand line is quite a jump up onto there. So takes a little bit of doing.
And there's the tight right-hand turn that they have to go around that delineator, the course marker.
So Nicholas on his way and heading back towards the short course. So it does look like we're coming to the end of the qualifying for our 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class. It looks like most of those have already been completed now, and very shortly we're going to be starting to get into the meat of it. The 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and we've got some real big hitters in this class, Pam.
Yes, we do. Brandon Goodwin, we already saw this, already taken the green flag. We'll have Kevin Condon in this 8 o'clock hour. Steve Graff, Justin Reese. We have lots of heavy hitters that'll be coming up in this 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. Huge number of vehicles in this class. We will be seeing, obviously, later on today in Power Hour, more 4600s racing, including Brexton Glines, Bailey Cole, John Rance, Brad Lovell, Lauren Healer.
And Kevin Condon just took that green flag. He's out of Santa Rosa, California with KC Motorsports. He is in a 2022 Jimmy's chassis, and his first race with us was at Ultra 4 KOH 2021. .4672 of Nicholas Abida making his way down, has one more rock section to go through, going through the Bronco Arch, coming into the short course. Kevin Condon down there in that bottom right-hand screen. But we have a guest in here. Jim, who do we have?
We have none other than Albert Contreras. Albert, how you doing?
I'm doing great, man. Good morning to everybody here. Hammertown, it's a beautiful day.
It is a beautiful day. Now talk to me. Qualifying this early, is it good or bad?
It's good because it gets you up early. Early bird gets the worm.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, I was out following you through those trails last night. It was gnarly out there, wasn't it?
Oh, my God. It was so gnarly. The trails are so different at night from the day. It's awesome.
Yeah, now, it's tough work getting these cars with 35-inch tyres through there. I mean, you guys are proper heroes. Those rocks are big, they're gnarly, they slow down and stop the big 44s. So to get these stock class vehicles through there is nothing short than a superhero statement. So, well done. Are you happy with your time?
I'm pretty happy with the run. It's a nice, clean run. I had a little mishaps, but, I mean, it was a good run. I didn't get a flat tire or nothing. I'm running the new Mickey Thompson's 4-ply sidewalls. They're awesome. But I'm happy with my run.
Fantastic. So what's race strategy? Because this is a tough course this year, isn't there? There's a lot of rocks out there.
It's always a tough course, but you know, if you're familiar with the race course out here, I mean, you'll have no problem. It's just like a walk in the park, you know what I mean?
Well, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. It's a walk in the park, so says Albert Contreras, and I look forward to seeing you at the finish line.
Right on.
Good stuff. Right, well, thank you, Albert. Thank you for joining us in the booth, and we're going to cut back with some action. If you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tire and powered by Optima Batteries. This is also the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge qualifying. We have 164 vehicles to bring across the line as we watch the 46.72 there coming in towards Hammertown. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you're with Premium, you'll stay with the action. If you're not, we'll see you in 2.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Hey, old man, where'd you buy that monster hat?
What are you guys doing?
We're just trying to figure out who this old guy is.
You're asking the wrong question. It's not who he is, but how he got here.
Wow, no way. What the? Okay, that didn't really just happen.
And that's how he got here.
Okay, I guess he's pretty cool. Yeah, for an old guy.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Good morning. It's a beautiful day here in Johnson Valley, California. We are out here for the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tire and powered by Optima Batteries. And today it is all about the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge qualifying. If you're joining us now, no matter where you are in the world, welcome. We've got a fantastic day of action ahead. Pam Hall is joining me in the booth. And Pam, what have we been seeing today?
We've been seeing lots of great action, lots of great qualifying. We've seen some people, struggling just a little bit, but they have been going. We do have Kevin Condon down there on the bottom right-hand side of our screen. I'm not sure. It might look like he has a driver flat happening, which is going to be very unfortunate because he's been having a great run. And then in our top, we have the 48.29 of Curtis Harriman going as well. So Kevin Condon can't quite make out if it's a flat. Hopefully it's not.
Yeah, try to get some eyeballs on it. Now,
So-
it's an interesting mix, this, isn't it? Because normally we wouldn't start qualifying until a little bit later. The sun would normally be in the sky, but the shadows would be a little bit shorter.
They play
we've
games with you.
Exactly. said it earlier, you cannot believe how deep these shadows are when you're actually in them.
And you know you've been out there, you've been pre-running, you've been doing your homework because you'll be out there later on as well. But the top left hand, the 4829 of Curtis Harriman, he's out of Marysville, California with Cal Rocks Racing. He's in a Trent Fab FJ40. His first race was King of the Hammers 2016.
Yeah, and there's so much history at this event. Let's not forget the very first King of the Hammers was 2007.
Isn't that insane? It's
Yeah,
so awesome.
It's absolutely incredible. We are banging on the door of 20 years of the finest rock sport racing in the world.
Yes, it's pretty amazing to see what happens out here. I mean, watching the build of Hammertown, you know, they come out, like you were saying earlier on, they survey the land out here. We actually have street signs, and everything is surveyed out here to build King of the Hammers. So it's in the same spot every single year. My understanding is the campfire is actually the center of town.
It is indeed. Now, this is a wonderful shot from our drone here. This is the drop zone. So as you approach it, you'll be approaching from the right-hand side. Then you're coming down over this suicide hill. And when you get to the top, there is a blind crest. You cannot see anything. It's a total leap of faith as you come over the top. Then it's loose rocks as you make your way down to the bottom. And some of those rocks are up to half the size of the wheels on your vehicle. And this is the 833. Making his way on down through the hill there now. That is Kevin
Condon, yes. I thought he had a driver rear flat, but right now it's not looking like it. He's moving along pretty good. So hopefully he does not. But if not, if he does, he's still trucking along good. He's making great time.
Yeah, Kevin Condon looking very good there. No, you are right, Pam. He's definitely got a driver's rear flat there.
Okay.
Now, it's also worth noting that you can actually run liners in these tyres. There are limitations on the size that the liners can be, but the liners will give you a little bit of help. They will give you the flat tyre a little bit of extra support as well. So maybe he has liners in there, and I would suggest that's a possibility because this tyre seems to be holding together, and he's still able to run at a sensible pace.
And what's awesome about it, though, is he is on the downslope of his qualifying run. He only has one more rock section to go, which is not that difficult through that Bronco arch. So still trucking along really well.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to take great care here because the car will be going side to side. It'll be wanting to nod its head. It'll be wanting to do what we call fishtail, and that feels absolutely terrible when you're in the vehicle. Now, this is the 4829, I think. This is Curtis Harriman. But we're watching Kevin Condon there in the 833. We saw lots of flat tyres yesterday, and I think we're going to see lots more flat tyres today.
Oh, and let's talk about that. Earlier, you were saying in the Desert Challenge it was front flats.
Yeah, front lefts.
And then yesterday in the UTV racing, it was right rear, and now today we have Kevin with a driver rear. So it'll be interesting to see where the flat tires will be coming in. I always jokingly say, where's the jumping rock on today's qualifying?
Oh, yeah. And the answer to that is everywhere.
Everywhere, right?
Yeah, it's weird. Sometimes you look at Kevin's car and you think, yeah, it's flat, and the next minute you look at it and you think, yeah, actually, it doesn't look too bad.
And right there you can see it is definitely flat.
Yeah, but it looks like he's running liners in there. And I think it's all got two rear flats, actually.
Oh, he does.
The right rear is definitely flat. And the left rear is definitely flat. So, yeah, he's on his liners on that car.
That definitely, it plays a little factor in coming into these turns right here a little too hot because you're trying to steer it in. But
exactly. In race car speak, we call that commitment.
Commitment, exactly. But making his way through the finish line, so we'll get a time on him. You know what? He just went through, though, with that flat on both tires on the rear with a 10:52.552. So right now, Kevin Condon is in the #1 spot.
Yeah, that's a fantastic run there from Kevin. And so it's always been a fast driver, as we're watching the 1504 of Josh Schwald on the line now. Sowles, should I say. Also running in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legend class. In fact, the next hour or two is going to be dominated by the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legend class vehicles, as we push them through qualifying. And don't forget to join us later on today at 3 p.m. for Power Hour, where all the big guns come out to play, and there are some huge names in there this year.
All right, let's talk about Josh that is on the line. Josh Sowell, he's in the 1504 out of Encinitas, California. He's with SoCal Motorsports, and he is in a Bomber Fab chassis, an LS3 with 650 horsepower. This is his very first King of the Hammers race. So out here with the red number plate, like we were talking about earlier, that is indicating that he is a part of the rookie program.
Yeah, it's a great looking car as well.
Yes, it is.
I think I'm right thinking that this is actually a bomber fabrication.
Yes, it is.
It is indeed, but I love the fact he's got that extra wing on the back. That's something I've not seen before on one of the bombers.
I know, I saw him coming through Hammertown the other day, and I was like, wow, that's a very interesting, addition to it.
Yeah, I think it adds something. I think it looks really, really good.
It does.
Now,
It
if you don't know
makes it
anything
unique.
if you don't know anything about the bombers, they are designed by multi-king Randy Slawson, and they're designed for one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to go fast here at King of the Hammers.
I think everybody's wanting to go fast, but Randy Slawson, yeah, like you're saying, those bomber chassis, I mean, he comes out here, he's out here quite a bit throughout the year. He doesn't come out here just to pre-run right before the races. He's here practicing throughout the year, spending weeks at a time out here as well.
Absolutely, and they are a very lightweight car compared to many others that are on the course. One of the few vehicles that are actually under 4,000 pounds.
Yes, and we do see right there up in our top left hand, that is the 4829 of Callan Myers out of Paradise, California. He's a part of the team of loving every minute of it. His first race was at the Stampede in 2022.
Yeah, you see, I got a different name down here for me.
Oh, who do you have?
Well, I got 4829 as Curtis Harriman.
Did I see? Oh, I saw a 6 instead of an 8.
That's okay.
Correct me, man. Come on.
Hey, we've
yes,
got
Curtis
another
Harriman.
164 vehicles to go yet. We're going to make mistakes.
Yes, so Curtis is his first race. Again, I did mention him earlier on. First race was at King of the Hammers 2016 out of Marysville, California.
Let's talk about the Brannick 4800 Motorsports Legends class. What makes a 4800 class car? They must have a front or rear mounted engine but can have unlimited horsepower. The vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side. You're only allowed a single shock absorber per corner and a maximum of 37 DOT tyre. That's the Department of Transport modification, which means it is a street legal tyre, the same thing that you would find on your pickup trucks. Solid axles only allowed, and new Pacific cars can be built, although older retired 4400 class cars are prolific in this class. And this is probably one of the most competitive classes in Hammers style racing. The vehicles are so closely matched, and it's often favoured because it's easier to build these cars than it is to build the 4500 class cars, because they can use full hydraulic steering.
Yes, and when Josh just now was going through, going to bring this up really quick, I did see John Schaefer's car still sitting over there off to the side, so I don't think we are going to be having a finish from him.
No, that's very sad indeed. I was hoping to see John Schaefer up alongside. How cool would that have been to see John racing alongside Sergio?
Exactly, that would have been really awesome. And Sergio, like we were saying earlier, that is the vehicle that he raced in last year. And I don't think he was expecting to race the whole entire season, but he ended up going out and winning. And, that's a very well-used Jeep, but he did it. He proved it. It's still running and keep on going.
Yeah, we just watched Curtis Harriman coming down through back door there and making it look very easy indeed. Now, are we going to see any of our big hitters later on jumping down back door like we saw yesterday?
I don't know.
I don't think so. Not in this class. I think tomorrow in the 4400s, the gauntlet has been laid down.
I think you're right. And of course, Kyle Chaney setting the precedence yesterday of jumping down back door in the UTV, but he also will be qualifying for the 4400 class, so will he do it again?
Well, that's very, very true. I hadn't considered that option. And it just shows the growth of that class. The 4900s, how they're actually moving into other classes as well, but there are restrictions.
Yes, there are specific things that they have to do to their UTV to be able to pass the tech specs for the 4400 class.
So watch now, we're watching Curtis Harriman making his way back towards the short course.
And Curtis Harriman has a front left flat. You can see the rubber flapping around.
3 wheels on my wagon, but I'm still rolling along. I'm
Sing
really
it.
bad at singing.
We're going to put you on the national anthem.
You don't need that in your life, man. Trust me. It's
I always-
Miles' favourite song, and he will never forgive me if I ruin it.
I probably wouldn't either. It's my favorite song as well. I don't think that Dave Cole would let you come up here and sing that, because if you didn't have that voice.
To be fair, I'm all over not doing it, so we're all good. Okay, Curtis Harriman making his way into town now. As you say, he has that left front, and that was a very common flat tyre that we saw during the desert race, particularly on this first section of goat trails as they head out of Hammertown.
So we have our second car coming in with flats today. So there's 2 so far. 2 flat tire. Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. Going into these turns with those flat tires, it just does not want to do
and
what
you can
it's
see
supposed
that
to do.
tyre is actually just starting to break up now.
Thank goodness he's almost to the end. He's got 2 more turns and 1 more jump.
Yep, he's got to make it around the Herbst corner. And if you're with Herbst, remember, any advertising is good advertising.
Going through the Herbst corner into the last turn is our Can-Am corner. But that right-hand turn is definitely difficult for him right now. He has to make sure, because you don't want that to actually come off and then possibly dig in so much that it will make you topple over.
Yeah, that's just Sal, though. We just saw stationary for a moment. I'm just wondering if he was making a change there from high ratio to low ratio. Yeah, you see that tyre really came apart there for Curtis Harriman just at the end. But if it's going to fall apart anywhere, there's the best place for it. Now we're coming out to drop zone here. This is that suicide leap we were talking about. And you see how loose the ground is there. You've got to hold that momentum. And so you can't see anything. It is absolutely, where am I going, where am I going, where am I going? Oh no, this is top of resolution, in fact. I do apologise. But it's a similar thing. It is an absolute blind crest as you come on over the top. Now, I didn't just drive down this yet last night. I actually walked down it as well in a moment of madness.
You know, that's a good thing to point out. Let's talk about that, because a lot of the racers come out here and, you know, driving down it obviously is what you have to do during the race, but to really see what it's like, a lot of the racers will get out and they will walk the rock lines just to get a perspective on them.
Yep, absolutely. And some of the drivers, they'll want to be using their race cars for pre-running. Other drivers, like Levi Shirley, who we met on track last night, he was just popping down there in his UTV, as we watch the 48.06 there of Steve Graff.
Yes, Steve Graff up there, and coming into the finish line is the 8:19 of Justin Reese. We did not get his start earlier.
Yeah, Justin snuck in under the radar there.
Yes, and Justin Reese is out of Ridgeway, Colorado. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 chassis. He went to King of the Hammers in 2008, but the first time he actually raced it was in 2009. 2-time King at King of the Hammers 2019 and 2021.
We're just watching Josh Sal there, coming down resolution. And the shadows are still long in this famous valley. And Steve Graff in the bottom right making his way up the Crossgrain Hill. And this trail, we were talking to Sergio and to Albert earlier, it is so rough.
Yes, it is. It's only going to get rougher, as we keep saying, especially in those cross grains. I mean, you know, after racing is over, people go out and still run these trails with those cross grain hills. You got to check up on those, because sometimes they're super deep and it'll make you donkey kick, and that's not fun to donkey kick and then go into like a handstand basically.
Yeah, and he takes to the right, so he will be dropping down through back door. And our drone is already chasing him down.
All right, let's talk about this. Kevin Condon is holding that #1 spot at a 10:52.552 in that 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and the 5169 of Brandon Goodwin is sitting in that #2 spot at 11:42.023.
So you see Josh here now dropping down. That's the first of the 2 waterfalls in back door. Now this is the main one here. There are 3 different lines down here, depending on what you want to take. Nice and gentle. Now the thing with the bomber cars is they often collect their rear tyre as they drop down off of that. But he made it nice and easy. So as we continue to watch Steve Graff here and Josh Searle, we are at the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tyre and Power Ultimate Batteries. But today is all about the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge qualifying. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you're on premium, you'll stay with us. If not, we'll see you in 2.
A name synonymous with severe duty work. Born from the need for equipment that would withstand the forces of off-pavement travel. Made to get you in and built to get you out. 75 years later, we walk the same path, innovating an industry forward. Because when you go worn, you go prepared.
Ibach on top of the box, baby.
And welcome back to the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Ultimate Batteries. Today we're in Johnson Valley, California for the 4-wheel parts Everyman Challenge qualifying. 164 cars will be taking the track today to set up for the start and work out the starting order for Friday's main Everyman Challenge race. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than Pam Hall. Pam, how you doing?
I'm doing wonderful, and let's just talk about this for a minute. While we were on commercial break, Josh Searle just came through and took over the #1 spot at a 10:46.74, so 12 seconds faster than Kevin Condon.
Absolutely, and he's one of our rookies, of course.
Yes, he's obviously been out here doing his homework, and yeah, what a great time at 10:46.74, so setting a great lap, and yeah, he came through flying, hauling the mail, had no flats, nothing, jumping off that last jump.
Absolutely. So now, yesterday we saw, of course, Carl Cheney coming through and setting an absolutely blistering time in the 7-minute zone. Now, we're not going to see that today, clearly.
Yes.
But what sort of times do we think we might see with some of the faster 4800s and some of the faster 4500 cars? I mean, I think it's safe to say that we're going to see below 10 minutes, but how far below do we think? Can we get down to that 9-minute zone?
I'm gonna do a guesstimate of a like a 9:33.
Yeah, I think that's pretty solid at that. I agree with that one entirely.
we got Jeremy Jones coming up later.
Jeremy
on.
Jones, we've got Ryan Taylor, we've got Stephen Woody
Yes.
Rose, of course, we've got Cody Sinclair coming into the mix, Jesse Oliver. So we've got some big hitters out there. And let's not forget, at 3 p.m. today will be Power Hour, where you'll be able to see all of your favourites running in the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class in Power Hour. Will be Brexton Glines, Bailey Cole, John Rance, Brad Lovell, Lauren Healy. Then our 4800 Brennix Motorsport class representing will be Ryan Taylor, Stephen Woody Rose Jr., Ryan Webb, and of course our king Randy Slawson. Then the 4500s, there'll be Logan Goodall, Dan Warwick, Dwayne Garrison, Cody Sinclair, Jesse Oliver, and Sean Rance. So a fantastic lineup there for Power Hour, which will be at 3 o'clock today.
Yes, and talking about the fast times, Randy Slawson, like we were talking, does his homework out here.
Yeah, well, nobody knows the trails better than him. And let's not forget, he was a co-driver.
Dave Cole does.
Well, yeah, this is true. Let's not forget, Randy, of course, is a 2-time king and was also in the passenger seat of the original OG.
Yes, exactly. But right now we do have 2 cars on the course. The 4806, I believe, is what that number is.
This is Steve Graff coming in now. Now, just trying to look there. He looks a bit squealy there. Was it just seeing if he had a flat tire, but I think he's okay.
The left rear looks a little wonky, but I don't think it's completely flat.
Yeah,
so.
again, he might be on liners. I agree. It does look like he might have something going on there, but he's at the finish line, so he won't be too worried now.
And then we also have the 75 of Scott Foley making his way down, making a quick time, bumping his way through.
Now, Scott Foley, this is one of the new, is this what I'm thinking? I'll just double check that before I go make, I think, yes, this is also a Bomber Fab frame. Looking very quick there. So another one of the Randy Slauson built frames.
Yeah, Scott Foley is out of Norco, California with a Bomber Fab chassis. And looking really good, really smooth out there.
Yeah, Steve Graff just crosses the line there.
Oh, my goodness, and
wow.
9:30.
We just said that. We're about 9:30. So 9:30 there for Steve Graff. So, wow, great stuff there.
Well, they already beat my time of a 9:33. So awesome job by Steve Graff at 9:32.75.
So, okay, I'll throw it the other way. Can we get into the 8 minutes?
Heck, I don't know. Let's go with I'm gonna guess an 8:57.
Yeah, it's going to be some fast cars. Now, I'm just looking up here at Scott Foley at the car 75, and this is some pace we're seeing here. Just look at this. There is no quarter being given here.
No, he's driving like Kyle Chaney was driving yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, he's really putting this car to work as he drops down into resolution.
I think if he doesn't have any issues, that he might be pushing that the 925 mark maybe.
Oh, I think he's faster than that looking at this, but it all depends. It's so easy to bleed seconds in resolution. You're so conscious of protecting those tires and making sure you don't make any mistakes. The seconds just fall through your fingers. And that's the amazing thing when we see those UTVs on the attack. Because they're much lighter than the bigger cars, they can actually really pound those tires much harder without risk of the flats.
Yes, exactly.
And listen, this is a 4,000 pound or a 2-ton hammer. It's very easy to cut a tire as you make your way down here. See our recovery crews parked on the sides, waiting to assist if they're required.
Yes, we have a great recovery crew out there all over the race course. Some of them are volunteers. Some of them are actual, people that work for us every single year as well. So if you guys see them in their orange vests, those are our volunteers. Make sure you say thank you to them and, thanks for coming out and helping us out because we have lots of volunteers out here. But we do see somebody getting towed off over here to the right. I believe that is Twitchy McGee.
Yeah, I think that is Twitchy McGee. Now, this is going to be a tough recovery because trying to get back up that sand wash just as a four-wheel drive vehicle is tough. Trying to be a four-wheel drive vehicle towing up the hill is really tough.
All right, do we think that the 75 of Scott Foley is going to take the bypass or go down back door? What did he do?
There are no choices here,
Okay,
Pam.
he's going down
back door.
Great shot.
That wasn't even a consideration for this man. Okay, so there's the first of the 2 waterfalls. Now you've got to straighten it up. Get ready for the second one. And here's the drop. This is the bigger one. Down he comes, and it's hit the throttle. You've got to be careful at the bottom there. There's a couple of really big rocks, and I mean really big, about the same size as those wheels. And be coming round, making his way around the bottom of Short Bus now into the sand wash. One of our 4,500 class drivers, Justin Hall, walking past.
Making sure we say hi to all of our drivers. A lot of them are out here watching as well, and the crews are out here watching. That I was overhearing, people talking like, hey, make sure you're up here watching this because the lines are changing so often. Make sure you're watching the live feed and see what everybody else is doing.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about this yesterday. Do we watch yesterday or do we watch today? And I think the answer is you've got to watch today because it changed so much overnight with just the big cars out there on course doing the pre-running.
Yes, I mean, the pre-running that is going on, like you're saying, lots of cars out there. It does change it up. The rocks move a lot, so definitely want to make sure. Okay, so the 4807 is actually out there on the short course area.
Yeah, and that's... So we have Scott Foley coming on down through the arch now, the Bronco arch, and he's looking really good. This is a great pace here from Scott Foley. I reckon there's a possibility he might go sub 9 minutes here.
Well, I guessed 8:57 when you asked about that one earlier. So we'll see. My 9:33 already got beat. So 48.07 in the bottom right-hand screen in that yellow race vehicle is Don Stein out of Washington with Stein Motorsports in a Trent Fab chassis. The first race for him was at the Ultra 4 race, King of the Hammers 2022.
Yeah, Don Stein looking nice and tidy through there, but right now it's all about Scott Foley.
I cannot wait. I get so antsy. I know that the teams are out here all antsy as well, but I get antsy and nervous myself. My hands get sweaty because I'm like so excited for these guys.
Okay, Scott Foley, he takes the last jump. Big leap as he comes back into Hammertown as we cut back to Don Stein.
I should have went with my first number. I said 9:25.
You did say 9:25. You see, it looked quicker than that, didn't it? Yeah. 9:25. That's an amazing run there from Scott Foley. And also goes to show just how fast Steve Graff was.
Yeah, Steve Graff was definitely really, really quick out there. But Scott Foley just now by almost completely 5 seconds.
And the reason I said that is because let's not forget, Steve Graff looked like he had 2 flat tires.
Yes, exactly. He did have 2 flat tires, but you can see the 48.07 right there sawing at the wheel just a little bit, you know, trying to not get any flat tires on all these rock sections, and it's very rough right there. The ruts are getting deeper and deeper. As you can see, he's trying to stay out of them, but sometimes you can't help it because the car will get in those ruts and it'll actually steer for you even though you're not wanting it to. But he's making his way through our area back on the cross grain hill. So the 48.07 up there in the top left, and the 48.19 getting ready to take the green flag here in just a minute. That is Jesse Lee sitting at the start line, patiently waiting. Jesse Lee is out of Prater, California. The first Ultra 4 race was at King of the Hammers 2017, and he is with J. Lee Racing with Dan English riding passenger seat.
Yes, he's been out here a number of years now. Be good to see what he can do out there on our track as we watch Don Stein at the moment in the top left of our screen. Great shot there out back of the Hammertown. He'll be working his way up towards the drop zone. This is a 3.5 mile qualifying course and has some really good rocks in it. Dave Cole turned around and said, a few people last year said, oh man, the qualifying course isn't long enough. So he went, okay, not a problem. Here you go. Have a longer qualifying course. Be careful what you wish for in Hammertown is my advice.
You know, having a longer qualifying course is fun, but last year, you know, going up Chocolate Thunder, we did see, you know, some issues and going across those ridge lines and everything. I mean, remember Shannon Campbell.
You call them issues. I call them great watching.
Great watching. That is true, but, you know, we saw Shannon Campbell getting ready to come down, you know,
rolling down the
idle
back
issues.
There. And then we also saw Christopher Branton doing that incredible leap through the air. Yeah,
yes.
it was an amazing qualifying session, but this year we're also getting that as well. We saw last night Kyle Cheney break the internet when he jumped backdoor.
Right, exactly. I mean, we talk about this. Remember a couple years ago when Lauren Healy jumped the rocks over here at Means Butte when he came through that Bronco arch? And now we have, you know, Kyle Cheney basically doing the same exact thing. So it's going to be exciting to see if we're going to have Lauren Healy do jumping the back door like Kyle Cheney did.
Yeah, I think I'd probably put my mortgage on that if I'm honest. Now we're just watching Jesse Lee off the line in the bottom of our rights there, or the right-hand side of our screen, should I say. And in the top there, it is Don Stein.
Don Stein making his way through. This is where it's kind of a gradual uphill right here.
Yeah, now this is actually drop zone. He's actually coming to now. He's come out the back of trap door, and this is, like I say, it's a blind crest as you come over. You can't see. You can get some idea, and he's just hesitating there, and I can't say I blame him. You really have to set yourself up for this one.
100%. I have to say, you know, usually the drone footage and the cameras don't do it justice of how steep these hills actually are, but going into the beginning of this when he was dropping in, that drone footage really showed how steep it actually is. And there we do have John Schaefer's Jeep right there. They have more than likely started hiking back here to Hammertown. They are not at their vehicle, so they will be recovering it after this is all over.
Now, there is some good news for John Schaefer because he's not actually racing until Friday.
True.
So he has got a couple of days to get, as somebody would say, get his junk fixed and get ready for that start line. But there's Don Stein right now in the 48.07. I'm watching Jesse Lee going across the cross-grain hill. And these ruts are really torn out now. Every little bump, just you feel it through the back of your spine.
Well, you can see, look at the 48.06 or 48.07, I'm sorry about that, of Don Stein. You can just see his arms just working at that steering wheel, just working his way around. And you know, like I was saying, you get into the rut areas too when you're racing fast. Sometimes those the ruts will grab your steering wheel, and you have no option of, you know, the car wants to do what it wants to do. But same thing with the rocks. I mean, you're hitting these rocks really hard. The steering is bumping around. You're working hard. I call it similar to arm pump whenever you are motocross racing as well. But Jesse Lee making his way through Trapdoor.
Yeah, and we're just coming up over the top and dropping into Resolution here. As I said, there's two lines. You can either take the left line or you can take the right line. And we're seeing Don Stein taking the right line. So as you come in over, you have to turn to the left and then you have to swing back to the right. And again, this is a very steep trail as you drop in, very loose, very rocky.
And the ticker is on our screen for Don Stein. Right now he's at a 7:19 while he is in Resolution.
And if you're just joining us, this is the 4 Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge qualifying. A fantastic day of qualifying action here in Johnson Valley, California at the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tire and powered by Optima Batteries.
All right, so let's talk about this for a minute. Our top 5 fastest qualifiers of the day are in our 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We have Scott Foley in the number 75 sitting in that number 1 spot at a 9:25.688. The 48.06 of Steve Graff in that second position at a 9:32.75.
Yeah, then in third is Josh Sauer with a 10:40, and then in fourth is Kevin Condon coming across the line in the 10:52. The highest place of our 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class was Sergio Pinillos.
Yes, and Sergio is sitting in that number 1 spot, like you were just saying, with a time of 12:48.645.
Yes, that was a great run there from Sergio. Well, we still got some very heavy hitters in the 4600 class coming later today in Power Hour. Do not miss that. Be here for 3 p.m. sharp as we get our heroes out on track and see what they can do. And it was right down yesterday until the very last car, Mr. Kyle Cheney, who came out and took pole position with an unbelievable run of under 8 minutes.
Our Power Hour yesterday was a lot of heavy hitters. We saw a couple rollovers. Paul Wolf, he qualified in 2 different cars because he is trying to race in 2 different classes for the season and ended up rolling in both cars. Tough day for Paul Wolf. One of them was actually in the infield. When you come down from the Bronco Arch and you're making that left-hand turn to come into the short course, it just caught him and took him over.
Yeah, now Paul Wolf's one of those guys. He gives 120%. There is no off button.
Oh, that 46.19 right before we cut to our crowd over here watching on our monster stage over here was doing a little bit of a bumping bicycle.
A bumping bicycle.
It bumped him onto a bicycle. He hit the rocks pretty hard and it bumped him up on 2 wheels. Good thing it didn't take him over because he's still running along there. So Jesse Lee.
Yeah, we're just watching Don Stein there on the left-hand side of our picture. He's picking his way down through the bottom of Resolution. And you can see the split there, so he'll have a choice. You can either take to the left and take the bypass line, or he can go right and drop down the infamous back door.
Don Stein was having quite a good run, but it looks like he slowed down just a bit in this area. I mean, obviously probably saving the car just a little bit, but right now he's running at almost a 10-minute time.
Yeah, it's really easy to bleed time as you come down through Resolution, particularly if it's a trail you don't know. There are big rocks in there.
So Jesse Lee should be our last 8 o'clock hour 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class out on course. We'll be moving into our 9 o'clock hour here in just a few moments. We already are in our 9 o'clock hour, but we're just a couple minutes behind here.
Yeah, our race ops will be working very hard to catch up some time again.
Yes, we have a great group of people. We always talk about our volunteers and everybody, our course workers and everything, but the behind the scenes in race ops is something that, that's a very important job. They work hard in there. They're probably, honestly, the hardest workers out here, keeping everything flowing well. And yeah, it's definitely a huge team effort and an army to put on this whole entire race series.
It is indeed. And Don Stein, he drops down through back door. Just changed his line a little bit there, but he's down safely. He'll be pushing his way into the wash, making a sharp right turn, and then heading back towards Hammertown.
So Jim, let's talk about this for a minute. Majority of all of our drivers right now are running their co-driver. Now yesterday in our UTV class, our Can-Am UTV qualifying, a lot of them weren't running their co-driver.
Yeah, well that's very sensible. You've got to remember we're talking about very different vehicles here.
Mm-hmm.
So the vehicles that we're watching today, they're around about that sort of 4,000 or 4,500 pound mark. So they're pushing, for the lads and lasses at home, that's around about 2 ton to 2.5 ton. Yesterday the vehicles we were seeing are sort of around that sort of 2,000 pound mark again, so around that sort of 1 ton or even under. So if you've got somebody sitting in your vehicle that is, I don't know, 200 pounds or getting close to that, that makes a massive weight difference to your vehicle. And these guys will be trimming their fuel. It's so close at the top. They'll be trimming their fuel down to the maximum, to the minimum amount of fuel that they require, and they don't want dead weight. And co-drivers for this particular course, in theory, it's dead weight. However, if you're running a vehicle that weighs nearly 4,000 to 5,000 pounds, okay, and this is what you do, you want a co-driver sat next to you. Because, do you know what, he's going to keep you calm. He's another set of eyes. He's looking out for those rocks, or she's looking out for those rocks, talking you through, keeping you calm and keeping you honest. So if you're in this style of vehicle, co-driver, yes please. If you're in a smaller vehicle like a UTV, probably for qualifying, I'd run on my own.
Gotcha. The great way of putting that all together for us. And perfect example, we saw Megan Miller earlier having some issues, and her co-driver had to get out and help, winch the car. So it's a perfect example why you do want to run
it. Put it another way. If Paul Wolf, for example, had a co-driver with him, it wouldn't have changed anything for him.
Right, exactly. Exactly. The 48.07 of Don Stein making his way through the Bronco Arch, almost done with the qualifying time. Definitely slowed down on his pace just a little bit.
Yeah, I wonder if he's shifted to low, can't change back to high, or if there's something going on there. But I think there's a bit more of a story, as you say, because he started a lot faster than this, and you can see he's being caught here right now.
And that's
by
Jesse Lee. Yes.
So Jesse Lee will just be giving him a little bit.
And
bit of a beep on the horn, and you can see by the way that Jesse's pulling away from him here. It does look like Don Stein is probably carrying a problem.
Yes, definitely shows that he was having a good pace earlier on, but in the bottom right-hand side, we have had the 4894 take the green flag as well, out of Peoria, Arizona, with 2 Tech Auto. He's in a Trent Fab chassis, so another racer out on course down there. Actually, he's gone quite a bit. He's already down in Resolution, so he's been on course for quite a bit.
Yeah, Ryan Hawkins looking good there. And he's the first of our 9 a.m. batch that are going out.
So more than likely, we started on time. So because we just didn't see him start.
Yeah, the only car I haven't seen so far is the EV class entry, which was Keith Silver.
And you don't have to actually qualify.
No, you don't.
So
yeah,
if you don't want to qualify, rear start. If it's a larger class, a rear start. But obviously, right now, I believe that is our only EV we have out here. So.
Yeah, let's just cut back to the qualifying. So if you're in a Brannick Motorsports 4800 class vehicle, or if you're in a 4500 Yukon gear and axle vehicle, the times are being mixed together. So a 4500 can start in front of a 48 or vice versa. However, if you're in a 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class vehicle, you will be starting behind the 45s and 48s. And the reason for that is they run a shorter modified course.
Exactly.
There we are.
There you are. The man with the knowledge right here. I love it.
It's almost like I've been here before.
It's like you've done this a time or two.
So here we go. Great shot here as they come down through Resolutions. This is Ryan Hawkins.
And we should have 14 cars take the green flag in our 9 o'clock hour.
And you can see the size of these rocks now. Look at that. It's nearly half the size of the car as he makes his way past it.
Trying to make out the number of that vehicle we see up in the top left. That might be the 4863.
I think that is John Holtzman. That is John Holtzman.
Okay.
From Holtzman Racing.
Out of Newcastle, California. His first race was at King of the Hammers 2020. He's running in a Jimmy's chassis with the LS 427, 650 horsepower.
Okay, so we're watching a car coming down through drop zone now.
And that is Ryan Hawkins dropped already through back door, making his way down into the final area of the qualifying loop. Great run going on up there by John Holtzman.
Yeah, he's putting together a real solid run here. And Ryan Hawkins is looking good for pace as well.
They are both, looks like they are making a great time. We shall see. So Ryan Hawkins right now is at a 8:41.
And this is going to be, these 4500s and 48s, they are going to be very closely matched out there on course. We're going to see a lot of cars in sort of that between sort of 9 and 10 minute zone. I'm really interested to see what the big guns like Jeremy Jones and Ryan Taylor and of course Woody Rose can do out there later on today.
I mean, we can't forget too, you know, we have a lot of names. Chuck Crossland still going. We have Sean Reisky. I mean, lots of large names going here.
Yeah,
Brent
and of course
Harrell. Brent Harrell.
Yeah,
he
Brent
does not
Harrell.
let anything. He
That's
doesn't hold back at all.
Got to be one of my favorite cars in this class without a shadow of a doubt. Built by the twisted genius that is Paul Herschel. Okay, here we go. Now, this is John Holtzman, and now I love this line. This is the central line coming over the top into Resolution. You've got to drop down those few rocks. He makes it look incredibly easy. The nice thing about coming over that line is it sets you up for the drop in. So you're not turning wheels or doing anything. You can just get your eyes down and focus on what's ahead of you. But you can see how sharp these rocks are. It's so easy just to get the line wrong, and he's picking it perfectly here.
48.94 making his way through the short course section.
Yeah, the 48.94, that is Ryan Hawkins. So this is looking like he's laying down a very fast time here. I'm guessing this is going to be sub 10 minutes, but we will find out very shortly.
I know we both come into the middle here. Ryan Hawkins in that number 4 spot. Actually bumped him up. Yeah, number 4 spot at a 10.19.
That's quick, yeah.
Look at that. Look at Jesse Lee,
Yeah.
10.19.086. Ryan Hawkins, 10.19.165.
100th of a second.
Wow. That is super close.
Okay, here's one of the Let's Roll cars here.
All right.
This is the 44-49 of Antonio
Grijalva.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. So Antonio Grijalva sitting there patiently waiting for the start, as we all do. Antonio's out of Mesa, Arizona, in an OG Let's Roll chassis. He's with Let's Roll Off-Road. And his first race was at Havasu in 2023, so that is awesome. So Antonio Grijalva.
Yeah, I can see Andrew McLaughlin and his crew standing out there in the crowd, getting ready to watch.
And I'm not sure if Kimberly Sparrow took the green flag quite yet. She was supposed to be after John Holtzman, so we'll see if she is out on course and we just missed that green flag.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one.
But still, the man of the hour, the man of the day so far is Scott Foley in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class at a 9:25. And this is our Everyman Challenge qualifying today. And Jim, it's been awesome. The weather's beautiful, it's warming up, and we've got some action going on.
Yeah, we have got some action. Now, this is interesting. That's John Holtzman, and if I'm not mistaken, he's taking the bypass line at back door. Now, this is what we were talking about earlier. Yes, he has. And he's taken that high line as well, which is very difficult to hold on to. You can see how loose it is as he brings it round. He's got to go out round here. He's got to make his way around a delineator, and he's already done that, and he's making his way down through. Now, there's several trains of thought here about whether this is a faster line than taking on the backdoor descent. So we're going to find out very short. Oh, no, he's pulling over.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, no. We don't want to see that. Oh, tough break there for John Holtzman. He had a really good run going on there early on. That's very unfortunate. It looks like it will be a rear start for John Holtzman.
I wonder what happened. That he was having a great run going on.
Yeah, look, fantastic. And we will never know, will we?
Well, we will know when we find out.
Faster the other way? Okay, still plenty of action out here on track. Let's not forget we have 164 qualifiers today, and we've only got 30 of them on track so far.
30 of them on track, but we've had 22 of them actually take the checkered flag for their qualifying times today.
And it's Antonio out of the Let's Roll Off-Road team.
Oh, and
making his way through all these incredibly deep ruts.
And there we do have Kimberly Sparrow is on course. So
fantastic.
We do have her. She's over in the drop zone.
Yep, this is the drop zone. This is the suicide drop off the top. Completely blind cresting.
And Kimberly, she is out of Colorado with Sparrow Motorsports. Her husband, Hunter, is co-driving for her, and he will be in our 4400s tomorrow. It is a home-built car called Wasabi with an LS48 stroker. She's been around Ultra 4 since KOH of 2012. The first time she actually drove as a driver of record was at KOH 2019.
Yeah, he's been racing with us a long time now. Always does very well. As does our husband, Hunter. Oh, Antonio getting a big kicker there. And this car could tell some stories, I can tell you.
It's
section, been there, seen it, done it.
Exactly. This section, though, is that area that we were talking about earlier on, too. It's got the rollers, the kickers, the sandiness with all the rocks hiding in there as well. But Kimberly Sparrow making her way through Resolution.
Yeah, just nice and controlled. Not trying to be a hero, just keeping it nice and steady. Knows what she has to do. And Antonio down there hauling the mail now. Trying to put some time down. You can see those big kickers there putting that suspension to work. These vehicles are limited to 14 inches of travel. 37-inch DOT tyre. And solid axles only allowed in this class.
You can see our recovery crew sitting right there. That's an area where we were having some issues yesterday. We have recovery crew again all over the race course. So, Jim, I want to pick your brain for a second. You are front and center of qualifying. What's going through your head right now? Because you will be qualifying later on, in our 1 o'clock hour. So what's going through your head right now? Let's hear it.
Just trying to keep it on four wheels and hopefully get to the finish. So,
well,
yeah, I'm going to be driving in Jimmy Jack's 4500 class car, and it's a car that's got great pedigree here. He phoned me 2 weeks ago and said, I've got a crazy idea. Crazy idea became me driving his car. So, yeah, so we're going to see what happens out there on track later on. I think I'm in the 1 p.m. qualifying stage, so I've got to try and prove that I know what I'm talking about, really, haven't I?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're literally going from the stage to qualifying. So, but front and center, you're watching all of these drivers and all of these cars go through. You're really getting to focus on lines right now of what's going on.
Yeah, or worry myself.
Or worry yourself.
Would probably be the better way of putting it.
That would probably be what I would say too. Worry myself.
No, I'm really looking forward to it. Got to say a massive thank you to Jimmy Jack and Amy Jack for the opportunity, and can't wait to get out there, and I hope I can do them proud. But right now, it's all about Antonio, who's up there in the Let's Roll Off-Road machine.
And on the bottom right, Kimberly Sparrow going down back door. She kind of got a little bit stuck on the front, and you could see her rear wheels were spinning quite good to get her all the way down back door.
Yeah, Antonio's really pushing on now. This is some good pace here.
And look at Kimberly's time. She's at an 8:43 right now, and she's getting ready to come around for her last leg of the short course.
Always amazes me, actually, how much time it takes to get from the bottom of short bus round to the back, around that short course. The short course is that much bigger this year.
Got to keep everybody on their toes.
Yeah,
can't keep it the same every year.
Yeah, Antonio, they're really doing a great job. This is a tough part of the course. This is good pace through here. This is really good pace.
Yeah, you can tell that he's trying to make up some time. I mean, you make it up where you can, right? I mean, you can't.
And now this is the coming into the top of Resolution, and he's taken that right-hand line. Now you got to sit before. You got to go to the left. Oh no, he's not. He's just going dead straight. Look at that.
That's the area right there we were talking about yesterday. The drivers, some of them were taking it straight over the top because you have to maneuver around, and shorter distance is faster usually.
That is the first time we've seen that line taken today. So great stuff there from Antonio. There's a whole host of drivers who are now making notes.
Exactly, and Kimberly Sparrow just went through the Bronco Arch, getting ready to take a left-hand turn onto the short course.
So, Resolution here, and you can see those great big rocks, but the trail is starting to get carved in, but you've got to be so careful. We saw 2 vehicles roll in this trail last night. And still the shadows are deep and dark.
The shadows can play games on you. The rocks where they're sitting, I mean, sometimes you firsthand out there last night, you said there were a couple rollovers, but out there pre-running yesterday, were you going through any of these areas? Well, you couldn't yesterday because there was qualifying going on, but other areas of the race course, that have these canyons and everything.
I've done about 10 miles of testing, Pam. That's
it?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's still more than what Sergio has on the Jeep that he just
very,
qualified
very
in.
It's very true. No, it's all good.
Kimberly Sparrow making her
look
jump.
at this. This is what we're talking about. It's so easy to get hooked up. And Antonio's just getting hooked up there. He's just trying to fight his way past our line. And it's just deep in shadow there. You just can't see it. So, yep, he's using violence and gravity to make his way through there. And that's just cost him around about 10 to 15 seconds. And all of a sudden, your run just falls apart as quickly as it started. It's unbelievable how this trail changes. Now, he's coming down to the split. Is he going to go through back door? Be very surprised if he doesn't. And he does make his way down into back door.
And let's talk about Kimberly Sparrow. She just came through with her qualifying run at a 10:52.933, so she's sitting in that number 7 spot. Kevin Condon was at a 10:52.552. Look, there are a lot of close times going on this morning.
That's a great time there from Kimberly.
Yes, it is. Sitting in that number 7 spot. Congrats.
Okay, so that's the waterfalls taken care of. And Antonio makes his way back in. He's going to swing to the right. Round the bottom of King Hill and short bus and head back in. This is the Let's Roll Off-Road team, sponsored by Napier Lights and so many other partners. Been racing with us for so many years. Andrew McLaughlin has given us so many moments in qualifying as well. Do you remember that one where he exploded the rock? And then the other year where he rolled it, landed back on his wheels and carried on?
Yeah.
Yeah, same guys.
Experienced drivers. If you land on all fours and it's okay, why not keep going, right?
Absolutely.
Pedal to the metal.
Never surrender. Antonio's looking
Never
very
give
good
up.
here.
Never
Exactly.
give up.
Right, who's in the bottom right of our screen there? I'm just trying to work that out.
That's what I was trying to figure out exactly who that is. I've seen the car, I just do not know the number of it.
I think it might be Corey Allenson, but I will get to that shortly as we watch Antonio comes down through the Bronco Arch and onto the short course true. Now, on this part of the short course, you really do blast back right out back towards short bus. There's a big sweeping 180. Brings you back down towards the turn 19. And that is the 595 of Craig Allen there we see on screen.
Yes, and Craig Allen out of Norco, California with Allen Racing with the Liberty Mountain Fab chassis. First race was Glen Helen in 2016 and has been coming to King of the Hammers, though, since 2009. So it's really cool to see people that have been coming out here, since almost the beginning, and then they started racing later on. So Craig out there on course in the drop zone.
Yeah, so Antonio, he's round turn 19. And he's really laying it down. This is a fantastic run here.
Yes, he is. Let's see what he's going to end up with.
It's a big jump. Fantastic stuff. The car looked really good there. Be very interested to see his time. Yeah, he goes in with a 9:43 and takes it into third position overall. Oh, what a shame. You know what? I reckon that just cost him first place where he got hooked up on that rock.
Yeah, but you know what? Third place is not too bad. We're starting 2 off the line, so he'll be in the second row if he is to hold that spot.
Indeed.
But Antonio Grijalva, brand new driver out here with us.
Indeed, and we got 628 Corey Allenson out on course as well now.
So Corey Allison, 628 out of Carson, Nevada. Don't Be Like Corey Racing is his race team name. He's in a bomber chassis with an LS 5.3, 403 horsepower. His first race was King of the Hammers of 2023.
Yeah, so Corey Allenson looking really good here. So if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tyres and powered by Optima Batteries. Today is about the Everyman Challenge qualifying. We've got 164 cars out there on track and we're not even halfway through this qualifying session. If you're with Premium, you'll stay with us. If you're not, we will see you in 2.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Well, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Since day one, American Outdoors was built on providing active people quality products at reasonable prices. Our original soft-sided AO coolers are known for being convenient, durable, and keeping ice for over 24 hours in extreme heat. Over the last 30 years, AO has expanded our product lineup with high-quality coolers to fit any adventure as well as a variety of marine, outdoor, and off-road products to complement your high-octane lifestyle. So whether it's the next trail run, the next fishing trip, or anywhere in between, be sure to AO and go.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. Today is about the Everyman Challenge qualifying and you're joining us live in Johnson Valley, California. I'm Jim Marsden and next to me is none other than Pam Hall. Pam, how you doing?
I'm doing wonderful if I hit my button right here, but here we have some action going on down here.
Yeah, we do. If you were on the premium feed, you would have been watching this a moment ago, and we're hoping to bring it back to you with a replay any moment now. This is Craig Allen, and he's just coming down towards the bottom of Resolution here. And you can just see it comes to a stop, and we can see smoke. Now, is this tyre smoke? It does look like he's got himself high-centered, and he's trying to punch off there. This is the place we saw Antonio get caught as well. So we were talking about this earlier. The course is changing. And that's the thing with rock sports. It's never the same twice. The course that you drive is different to the course that the next driver drives, and so it goes on. So it looks like what has happened there, he's actually got a rock caught up inside the transmission, probably between one of the links and the axle. So it's going to be really difficult to free that vehicle. So let's see what he can do. He's also got to be careful not to damage it. But it's a real shame there because Craig had a great run going.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. But we did just see the 4811 waiting at the line to take the green flag. That is Trent Roberts with Christopher Ray in that passenger seat out of Clarksburg, California with TW Racing, a GOAT-built IBEX chassis, and his first race was at San Felipe in 2021.
Yeah, and the top left of our screen right now, that's Corey Allenson. And he's punching his way up through this trail, and he's really putting that car to work.
Yes, he is.
Wheels off the ground all the time. And now this is interesting because he's coming into the back of Resolution here. And we know that just down in front of him, Craig Allen is actually stationary. So let's cross all our fingers that Craig Allen can get off that rock before Corey Allison catches him. So it's Trent Roberts in the bottom of our screen there. And it's the 628 of Corey Allenson. So Corey making light work here of Resolution. But where's Craig Allen? How far? We saw Craig was only around about 150 yards from the Y where they split either to the bypass line or to back door. Has he managed to get his car free?
Yeah, because he was definitely stuck on those rocks, and that was tire smoke coming along just a little bit. You know, then we saw him throwing the dirt as well. So hopefully he did get
we've got a
unstuck.
yellow flag here. So yes, he is still stuck.
Okay. Cautionary, letting the drivers know you have to go around.
Yeah, no, this is a difficult area. Is Craig Allen just got free? Just looking there, yes, it does look like he has. Now this is an interesting spot. You have multiple lines here, and you can see that huge rock that he got caught on as Corey Allenson makes the pass on Craig Allen.
And you know what might have happened just now is Craig was getting out of the way because he knew that the oncoming traffic was coming.
Yeah, I think he's also broken his car trying to get free of that rock. So Corey Allenson now makes the change, and he will be dropping into back door. This is what the scene of so many famous moments at King of the Hammers over the years. Do you remember when Shannon Campbell one-shotted back door to overtake Jason Shearer?
Yeah, it's awesome to see what happens.
Big handstand there from Corey.
I mean, they're starting to pick up their pace a little bit more coming down back door. Look at that last drop there. Now he'll be dropping down into the sand wash area. The 628 of Corey Allison.
And back door, this is also a trail that changes every single year depending on the weather and how it gets dug out. This year it's actually a little bit shallower than normal.
You know why that is? I mean, we don't have the shootout there anymore, and then the big old rock bouncers haven't been out there, because what happens is they sit there and they spin their wheels, right? What does it do? It digs it out.
But also we have this thing called the sun, the wind,
and the rain.
And the weather.
You just said the W word. You're not supposed to do that.
And through the year it changes the course entirely, and that happens all the way around these hammer trails.
Oh, getting a little cross there, bouncing around. That's always a scary point whenever you're racing a car, when you have a high speed going and you get into an area where you start, I call it donkey kicking, where you're back and forth and swapping back and forth in the rear end. It gets a little scary. But
we call it fishtailing where I come from. Either way, it's horrible.
But what do you do when that happens? And when in doubt, you throttle out.
Throttle out. Hold it down, baby.
Yep.
So this is the 628. This is Corey Allenson. Going to be coming through the Bronco Arch right now. He's got a good run coming together here. And you gotta feel sorry for Craig Allen. He had a really solid run there coming through Resolution. He probably had notes. And when he got there, it was different to what he was expecting.
Oh, do we have a flat tire on the 4811?
Yeah, it did look like something flapping at the back, but I don't think he is. I think he looks okay.
It might have just been the soft dirt sometimes will play tricks, but it kind of looks like something might be going on.
So 628 here making his way down towards turn 19, the Herbst corner.
So still sitting in that number 1 spot, though, is Scott Foley at a 9:25, and you know these guys are trying to push it. They want to be in that number 1 spot.
Yeah, Scott Foley, that was a fantastic run there. In his Bomber Fab car.
Oh, little wheelie in right there. I keep seeing, that's a couple times I've seen that today in the area where he's at. It wheelies up, hitting that rock a little too hard, maybe.
Yeah, you got to push on. And these guys are pushing on now. Some good pace there from Trent Roberts. Here we go, and this is the 6:28, just crossing the line.
All right.
That's Corey Allenson.
With a 10:23.99, so that should put him in that number 6 position. So congrats, Corey Allison.
The term for that is solid.
Solid run right there.
But you're seeing the pace now as well. These guys aren't just crawling along. They're not just looking to get to a finish. They're pushing the envelope. They're really charging as hard as they can.
Yes, and then we do now have the 1776 of Jeff Watson up there in that top left-hand corner of your screen, and the number 1766.
Yeah, he's pushing really hard there. He's got a big old donkey kick off the back end.
Oh, you took my name. I like it. You're starting to use it. Jeff Watson out of Flagstaff, Arizona for Go for Broke Racing, a Tribe 16 PSC chassis, was an LS3, and he was a rookie here at King of the Hammers in 2023.
Yeah, great to see him back out here again. And good to see a Tribe machine out on track.
Yes.
Yeah, he's really putting that suspension to work. I cannot tell you how rough that trail is. It really is very cut up. As Trent Roberts makes his way down through Resolution. See our course workers car there. Got a rollover at just the exact point like there last night.
And you know, I thought Trent had a flat tire, but you know he's looking pretty good, so I don't think it actually was flat.
No, I think he just got a bit of a flapper on there. Oh, big jump there.
See right there, those big whoops, they can get you. These guys have it under control.
We still see there Craig Allen still trying to make his way off the course. I think in his fervour to try and break free of the rocks that he has actually done damage to that car. So really tough break there for Craig Allen. He had a great run going.
All right, we do have a recovery vehicle that is sitting, waiting to go by. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, now look at this. I wasn't expecting this, but it does look like Trent Roberts there is taking the bypass line. Now, you see how much horsepower he had to use to get to the top of that hill. Absolutely everything he had and then some.
Well, and if you look at it correctly, too, you know, he was trying to make that left-hand turn and got into a little bit more sandy, but you're talking about taking that left-hand lane right there, and you can see that it must be pretty steep because even though they're on the throttle, they're still slipping down into, you know, the silty area.
Yeah, it's very steep indeed. One of our Aussie course workers walking past the booth. Thank you very much to all of our course workers who are out here at King of the Hammers.
Yes, he's been actually out there on the start line, starting the vehicles off yesterday during our UTV qualifying. Getting some awesome pictures over through some footage people are sending over. Andy, our medical director out here at King of the Hammers, is sitting there at the drop zone doing recovery over there. So Andy McDaniel, thanks for giving the updates. All right, we have quite a few cars still left for the day out here for our Everyman Challenge. But
another
it's been
130 something.
Right, exactly. But you know what? We're in our 9 o'clock hour. It's going by super fast. We started at 7 a.m. this morning. And what is so exciting about this, normally we start at 8. Yep. We had to bump it up an hour because of so many entries. And I love that. This class is growing every year, and to have to bump it up due to too many entries, to so many entries is pretty awesome.
It is indeed. I'm so chuffed to see so many entries in the 4500 class as well. As a class that was slightly in decline for a year or two, and it's bouncing back hard, so that's great to see. As we watch the 4811 there, Trent Roberts. And for those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tire and Optima Batteries. We're out here in Johnson Valley, California, about 3 hours south of Los Angeles in the Mojave Desert for some of the greatest rock racing action in the world. As Trent Roberts crosses the line to post the time.
Now, 2 more turns and 1 more jump, and we'll get that time for you as we have Jeff Watson up in the top left hand going down into the back door area.
Yeah, he's just around turn 19, coming around the final Talladega bend. And he will be taking that time as he hits the final jump. Might guess around 10:30. 10:22 for Trent Roberts.
You were close, but yeah, awesome. 10:22.995. Great run by Trent. In the 1776, Jeff Watson making his way down back door. We do have on the line the number 7 of Sean Leonardi. In the number 7. Sean is out of Hollister, California with Hollister Racing in a Trent Fab chassis with the LQ9. His first race for Ultra 4 was Tooele, Utah in 2014. So been around quite a while.
So Jeff Watson making his way down through the sand wash. Trying to keep it straight there. Car wants to go one way, he wants it to go the other.
And that's exactly what we were talking about earlier. I was saying, you know, how the car sometimes wants to have a mind of its own when it gets into those grooves and to the cross grains.
Yeah, now this is a difficulty. So many times driving these cars can be incredibly difficult, and you're almost suggesting, it's almost like sailing a boat. You're suggesting a direction. You can't make sharp, savage turns or else you bleed speed. Also, it becomes unsafe. But when you're in those goat trails and or you have all of those rocks all over the place, you have to try and pinpoint it, and that is not easy. As we watch there, that car coming down through the drop zone, great pace. And that's the kind of pace you're going to need to hit if you want to be on the top of the box here at the Everyman Challenge qualifying session in Hammertown.
And you can just see how the rear end just keeps bouncing around. That is Michael Kelly in the number 707. Michael Kelly making great time already. Michael is out of...
oh, we got a rollover in the short course. That's Jeff Watson there in the 1776.
He had such a great run going for him.
Yeah, it's so easy to do. Just got to flick off of those turns. But look at this. Our course workers are already on the case.
Did he just now make the left-hand turn into the short course?
Yeah, he was just coming in there. He did a Paul Wolf.
It's exactly where I was going with that, because that's exactly where Paul Wolf rolled as well. But down in that bottom right-hand corner, while we get that recovery going, we do have Michael Kelly out of Cancun, Mexico, is what it's saying here. Team Indiana, Jimmy's 4x4 chassis with the LS. His first race with us was at King of the Hammers in 2023.
Now, I want to see what line he takes here. Yeah, no, he does cut down to the left. We've only seen one car come across that top line there and shoot down onto the right. So Jeff Watson, they're just waiting for a vehicle to come in to recover him right now. I did see Travis Cook down there. One of our course workers who's been out with us at Hammers for forever and then a bit longer. Some say that he is older than the rocks themselves.
Well, then he looks pretty good for being older than the rocks.
I think that actually goes to Gene Mooneyham. Gene, we love you. Great to see you out here.
Gene is another one that always has a smile on his face as well. But here we look at that drone getting right in. Look, they're giving a thumbs up. Yeah, Jeff Watson and co-driver sitting there on their side. Oh, and there goes the drone. The drone is mimicking.
Yeah, the drone is doing. Play dead.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Travis is just sitting there shaking his head.
So we saw that sitting on the line is the 680 of Colin Hornick. He'll be taking that green flag here in just a moment.
So did the drone pilots walk over there and goes, "Excuse me, sir, can I have my toy back, sir?"
Travis isn't only vehicle recovery, he's also drone recovery.
Drone recovery, yeah. I bet there's $20 involved in that one. Right now, it's the 707 of Michael Kelly making his way down through Resolution. Good solid run here. Now, we saw some great pace from Michael earlier in this lap, and he's just taking his time here, picking good lines. Is he going to go left? Is he going to go right? Never in doubt. Into back door he goes.
Taking that shorter line. And on the bottom right-hand, Colin Hornick in the number 680 from Colorado with UC Motorsports and a Jimmy's Bronco chassis, a small block Ford. First race was at Visions 2022, and it's him and his college buddies that started the race team.
Yeah, that's very cool indeed. And another one coming down through that suicide drop as well. Michael Kelly now coming out the bottom of back door.
Look at the bouncing. Look at that. You see that?
Yeah, he's really on it now. But this is what we're saying. That course is so cut up out there.
I mean, it looks like he was in air bouncing around across those cross greens.
Yep. Looks like he just had got a little bit crossed on course there. Wasn't quite sure where he was supposed to go.
I think his car was telling him where to go. Michael Kelly up there with a 7:39 run right now, getting ready to come down over into the Bronco Arch and drop down into our short course.
Yeah, Michael Kelly here is looking very good indeed. Okay, so Sean Ladini picking his way. These are big rocks here. You've only got to work hard. We saw guys here 3 wheels off the ground earlier on today, and I think we're going to see more of that. Sean really works hard, pushing on. You can see him throwing down all the horsepower he has as he makes his way up towards Resolution. Takes that right-hand line again.
All right, number 7 of Sean making his way down Resolution. And Michael Kelly coming in for the finish, has 2 more turns and 1 more jump.
He has indeed. He's got to come in round through that turn 19. And he's got the Talladega bend, 1 final jump, and he will receive a time. I'm guessing again somewhere around that sort of 10-minute 30 mark.
You like that 10-minute 30 mark.
I think many other people like it.
I'm gonna do like a 10:26.
Ooh.
I'm gonna see here because last time it was 10:22.
10:32.
Let's bet.
You're on. I shouldn't do that until I know what we're betting. But we're going to have to wait for his time to pop up anyway, so we're never going to know.
$1 bet. That's all it is $1.
Right, so we're watching Sean Ladini here making his way down through Resolution.
Oh, look at that. We were both wrong.
We weren't even close, Pam. Michael Kelly, ladies and gentlemen, has just thrown down a 9:11. Absolutely astonishing stuff there. A full 14 seconds ahead of our car, or what was our first place car, of Scott Foley. So Michael Kelly goes into the lead. Right, if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tyres and powered by Optima Batteries. We are here for the Everyman Challenge qualifying. 164 of the best Everyman Challenge vehicles out there on course today. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you're with Premium, you'll be staying with us. If not, we will see you in 2.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new, get it done, Nitto Recon Grappler. A true, all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
John Matthews, officially first place in the 4,500 Yukon Gear.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. Today is about the Everyman Challenge qualifying, and what a morning of qualifying action it has been so far. We started at 7 a.m. this morning, and it's been absolutely epic. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me is Pam Hall. How are we doing?
We're doing wonderful. Seeing some awesome qualifying. We just had Michael Kelly throw down the fastest lap of the day right before we went to break with a 9:11.332. So he took over that lead from Scott Foley. We thought Scott Foley was a quick time at a 9:25.688. But Jim, we were talking earlier, we're wondering if we're going to break that 9-minute mark.
Yeah, we are talking about it, and I'm looking at this, and do you know what? Michael Kelly was absolutely on it. But what really amazed me is he looked so smooth. That's why I was fooled into thinking that it was only going to be around that sort of like 10-20 mark, something like that. Smooth is fast, Pam. We all know that.
Exactly.
So Michael Kelly, absolutely fantastic. But we've got some big hitters coming up all the way through this qualifying session. And let's not forget, at 3 p.m., it will be Power Hour. And the big guns are going to be coming out to play.
Yes, it is. And you going out yourself through that 1 o'clock hour, I'm super excited to see you out on race course. You're getting a little nervous watching this. You kind of brought up to me a few minutes ago, but you're going to do just fine. You're well seasoned. But we do right now on the bottom right hand side is our 680 going through. Colin Hornick making his way through. He took off and was having a great fast time going, and then I'm not sure, I thought he was going a little faster than what he's actually doing right now.
Now,
but
this actually looks like one of our 4600 class here in the top of our screen. So I think this car's already been out on course today. I'm just trying to get a number on that, and I'll let you know. But I'm wondering if he's been offered a rerun for some reason there. I'm just trying to get a number on there. As soon as I do, I will let you know. Could be, of course, that he just turned up late for qualifying. But we do try to get everybody in. If somebody has a mechanical failure or they can't make the start line for whatever reason, so long as they just didn't stay in bed late, we will try to get them onto the start line. We want everybody racing for as long as they can.
Yeah, so you start the hour on fours. Yeah, and then just lap it.
Oh, and then they adjust it as the flow and production.
They make the call on that shit?
Yeah,
so
same as yesterday.
Yeah. This is nice and easy, just listen.
Yeah, mate. Actually, I would prefer not to have to think like you.
So if you're just joining us, this is the Everyman Challenge qualifying session here at the 2024 King of the Hammers. We're just watching this 4600 class car making his way down over the drop zone. It's a gnarly rock section. And this is the 4675, just had it confirmed. And he is getting a rerun due to a traffic jam. I thought I'd seen him earlier today. Yeah, that is Alex McNeil. And when you have a course that is 3.5 miles long, with some of the most famous trails that you can find here at Hammers, you are going to get the occasional traffic jam. But our race ops want everybody to have a fair time and also have a fair run. So Alex McNeil is rerunning his time. Let's see what he can do. We saw Sergio Pinillos laying down the fastest time in 4600 earlier on today. Let's do it. We've got more cars coming in. That is the 680. So there we've now got the 951. Oh, stand on it, Jeff. Come on there. That's beautifully saved there from Jeff as he makes his way down through back door. Big wheel stand. And that was on the first waterfall. You've got to be so careful. Everyone's always thinking that the big waterfall is the bottom waterfall, but the top one can catch you out. We saw King Josh Byler roll his vehicle there the other year, so it's very easy to catch out the best. And there in the top corner there is John Holtzman making his way back. We saw him putting together a fantastic run, and then he pulled over on the side of the track, so something happened to John, so he'll be just making his way back into town. And the 951 was Jeff Hasselquist, who we saw just going down through back door. But right now, it's all about Michael Kelly, who laid down that astonishing 9 minutes, 11 seconds. So John Holtzman will be crossing the line as we watch the 224 getting ready for action. And that is Brent Dixon. I think that Bodie Miller might also be out on track as well, but I don't think we saw him leave the start. So we'll be keeping an eye open for him. But for John Holtzman, he'll just be wanting to get back to his pits now, lick his wounds and get his car ready for the main race. And the great thing about this is we're not actually racing this class, the Everyman Challenge, until Friday. So he's got a couple of days to make the changes and make the repairs that he needs. As we watch Jeff Hasselquist coming in through the short course now.
Yes, and Jeff is out there running through that short course. I was going to get some information on him. He must be a late entry because I don't have information on him here, but awesome to see him out here racing with us.
I can tell you he's in a light green car and he's got a Canadian maple leaf on his roof, so I'm guessing he might be from Canada. This is where we need Ian. He would know about him.
Oh, look, and he has a front left flat.
Yeah, now that looks like it. Looks almost like a Miller car.
It does almost look like a Miller car.
Could well be a Miller car. Speaking of Canadians, half Canadian, we have Big Ian joining us in the booth very shortly. So Pam, I've really enjoyed my morning of qualifying with you. I'm going to step out of the booth. I'm going to pass it over to the big man, Ian Johnson.
Well, it's been great in here with you, Jim. You're going to go get your race face on here, and we'll get to see you out here in just a little bit, but in a different style of uniform.
Indeed. Right, I'm out of here. All the best and enjoy.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there, Jim. And Ian is in here with me now in the booth, Ian Johnson. It's great to always work with you. Ian, are you having an amazing day so far?
Pam, you know, it's always a good day to be in here and be in the booth. It's always a great day to be out here in Johnson Valley. And so fill me in. I've been kind of in and out of the VIP tent over there, so I haven't really been paying attention. So what have we seen so far today in qualifying?
Oh, well, we've seen lots of stuff so far in qualifying. We've had quite a few cars. Well, the majority of the cars have all made it through. We've had a rollover out here in the short course. We've had a few cars break down out on course. But right now, Michael Kelly is holding the lead in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class with a 9:11.332. So Michael Kelly holding that number 1 position. Just recently took it over from the number 75 as Scott Foley, who was at a 9:25.688.
That's pretty exciting. You know, I always like watching the Four Wheel Parts Everyman Challenge crew out here qualifying. It's always fun to see these cars out. So how do you like the qualifying course this year, Pam? Do you enjoy it?
You know what? It's being in here with Jim, who's actually going to be going out qualifying, and talking to a lot of the other drivers that have been out there already. It's rough. like last year, going up backdoor, or not at backdoor, but at Chocolate Thunder.
It's pronounced chocolat.
Chocolate.
Chocolate
Chocolate Thunder was rough, but out here going down backdoor, they've made that look easy, but it's the before backdoor going through Resolution. It's pretty rough.
Resolution's got some big rocks in it. It always has, but at least you're going down the trail and not up it, which makes life a lot easier because, everything goes down eventually. That's just the truth as long as you get the line right, which is nice to see. But it's always good to see these guys out here out here qualifying. How many cars we got qualifying today?
We have 162 that are qualifying. We have had a group of 30 cars so far take the checkered flag for qualifying out here today.
Do you think we'll see anybody come close to our UTV fast qualifying time of yesterday of 7:26 in one of these EMC cars?
I don't think so.
I have faith. Someone's going to do it.
I'm guessing the fastest lap, we were talking about this, Jim and I were talking about this, getting down into the sub 8.8s, but I think maybe like an 8:57 was my guesstimate.
Do we have a pool? Are we starting to bet?
I don't know.
There's one donut here that we could win.
Oh.
Jim took the other one.
Awesome. Well, he needs the fuel himself.
Yeah, he needs some of that vitamin F.
Oh, and there goes the hood. Not sure the number, but man, the hood just 4816 just lost the hood of his car. That is Bodie Miller out there, just flew off. All right, the 4675, who must be a late qualifier, is because that's Alex McNeil. He actually took the green flag earlier on, but here he is coming through for his finishing lap. But Bodie Miller out there losing his hood. There's some trail treasure, as I call it, that somebody will be picking up.
Yeah, I'm sure one of the crew will get there and pick that up for him. But it's good to see that it didn't slow him down at all. He's still pushing hard.
It's good that it actually came off and didn't just fly up.
Oh, the unfortunate Jeep front axle, I think.
Oh, no.
Broke the axle at the finish line. I'm quite certain his pit crew is not happy with him right now. Oh, I already see the problem. He had a Canadian axle in the front of that car.
Oh, goodness. You can say that because you're Canadian.
They tend to separate from the rest of the country. It must be a Quebec axle.
Oh, goodness gracious. That's all on you,
I can make
Ian,
that joke because I'm part Canadian, so we're allowed to laugh at each other, so it's okay. But
that's exactly what I said, because you're Canadian.
That is an unfortunate, but I mean, it's better, I guess, to do it there than do it on the course. But as we can see, that truck now has a broken front axle right on the front of that. Oh, where in Canada? Oh, it's an Alberta truck. It's full of rust. That's the problem. Probably straight out the tar sands, eh? I got a nod from the poor pit crew is heading over there right now. He said that's our truck. And yes, now we have to fix it.
Such a bummer. But right now, 48-16 of Bodie Miller. Bodie Miller, this is his first race for King of the Hammers this year. He's in a Toyota with the LS, running Toyo's, Raceline, and King. So Bodie Miller out here as a rookie. I believe he's in that rookie program. I can't quite tell if those numbers are red, but I'm pretty sure that is what he is in.
Yeah, he's making his way up through that little rocky section. And this is honestly where we saw everyone make up time yesterday in the UTVs. If you can get into Resolution and you can drive it clean and fast, you can actually make up a lot of time in this qualifying course in that rock section. So it'll be interesting to see how our fast qualifiers do out in these rocks. There's a great angle. You can see him dropping into that trail. What's been the mix so far, Pam? We watched it yesterday, and there sort of seemed to be like a back and forth between people whether or not they were going to go around the long way around backdoor or drop down the backdoor obstacle. Have we seen a mix of people doing it, or what's been happening so far?
It's been quite a mix. At the beginning, it was the majority of the people were going around, but now it's a mixture. I would say a mixture, but more on the bypass line, but not by much.
Yeah. I do believe that it is faster. I think we saw that yesterday. I personally feel that if you can run the rocks clean, I think you do pick up a lot of time by going through that section and coming off the back of backdoor. Plus,
or just jump off of it.
Well, we talked about that yesterday. We made that comment about who's going to put on a good show, and we made the comment yesterday that the first person to jump off backdoor, they're going to break the internet, and that's exactly what happened.
Exactly what happened.
Cal jumped off backdoor in his UTV.
Kyle Chaney kept that under the radar. Didn't want to let anybody know that he was going to be doing that, but he did it and he broke the internet like you're saying. But Brent Dixon and the 224 on your bottom right-hand screen out of Santa Cruz, California with Dixon Racing. He's in a Jimmy spec car, and his first King of the Hammers was in 2021.
Yeah, that's a 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class car. Multiple cars competing today, many different classes. We have our 3 classes all out on the course. The 4500, some of the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class cars, pretty much all of them will qualify. 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, a lot of them will be out there. And then the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class, they're going to start at the back no matter what. And so really, it's really just kind of, I think for them, it's more just seat time really to come out and actually see, because they do get a little bit of a benefit, but they will still be starting at the back.
Exactly, and we are in our 10 o'clock hour of our Everyman Challenge qualifying, and we do have the 4816 making his way down back door. We'll see how he goes.
Yeah, I think making quick work of that obstacle. Good job for Bodie. He's coming in. That'll be the last sort of big trail he's got to hit. As he comes around into that backdoor wash, that little sort of sandy wash at the bottom, and he'll be headed back over to the Bronco Arch and then back into Hammertown.
And I believe that is the 4884 in your bottom right of Josh Byerly.
So right now, 3 cars on course. We've got Bodie Miller coming back into town. I believe it's Brent Dixon is still out there as well. And then we've got Josh Byerly out there, just left Hammertown.
Yes, and Josh is out of Grapevine, Washington. And his first King of the Hammers is this year, so another new one.
All right, and so as you can see on your screen right now, we've got our top 10 unofficial qualifiers right now. So fast time right now, Pam, is 9:11, which is a pretty good time, and we haven't even seen a lot of the heavy hitters come out yet. So I can definitely see someone getting into the mid to low 8s for sure today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Scott Foley was holding it strong until Michael Kelly took that #1 spot from him, but Scott Foley had a 9:25.688. He had a great run. He was very, very smooth. So smooth is fast, and that's exactly what Scott Foley was doing.
Yeah, I think the reality is when you go out and watch these guys, anybody who's out in the, if they can go through resolution clean and quick, that's where the time is made up on this course. A lot of these cars are pretty equal in the desert. I don't think there's a lot of desert miles. You know, I think Miles said that he feels the course is maybe 2.5, maybe just a little bit over 2.5 miles long. But the cars are pretty equal when they get out of the rocks. But in the rocks, I think if you can pick up time and run it quick, I think that's where guys are making up time.
Exactly. I mean, you got to make up the time somewhere, know where to make it up. You don't want to try to make it up when it's rough and in the rocky sections, that is for sure.
All right, so there's Bodie coming back into town. He'll be making a few turns on the short course and going over the last little jump, and then we'll have his time up mixed in with everybody else. We'll see where he lands for the day.
And coming down that drop zone. Very, very steep downhill right there. I believe that is Josh Byerly coming down that area.
Yeah, he's got a good run. It's a nice fast run. He's moving quickly through that section. That drop zone is a little bit unnerving when you come up over the top because it's hard to see when you come over the top. But now he's dropped down into the sort of sandy section that he's going to rip through. And it looks like Josh's back into town.
Let's see what his time frame will be here.
Or sorry, that's Bodie Miller back into town. That's right.
All right, we'll get a time here in just one moment.
And this is Josh making his way in the small screen. Josh making his way up through that sandy section that he has to go over one more crested hill. There's a little bit of rock. We saw some people lose some tires in this section yesterday.
Yes, and we do have Bodie that came through with his finishing time of a 13:01.347, sitting in that number 19 position. But you were just talking about tires. Yes, we have seen tire flats, or we've seen flat tires already this morning on quite a few cars.
Yeah, there's kind of a gotcha section right there where Josh is, and we just saw it happen. He kind of caught a rock and just basically came to a dead stop. And that's where we saw some tires get grabbed. You got to really pay attention. It doesn't look like that's a really, really difficult climb, which it isn't, but there's a few big rocks out there that if you're not lined up right, it'll just stop you dead in your tracks. As we're watching him come up over the top of that little climb, he's got to drop down into the sandy wash, and he's on his way over to Resolution, where he'll head down through the rock trail.
All right, and on that top left-hand side, that is Nicholas Allegri making his way through in the number 1949.
Josh's got a good time right here. He's just over 6 minutes. He's definitely slowed down since we saw him take that hit. I think that may have basically shook some sense back into him. He got hit pretty hard and basically came to a dead stop. But heading into that section of Resolution right there at the 6 minute mark, that's not bad. He was moving really quick through the desert, which was great to see.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of those gotchas out there, but Nick Allegri out there in the 1949, he's from Santa Cruz, California. He's in a Jimmy's chassis, a Dart LS 427 with 760 horsepower, and his first King of the Hammers was last year out here with us in 2023. Oh, goodness. Let's see what we got going on here.
All right, so that is Josh driving down through. That is going through Resolution right there, and at the bottom of Resolution, he has to make that decision as to whether he heads over and drops down back door or takes the bypass around.
Yeah, I mean, out here, seat time is seat time, obviously, but going out and pre-running and knowing your line, like yesterday, for instance, on the lineup, talking with Kyle Cheney, I was asking him, I said, are you, after watching everybody going through, are you going to change up your thoughts of how you're going to pre-run, or are you going to go out there and stick with what you thought you were going to do in the first place? He goes, I'm sticking with what my plan is. I'm not changing it up.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. We talked about that with a few drivers yesterday, said the same thing. They kind of they were kind of making the call after they went through Resolution. Everyone we talked to, they said that we'd see how we feel after we go through Resolution and then decide whether or not we make a difference. It's about a 10 to 15 second difference if you run both fast.
Yeah.
But there is more consequence to drop down through back door, but I do think you pick up a lot of time. I think all the cars that we're watching today certainly have the wheelbase to make an easy drop down through back door. It shouldn't be that difficult for them. It's just a matter of how fast they can do it.
Well, and the thing about it too is when you decide you want to take that bypass, when you go on the bypass, it's not smooth and fast. I mean, it's a steep slope that you're having to keep if you take the higher line. Plus, you have to check up as well to make that tight right-hand turn to get back towards where the back door sand wash is.
Yeah,
so,
you got to come around that barrel in the end. But right now, and we're watching Josh Biley here, he's lining up. This is the drop that we've been talking about. That's the drop down through back door, and he's taking that very, very traditional line that sort of on your screen it's far left, but in the driver's seat coming down it's far right. It's kind of like a little V-notch. When you're driving up that obstacle, that's kind of the preferred line to get up into it. Dropping off it, we've seen it's personal choice.
Right.
You can kind of drop off it everywhere. But right now, Nicholas, he's got a quick time going through here.
He does.
Right at 5 minutes. If he can run this clean, come up over the top, this is honestly also where I think he can find some time. Watch how he comes up over the top of this. So you can see he slows down and picks his line. We watched yesterday some people who were just coming over the top of that, who obviously had pre-run it. They're just launching over the top because they know they're going to come down the other side.
Right, exactly. So we were also talking about that earlier on this morning. I mean, if you take the right line like we just saw Nicholas do, you have to maneuver around the rocks. If you take the left line, it's the same thing. But if you take that middle, it's kind of a little bit of a ledge. So we have seen a couple cars take just the middle line, but not very many today.
Yeah, I think that boils down to pre-running. It's hard to tell on camera because when you come up over the crest of that hill from the driver's seat, you can't see anything.
Exactly.
So that's why people are like stopping and checking up and slowing down a little bit. But you can just bomb through that. And we saw some people yesterday who obviously pre-run. If you had done that hill 3 or 4 times in the back of your head, you're like, I know that it'll be fine coming over the top. I think you can just fly over it. And that's what we saw our fast qualifiers do yesterday. Just basically pop over the top of that and run right down the rocks on the other side.
Yes, and we do have the 4884 Josh down there on the bottom right-hand screen, making his way into the short course to finish up his qualifying run.
Yeah, Josh certainly slowed down on the back half of that trip. I think he was flying through the first half of that section. But right now we're watching Nicholas in our big screen. Nicholas, he's down into Resolution right now at that 6 minute, well, I guess knock on the door of 7 minutes right now, which is a good time. He's got a good number right here. That definitely puts him in good position. And you can see he's making quick work of that rock section. And that's what you have to do. That's where your time is made up on this qualifying course, I think, is in that section of Resolution. You got to run it clean and you got to run it fast. Not crazy fast, but just smooth and fast, and that's where you can make up a lot of time. I think there's almost 40 seconds to be found inside that rock trail.
I mean, if you take it too fast, there's a lot of the bigger rocks in there that you might not be able to maneuver around, and that's where you're going to kill your car.
Yeah, and the big thing is you got to remember these guys are all running a 37 or smaller inch DOT tire. I think tomorrow when we see qualifying for the Race of Kings with our big 4400 cars, you'll see some guys flying down that section because they'll be in 40s, 42s, or even bigger tires, so that's not an issue coming down that trail. But as we're watching right now, on the line to leave is 4837, Jeremy Jones.
Yes, that is Mr. Jeremy Jones, Doc Jones right there. But let's go really quick. Josh Byerly just came through in the 16th position with an 11:25.387. So he did look like he checked up towards the end just a little bit, but he still has a great run.
Yeah, very, very good time for him.
But Jeremy Jones on the line, like you were saying, 48:37.
And right now we're watching Nicholas Allegri. He has come through. He's done the drop back door. He's into that wash at the 8-minute mark. That is a very good time so far. We're going to be looking at a very good qualifying time. He's going to hold it together through this wash. There are some big whoops in there that he's got to eat through, and then he's going to come up the backside and head through the Bronco Arch.
Jeremy Jones on the line is out of Laramie, Wyoming. He is Doc Jones Racing. He has Dom Balducci running shotgun with him. He has a Trent Fab top shelf chassis. His first race with Ultra 4 was King of the Hammers 2018. His first was his first KOH. He won Visions in 2023, National and West Series champion in 2023 as well. He's also won the Northern Series champion back in 2021. Multiple podiums in 21 and 22. So Doc Jones, a lot of podiums and trophies for him. Hasn't been racing with us that long to have that kind of seat time under his belt, with it being just since 2018.
Yeah, but right now the story is all about Nicholas Allegri coming into town. He's on the short course. He's right at that 9-minute mark. Very, very good time so far. He's probably got about I can't see where he's on the course. Got 2 more turns to get through, so he's probably got 30 seconds left before he gets to the end. But I think he'll come in with a very, very good qualifying time. Whether or not he will unseat our fast qualifier at 9:11, that's obviously not going to happen, but I definitely think he's going to land in our top 10.
Yeah, he definitely has a great time, great run going for sure. I mean, a 9:11 was super quick. He's got 1 more turn and 1 more jump, but he's right now at a 9:50, so I'm pretty sure he's going to sit probably in that number 5 or 6 position.
He's going to be 10:03 when it's all said and done by the time he gets through. I could be wrong, but my guess would be 10:03.
In that number 6 position with a 9:58, 9:59.
There we go. Good call, Pam. Good job. But there's 48:37. Jeremy Jones out there. He's going through that big washed out desert section on your picture-in-picture and inside your screen.
And then on
We've
the bottom,
got Justin Miron heading down Resolution right now.
Yes, Justin Miron in the number 193 out of Michigan. He's at Miron's Garage Racing. He's in a goat-built chassis with an LS 6.0, 400 horsepower. His first Ultra 4 race was at Visions 2023, and he is a rookie out here for King of the Hammers 2024.
Good to see that rookie program. It's grown up so much over the past few years. Great program for these first-time racers to come out and basically get their feet wet in the world of racing here at King of the Hammers.
Yes, exactly. Justin Miron out there in the number 193. Jeremy Jones, well seasoned though, like we were just talking about, with all of his, trophies and his championships under his belt, making his way through. He's definitely one that doesn't want to let it all, hang out for qualifying, because he wants to make it smooth and fast. So we shall see where he ends up.
All right, and right now we're watching Justin Miron. This is the decision. He's made the decision to head into back door to take the drop. It's at that 7:30 mark. So he's a little off pace to be in our top 10, but seems to have a very, very clean run.
Making his way down back door. Definitely taking it easy, but I've been noticing a lot of people yesterday were trying to stick passenger side on that last drop through back door, especially in the shorter wheelbase chassis that we had out on race course. But a lot of people are taking towards that middle area, the well-ran line.
The left-hand side from the top, so coming down if you're on your left-hand side, it's not as deep of a hole at the bottom because of the fact that when people are trying to climb up it, they usually don't climb up that far side. They climb up the left side. So you're usually just the drop is less. Climbing up, it's more difficult. You want to be in that V-notch going up, but that also causes the bottom to get dug out a little bit more. So the longer wheelbase guys will favor that right-hand downhill side just because you have a few steps, but it makes it easier to drop down. But the short wheelbase stuff, definitely you want to take that that far left-hand side.
And right here, the line that Jeremy Jones just took, we saw drivers earlier taking that right-hand line, but it's a little bit steeper and have to climb up the rocks. We did see some drivers getting stuck there earlier on, but Jeremy Jones taking that left-hand line. You can see how steep it is because he's kind of sliding down as he's still maneuvering through the rocks and the sand.
Yeah, it's a very, very off-camber soft section. You can see the cars kind of just pulling to the right as he's going. But right now, we have Justin Miron coming through the Bronco Arch. So they'll come through the Bronco Arch and then head down into Hammertown, drop into the short course, and we'll watch him make a few turns, and we'll get him back home. We'll have a time for him. But Jeremy Jones is just heading up the last little rocky section on his way over to the top of Resolution.
So you can see there's a couple different lines. You can take left or right. Right there, he's taking the smoother route. The right-hand side has obviously larger rocks on it. Jeremy Jones maneuvering his way through, but Justin Miron will be coming through here in just a moment, getting that checkered flag with a nice smooth run for our rookie. I keep saying Miron, it's Myron.
Myron, yep. But Jeremy Jones right here, this is a good time for him. He's at the basically 6 minute mark right now.
I don't see him taking the bypass either. I believe he's going to be going down back door.
I honestly think there's no reason to even think about taking the bypass for most of these drivers. I don't think there's a lot of time to be made up. I think there's more time to be made up sticking in with the drop over on back door. I think all these cars have the height, they have the wheelbase, they have the tire size to make it very, very easy versus making up time in that desert section. I don't think there's a lot of time to be made up.
Yep, I agree. So Justin Myron, he finished just now in that number 8 spot with a 10-12-172. So great run by Justin.
Yeah, I just hearing from our good friend Miles, he's filling me in that good old Jeremy Jones here. He was supposed to be in Power Hour, but he made a decision to take an earlier start, which they're allowed to do, and he wanted, I guess the reasoning why was to have a little bit less chewed up race course to be out on, and certainly seems to be paying off for him. He's got a good time right now. He just came out the bottom of Resolution at that 7 minute mark. He's heading over into back door, which puts him in a very, very good position. If he can run the back half of this course as clean as he's run the first half, we may be in a situation where I don't think he can unseat the pole leader from here, but definitely into a top 10.
Well, you know what that's called, opting out for Power Hour, wanting to have a little bit of a smoother course. That is a great strategy by Jeremy Jones.
It's thinking about it, yeah.
Yep, exactly. We have Russell Raven down here on our bottom right-hand side. Russell Raven in the 421. Russell is out of Portland, Oregon with Raven Motorsports. He's in an outlet 4x4 chassis, LS 408, 600 horsepower. His first race with us was at King of the Hammers 2023.
And we're watching Jeremy Jones coming out the bottom. That is the very, very bottom of back door, and now he's back into the wash. That's at the 8 minute mark. Let's see how long it takes him to get through the wash, up through the Bronco Arch, and through the short course. And he's obviously, this will be a good sort of like benchmark fast time from him, because I think this is obviously a very, very fast car doing very well. I believe that's a Trent Fab chassis.
Yes, it is. It is a Trent Fab for sure. But he's at an 8:27 right now, so he has under a minute to get to that finish line to be up into that number, top 3 spot, basically.
Yeah, I don't think that you can do it in a minute from here. Even though he's pushing that car pretty hard, as you can watch, you shed a lot of time in that short course. This year, the short course has a lot flatter turns in it than previous years, so it's hard to get a lot of high-speed turns in that short course. So I think we see a lot of time. So, but he's coming through the Bronco Arch right now. It basically, so right now we're seeing that a fast time from the bottom of backdoor to the Bronco Arch is 1 minute flat, and then we'll see what a fast time is from the Bronco Arch to the finish line as he drops into the short course.
Yeah, he was in the Bronco Arch at 9 minutes flat. So let's see how long it's taken him, because right now he's already at 15, so 9:17 now. But he has, 3 turns left to go before he can take that.
Yeah, he's got this little couple of tabletop jumps here, and that's the first turn, and then he's got 2 more turns before they come across the finish.
Oh, Russell Raven's having to back down over here in the drop zone to get a better run at what he's doing.
It is incredibly loose right there, and it's tough. I've talked to a couple drivers, and they've said that it's hard in that section because if you miss the line, you have to stop, slow down, get into low range to take advantage of that extra gear reduction to get up through that sandy climb. So it's very, very difficult if you don't, because you're coming off that high-speed desert section. You're obviously in four-wheel drive high, and you don't necessarily want to stop and shift it into low. But there you go. Jeremy Jones crossed the line right at that 10-minute mark.
Yep, that puts him in the number 7 spot with a 10:04.002. So still a great run by Jeremy Jones. We know he was trying to push to be in that number 1 spot, but sitting in 7th right now is not a bad spot to sit.
And that's a fun little number to just look at for the rest of the day, Pam. I mean, what we're seeing right there is a fast time from the bottom of backdoor to the finish line is 2 minutes.
Right.
So you can while you're watching at home, you can sit there and do backwards math, and when you see someone come out the bottom of backdoor trail, you'll know that if they are moving quickly, like Jeremy Jones was, it was a very, very fast car through that desert section up to the Bronco Arch, and he did very well on the short course. A fast time is 2 minutes. So if you wanna see someone who's gonna unseat the pole leader, they have to be out the bottom of backdoor at around that 7-minute mark to set a fast time. And that's very difficult to do, but it is doable.
Yes, and we did see him go through the Bronco Arch at 9 minute flat, so it took him 1 minute and 4 seconds to get through the short course as well. So that's another good indicator of where people would be sitting at as well.
Yeah, so it's just fun math to do. I mean, if you like to do math, that's your thing, you know.
Some people like to, some people don't.
Some people like to. You now see, Pam. So you're probably. I was going to say you're probably old enough to remember not having a phone.
Yes.
An alarm clock. Were you the type of person who set your time wrong on your alarm clock so you could sleep in a little more because it wasn't really 8 a.m.?
I would always set it earlier by at least 5 minutes, just to not sleep in, but just to have a little bit of play.
All right, so while we're watching the action here coming down through Resolution, I've been told that Miles caught up with Russell Raven earlier to get a little bit of his story here at the Hammer. So let's see what you got, Miles.
So I'm here with Russell Raven and Brandon Boggs, part of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. You were a rookie in the rookie program last year, and you're back for redemption.
Yep. Last year we made it about 80 miles and broke on the backside of Horsepower Hill. Lost a third member, but got everything back to snuff. Finished the last 2 races of last year's season really good, and hopefully going to finish this one today.
And you got like I said, you were a rookie last year. You're coming back this year. You're hooked, aren't you?
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm hooked. I'll be here every year.
Yeah, Hammers is just something special. And I'm going to kind of quit talking about the race a little bit. Brandon, you've been here with me for about 3 weeks now, building Hammertown. This is your first time being a part of the behind-the-scenes crew. It's pretty cool, isn't it?
It is. It's been definitely a big mixture of different things. Learning the course, where it actually is at. I've never been out anywhere, haven't wheeled anywhere. So it's been great. Great crew.
It's been a lot of fun. I mean, we started out building sandbags, and then you were part of the fence crew. I didn't have to do that when I got lucky, escaped out of that one a little bit. But there's so many moving parts. There's so many teams to make this happen, to bring it all together. It's insane. This is my 3rd year helping doing it. And in my first year, I felt a little guilty because I just showed up, raced, went home, and now you see how much goes into it.
Yeah, it's definitely eye-opening. Getting to see how much goes into actually putting this on. As a spectator the past couple years, you don't really look at it. You just you show up and it's a great event, everything's amazing. You don't understand how much goes into building it, how much all the crew has to do. I mean, 3,500 sandbags in a couple days, miles and miles of pounding T-post.
Yep.
into the ground, into rocks. It's crazy what everybody goes through to get this to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. We brought in the street signs. I mean, there's so much going on behind the scenes, and now it's race week, and it's awesome. Yeah, Brandon the Brander.
Yeah, well, I wasn't on any branding crew, but those guys did amazing as well. And having to change the branding, going back and forth, maybe 200-foot banners.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, but again, this is Hammers, and that's what it's all about.
All right, great chat with Miles and Russell, Raven, and Brandon. We are here for the Everyman Challenge qualifying, and Russell Raven out on course. I'm not sure where he is actually at right at this moment. He might have already finished, but there we go.
No, that's
top
Russell
left.
right there. That's 421 Russell Raven. Yeah, we're watching him coming on the short course. Got 10. He's at about the 10:40 mark right now. He's probably going to come in about 11:30 by the time we get him across the line.
That'll put him out in the 20th position roughly. And we do have Andrew Gorman also on course down there in the bottom right-hand side in the resolution area. Yes, and Andrew Gorman, he all of our banners that you see all over the place, all of our banners, all of our branding, Andrew Gorman's company is the one who does all that for us. So he not only races out here with us, he also has an amazing company that does all of this branding for us that has been doing it for years.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing to see everyone. That's kind of the story of all Ultra 4. Everyone's kind of like in it in every single part of the race, not just the race. They're also out here. We'll see this in over and over and over again with people out here competing. But right now, Andrew Gorman's making his way down through Resolution, and Russell Raven's coming through right at that 11:30-ish mark.
All right, so Russell Raven in that 20th position with 11:43.84. So Andrew Gorman, he lives down in the Los Angeles area. He's out of Bell Canyon, California. Locked and Loaded Racing. He's in a Jimmy Chassis LS7. He started racing with Ultra 4 in 2014 in a UTV and moved into the 4800 class back in 2017.
And in our big screen, that's Kent Faults heading up. That's that sandy wash. We've watched everybody everyone previously. He has a very, very fast time. You can watch him making quick work of that section of the course. This is obviously a car to watch. He's obviously tearing through this part of the course, which I like to see. So this is definitely we want to watch on. So let's keep an eye on where Kent is, A, when they get to the top of Resolution, and then B, where they are as they come down through the bottom of back door. We'll be able to see, but right now, this is a very, very good time.
Yes, it is. Going so good so far. He has AJ Stratman riding shotgun with him. He's out of Pacific, Missouri with Hot Rock Express with the Liberty Mountain Fab chassis with the LS 408. His first race was in 2016 here at King of the Hammers, and he also in 2016 won our East Coast Championship. So Kent Foltz out there on course making great time. Let's see if he can keep continuing on with that momentum that he has. Bottom right-hand side is Andrew Gorman making his way through back door into the wash area.
Yeah, so there we go right there. Andrew came down. That's about the 9:20-ish mark. So that should put it about, based on the pace that he's moving right now, that's going to put it about 2.5 minutes from the finish line. But right now, Kent, he's flying. But this is the pace that we need to see for a fast qualifier through Resolution.
Yes.
And this is what we saw yesterday, and this is what we expect also to see tomorrow. As you can see how violent it is on the car to come down through that section of the course at speed, but that is how you need to attack this particular part of the course if you want to make up time in that rock section.
So Andrew Gorman in the bottom right-hand side, getting ready to go through the last rock section through the Bronco Arch to make his way down into our short course with just a few turns left to go and a few jumps. But look at the rocks that they're going through down on backdoor. I mean, obviously it's backdoor, the big rocks and everything, but it's pretty amazing to see these cars work like they do through all of this. The suspension is absolutely amazing to me.
Yeah, I want to see what Ken Faults, if we can get a time up of him as he comes out the bottom. Because right there, he's 2 minutes from town from where he just went through, and he's on a tear of a time right now.
Oh, Andrew Gorman has a driver front flat. Unfortunate, he has 2 more turns, 1 more jump before he's done, but he has a driver front flat.
Yeah, I think he's in good shape. He just has to sort of watch his speed coming through that short course. But as we watch Kent Fultz come down through our qualifying course, this is going to be a fast time. He's about to make the turn, headed up through the Bronco Arch.
He definitely has a fast time. I mean, he's catching up to Andrew Gorman. They're going off the line, I believe, every 3 minutes is what they're going off the line. So Andrew Gorman coming through with roughly a 11:14, 8:01, puts him in that 19th position, which is still not bad, coming through with that flat tire on the front. But here we do have the 381 making the way through here of Kent Fultz entering into the short course.
Yeah, this is going to be a fast time for Kent. He was on a tear through that entire qualifying course, made up a lot of time in resolution, flew down through back door. He's at 7:44 on the short course, halfway through it. This is going to be a sub 9-minute run, no questions asked. Here he comes. He's going to be right at, I think this is going to be our new fast qualifier. There is no question about it. He's going to come through at that probably at 8:30 at the most. This is our new fast qualifier coming into town right now.
Okay.
Is Kent Fultz.
I said an 8:57 was going to be the fastest time, but he just now went through that Can-Am corner. So Kent Fultz, wow. Oh, and he launches it, nosedives at the finish.
Yeah, he's sub 8:30, so he's what's his?
He's definitely in that number 1 spot.
Oh, he's number 1. The question is, how low into the 8s did he get?
I think it was like 8:14 by the time he actually crossed. Come on, it's got to update.
We're waiting for it. He moves so fast, he's faster than the internet, Pam.
All right, so on the screen up in the top left, that is Sean Reisky in the number 866. Sean Reisky is out of Indiana. He has a new chassis built in-house with the LS3. His first Ultra 4 race was in Oklahoma in 2017. So Sean Reisky up there with Rick Murray running shotgun with him. And we can see the 10:06 of Derek Summers is just sitting there waiting on the line. Derek Summers is out of Santa Cruz, California with Summers Racing and a Jimmy's chassis. His first race with us with the KOH of 2010, and he has Jason DeAngelis riding shotgun with him. So Sean Reisky on screen in drop zone.
Yeah, this is also a very, very good time right here. He's moving about the exact same pace that we saw Kent Fultz at.
Yeah,
doing very, very well. That's what this is. Oh yes, look at that left front tire, Pam. That is not good.
No, not good at all, because Sean Reisky is one of those that's always on it. He's wanting to get in that number 1 spot like everybody else, but Sean Reisky's an amazing driver out here, but you know, you can't help it with the flats. I mean, it is what it is, unfortunately.
Yeah, he'll have to slow down a little bit, but he should still be able to push through. We're still waiting on Kent Fultz' time to come through on our tracker.
I think they're just impatiently making us guess some more.
Well, he's definitely our fast qualifier.
Yes, he is. But Derek Summers on the bottom right-hand side of your screen just took the green flag, exiting out of the short course area, going out on his qualifying loop. We are on a 3.5-mile qualifier. Sean Reisky up there on your top left is going down resolution, but that's going to be tough. You know, it's hard on the car with that left front flat.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. What makes it difficult when you get in the rocks is because with that flat tire, it's just hard to steer. So while we wait for, all right, we have Kent Fultz' time come in,
wow.
8:21. So your new fast qualifier is Kent Fultz with 8:21. And with that coming through on the big screen, we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley. This is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto and powered by Optima Batteries. And today it's all about the Everyman Challenge qualifying. We'll be back shortly with more action live from Johnson Valley.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto and powered by Optima Batteries. Today is all about the Everyman Challenge, and right now we are seeing Sean Reisky having to winch out. He had a flat tire, but I'm Pam Hall. Alongside me, Ian Johnson. Ian Johnson, it's been a great day of qualifying so far. Give us your thoughts of what we're looking at right now with Sean Reisky.
Well, for those of you that had the premium feed, you got to see all the action, but for those of you that don't, you got stuck with all the commercials and you missed it. Basically what happened was Sean dropped off back door and we saw him with that left front flat, and unfortunately he just basically pegged the nose of the car into the dirt, and without air in that left front tire, there is no way that he's going to be able to get it out there. The bigger story that's going to unfold on us right now, as you can see, his co-driver is out right now working on getting the car off of that obstacle, but coming up behind him is the 1006 of Derek Summers. Now Derek is coming down resolution right now, and he is moving incredibly fast. Obviously the question will be, can Sean get his car out of there before he impedes the traffic?
And this is another thing too, is their radio communication good enough to the 10006 of Derek Summers that his crew is telling him, hey, you need to take the bypass because there is a not a broken down car, but there is a stopped car on back door.
I don't think I would take the bypass. We can see right here, they've called it. Looks like they just broke a winch line from the looks of it, unless that was an extension. But yeah, he's rolling up a winch line. It looks like that he's in there so hard that they may have broken the winch line trying to pull him out. And you are right, Pam, that is the question. Do they have communication with Derek to tell him to take the bypass because there is a car stuck? Or will he come and try to drive around him? That's the next option.
That is definitely the question. And Derek Summers, like you're saying, is, he does have a very good time going. So hopefully he does have that communication, but they are pulling another winch line out, hopefully.
Well, we're about to find out here in 2 seconds, because if he takes the left line, that is the bypass around. If he takes the right line, he's headed in the back door, where he's headed right into where Sean is pegged up on the bottom of the last drop in that trail. And here we're going to see what happens. Does Derek Does he check up? Does he drive around him?
He's going to have to go on the driver's side because the left side of where Reiske's sitting, you really don't want to drive that. So here we go. Dropping right down.
Excellent job. Good job. Clean pass.
Nice.
That's one of my favorite things about what's happened in qualifying in the past couple of years, Pam. I really, really like how qualifying's changed up to these longer qualifying loops where we have multiple cars on course, where we see things like people having to winch, where we see people passing in qualifying. That's honestly one of my most favorite things. I've always found qualifying with a single car on course. To me, it was interesting, but it wasn't exciting.
Yeah.
I think when we see multiple cars on course and things like that happening, that's truly a snapshot of what the race is like, which I think is what qualifying should be.
Exactly. And if you notice, they had the winch line still out for Derek Summers. It looks like they put another one out there. They didn't tighten it up until Sean Reiske was passing by. So that's a very good call by them to wait. He's already broke, right there, obviously, so waiting to put that out. But look at this. Look at this. You can tell that he's trying to make up a little bit of time right here. But Derek Summers is at a 7:54, so let's see how long it takes him to get up to that Bronco Arch. But he's got a super fast time going for him right now.
He's coming through with a fast time, and he's going to come through that Bronco Arch right at the 8-minute mark, which could put him at if he keeps that same pace, we could be looking at, once again, another fast qualifier. Because he could be coming in. No, sorry, I apologize. Our fast qualifier is 8:21, not 9:21. So he will not be fast qualifier, but he'll be coming across the line right at that 9-minute mark, I think is what we're going to see, which will put him, basically, he could be second place. He could be he could push Michael Kelly down, but I think we're watching our second fastest qualifier come back into Hammertown right now, being Derek Summers. He's got a couple turns, and then he's got to make that last jump.
I mean, he's at an 8:41 right now with 2 more turns in the jump to go. So this is going to be super close. And I know that the team is over here, watching it, hoping that he gets in at least that second position, because obviously he won't be. But he is going to come around that corner with an 8:57.
He's going to be just
He's definitely
903,
in second.
904, I think, which will still put him in that second place position.
He is definitely in that number 2 spot for sure. It looks like the clicker was about 907 roughly, so he actually is at a 909.929. So congrats to Derek Summers in that number 2 position, having to even go around a broken vehicle down back door. So wow, good job by him.
Yeah, that certainly didn't slow him down. Right there on the line is the 4812 Jacob Pacheco.
In the 4812, Jacob is, let me get to my papers right here, the 4812, he is out of San Martin, California. He is in a Trent Fab chassis with a LSX 630 horsepower. He started racing King of the Hammers in 2012 in the 4600 class. He won KOH in 2017 in the 4600 class. So here he is out here racing with us. We have James Hubbard on screen right now. James Hubbard, we missed his start as we were looking at our other areas on race course. And James is out of Orangeville, California. He's with Lumberjack Racing. Lumberjack Racing chassis with the LS 408. His first King of the Hammers was in 2017.
And we just saw our recovery crew is still trying to get Sean off the obstacle on back door. Looks like he's buried the front end of that car. Based on how difficult it is for that recovery, I have a sneaking suspicion that left front tire may have cost him an axle shaft and possibly some damage to the front end in the truck, because it doesn't seem to be like a simple repair to get him off that obstacle. But we're watching James. He's making his way through that rocky trail right up to the right at the top of your screen, where you kind of see that crest where we drop into the top of Resolution. And as we said before, this is where we're seeing all the drivers make up their time. Anyone who's come through here and made up a lot of time, it's been through this section of our qualifying course coming down Resolution. They need to come in through these rocks incredibly aggressive to set a good time.
James Hubbard sitting at a 6:17 right now. And Jacob Pacheco up there in that top left-hand corner, making great time as well.
Yeah, he's on a tear for the first part of the course, which is, what we've seen so far. Everyone gets into a groove in this first section. They get some good speed going on, but it really is the time on this qualifying course is made up in the rocks.
Yes, exactly. And, we were talking about this yesterday. In the rocks, that's where, it can make it or break your race. The rocks,
Literally.
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 But
apparently, the finish line jump can also break your rig too, as we saw earlier, unfortunately.
But Jacob Pacheco in that Trent Fab chassis, it's another iconic looking vehicle out here. You can definitely tell the difference in the chassis out here. Very strong chassis as well being built. But Jacob Pacheco making his way through trapdoor. And James Hubbard still down here on the bottom right, and he is slowly making his way down back door. So right there, he's getting ready to make that decision if he's going to take the bypass or actually go down back door. And it looks like he is making that right-hand turn, so he's going to enter in.
Yeah, and we'll find out here shortly. We haven't had a shot from in back door. We had one right when we came back, but I'm not sure if Sean is clean of that obstacle. I know the recovery crew was working on it. Been working on it for a while, and that's why I think there's something wrong in the front of his car. We'll see here shortly as he comes up. He's got this first little drop, and then if Sean's clear, we won't see a car in our screen. But unfortunately, we still see a car on our screen. So they're having a very difficult time recovering that car out of that obstacle.
The rear end is sliding over into that secondary line.
There we go. He's finally free. They finally got him out of there, which is good.
And the 4846 looks like he might have a left front issue going on with this tire possibly. Oh, there we go.
Well, that's King of the Hammers racing at its finest right there. A little love tap before you drive out of the rest of the course, which is good.
I still remember, I think it was the first time I ever came and spectated at King of the Hammers. I was over watching, it was Shannon Campbell. I can't remember who it was that was actually stopped on course. He ended up, it became an obstacle. The car ended up becoming an obstacle.
That used to be that's kind of how the game's played out here.
Exactly.
Oh, great shot. This is the drop that we've been talking about. This is another part of the section where we've seen drivers make up some time. When you come over the top of that basically crest that we just saw Jacob Pacheco come over, in the driver's seat you see nothing but the hood of your car. So it's very, very nerve-wracking to come over the top of that crest and just commit to flying off the other side. You don't have to jump it. You're not necessarily jumping over it, but if you carry some speed over it, you can make up some time. But most people, it's just human nature. When you lose sight of the ground, you slow down.
Right.
Even if you've pre-run, it just happens. But we're watching Jacob. He is on an incredibly fast run right here. That was the last sort of drop he has to go through. He comes up through this sandy wash. This is where we've seen some gotchas with some tires earlier today.
Exactly. And let's talk about that drop area. I keep saying how, usually the camera angles and everything don't show any justice to how large the rocks are or how steep the hills are. But our drone footage, when they're coming over to the drop, it really shows how steep it actually is. But Jacob Pacheco, he is making up quick time right there through the drop zone.
Yeah, Jacob is doing really. This is what we've seen with our fast qualifiers so far. This is kind of like an attack the course kind of mentality that you have to have. Now this is another crest that we've seen where you can make up some time. And Jacob, you can see, checked up a little bit but stayed in the rocks. I honestly think you can see the tire lines on the high right. Those were the lines where we saw our fast qualifiers yesterday. They kind of came over and just carried speed, didn't slow down and make the left. I think we'll see a lot of that as the day progresses, as we get into our sort of heroes of the sport down in Power Hour. I think we're going to see some cars up on that high line coming through there. But Jacob is now just pushing down into the top of Resolution.
Yes, and James Hubbard in our short course, I thought I was seeing a right or a driver front flat whenever he was coming down back door, and he does have a flat tire starting to come apart, but this is the last jump of his qualifying loop. So James Hubbard coming through and finishing even with a flat. Let's see where his time is at.
Yes, we're watching Jacob in the 48-12. Jacob Pacheco, he's making very, very quick work. This is the type of driving we've seen from our fast qualifier.
All right, James Hubbard came through in the number 17 position. He is at a 10:44.807.
All right, so we're watching Jacob make. It looks like he checked up a little bit in that section. Probably took a little bad line, got a little bounce. You can see he's way over in the rocks, which is what we want to see. He's coming down. He's working his way through that rock section in Resolution. He's going to make the right-hand turn here to get down into back door, and then we'll see what kind of split time he's got coming out the bottom. That'll give us an idea of where he's going to be after this race.
And down here in our bottom right-hand side is Justin Castillo. He's in the 4800 car. It's out of Salt Lake City, Utah. He's in a Jimmy's Podium Chassis LS3, 550 horsepower. His first king of
it looks like he's fallen into these. It looks like Jacob has just landed in the same hole that Sean Ratchke was in. I think the bottom of that section of backdoor has gotten so dug out, I don't think you can drop off it anymore.
Well,
you can see the rule that's going to get these guys is these 4800s. I believe the 4800s as well as the 4500s, your front bumper must be ahead of your tire. I believe that's actually in the rule book. I have to double check. But I think what's happened is you can see that front bumper is dug into the rocks, but he's going to power his way through it.
Well, look at the rock right there that's right in front of his bumper. That's kind of stopping him a little bit too.
There we go. That's the way to do it.
Andy
just
has a
abuse that car, and he's made his way through, but he's offline slightly, but he's going to recorrect.
Andy also has a front right flat as well, so that could have been a factor in it as well.
Yeah, that's a shame. He had a great time coming through there. I think that I think when Sean ended up down in that section, I think when he was trying to get through it, I think he just dug it out a lot. I think that just basically dug out that hole, and it's going to be very, very difficult for these guys to drop off, especially in this everyman challenge class, because as I said, I believe the rule is that their front bumper must be ahead of their tire.
All right, it sounds like we are going to take a quick commercial break. Well, if you have the premium, you're going to get to still see all the action that is going on, but for those of you that don't have it, you might want to get it, but we'll be right back after this.
Whoa. Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost the snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
If you're wondering why we totally reinvented the fire extinguisher, we've got about 8 billion reasons. And if you're wondering why now, we've got another 45 million reasons. That's how many fire extinguishers have been recalled recently because they might not work. We created the Russel to keep people safe. It's easy to use, and most importantly, it works when you need it. Yes, the Russel costs more, but nowhere near as much as it's worth. Russel, the world's most valuable fire extinguisher.
Everybody to Johnson Valley, California. Right now we are qualifying for part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima batteries. Today's qualifying is all about the Everyman Challenge. 3 different classes can qualify today. That's the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and the 4600 Curry Enterprises Stock class. Right now, who are we watching on the screen there, Pam?
Well, let me see here. I'll have
Nobody
to look
on
at
the
that.
screen right now. I threw a bad line to you. I'm sorry, Pam. We were watching Dustin Sexton, but he went away as soon as I said that.
I was not looking at the screen whenever you asked me that question. But yeah, Dustin Sexton is out on the course. I believe we also still have Justin Castillo out there as well. I think that is who is in resolution right at this moment.
Yeah, that blue buggy right there, that is Dustin Sexton, Sexton Off-Road. I believe he's out of Park City, Utah.
Yeah, Dustin Sexton out of Comus, Utah, I guess is how you say it. Sexton Off-Road with a Trent Fab chassis with a Ford 351. Started racing King of the Hammers in 2009. Has also raced with Dirt Riot, Best in the Desert, and Baja. He's owner at Sexton Off-Road and is a retired gunnery sergeant in the U.S. Marine Corps.
And for those of you who don't know Dustin was a Bronco guy. Before Bronco, well, I guess him and Levels would be the two oldest Bronco guys on the course. Dustin used to always have Bronco skins on his car, but he pulled them off a few years ago just to go to that traditional, basically Trent Fab buggy look. But him and the Levels were the OG Bronco crews running around out here many, many years ago. But Dustin's making good work. He's working his way through that desert section. And this is the big drop. Watch him come over the top. You can see he checked up a little bit, but carried good speed over that drop.
And he actually went down through the middle of it. He didn't take the right or the left line, but look at the momentum he has going down the drop.
Yep, carrying good speed through the desert. Dustin's always a good one to watch. He's obviously a seasoned competitor, as you said, been racing since 2009.
What a great view right there. And we do have on the bottom right-hand side, that is our 4800 of Justin Castillo. And what do you hear in the background, Ian?
Right now I'm hearing the Can-Am bell hammer thing that everyone gets to play.
Oh, I keep hearing that too. I've already taken that out of my hearing, and I'm used to it.
You can tune out the big hammer bell thing.
I'm talking about the sound of the engines. It's actually rumbling our announcer's booth up here. I love that.
Yeah,
love hearing the engines.
As we move on during the day, there's always going to be lots of power coming through. But as we're watching right now, Justin Castillo kind of getting hung up. It looks like that drop in that bottom of back door has gotten so dug out that it's very difficult to come down. That your screen left, if you were in the driver's side, it would be considered the right-hand side of the drop at back door, which is the traditional way most people would be going down. But you can see now we've seen 3 cars get in there and just get stuck. And I think it all started with our good friend Sean Ratchke went in there with a flat tire and possibly even a broken front axle, and he just dug it out, and it's dug out deep right now.
And this is where right now the people that are still getting ready to go qualify, it's super key to watch what's going on, because now this might change up their way of line. So like you're saying, the passenger side of that drop is what is getting really dug out, but you can stick to the left-hand side, the driver's side, and that right there is not as dug out, and you can make your way around there. So if you have a plan in your head to just take the the normal route everybody takes, you might want to stick to the left, or possibly the bypass.
Yeah, we've seen drivers come down that far left drop. The problem is that far left drop, it is a little bit steeper, but if it's timed right, you can stick it. It's just when you pre-run, that left-hand side of the obstacle right now where you see Justin Castillo being stuck, that is what's considered sort of the popular line for that drop, whether going up or coming down. What we're going to see right now is what Dustin Sexton decides to do, because he has to make the decision. He's coming up onto the split where he makes the decision to go left, which is to take the desert bypass, or right and go down through this obstacle, where right now we're seeing Justin Castillo stuck in the drop.
Yes, and you can see they got some Max Trax boards out there to make sure those rocks don't break that winch line. That could be possibly what happened earlier with Sean Reiske.
I think honestly it's not necessarily to keep it from breaking, Pam. I think the problem there is it's the leverage. So when that car is basically in a hole, And so if you and Dustin took the left. I think he got some.
He's got radio communication.
He probably says radio communication, and someone said, "Hey, it's probably going to be faster to take the left." So this will be interesting because Dustin is a fast driver. So let's see how he does. He's got to come down, go around that barrel, and then we'll be able to get a split time off of him. He basically made the turn at the 7:30 mark, and went up around through that bypass.
Yes, and you can see they're still trying to get Justin out.
So the problem is when you're in there winching, obviously we've got the winch line coming through, and it's basically the reason they dropped that traction board down is to act almost like a fulcrum. So the winch line's drug across the top of that traction board. That way when they winch in, it actually can pull the front of the car up a little bit instead of trying to just pull it forward. When you try to pull that car forward when it's in that hole, you're just basically trying to pull it further into the dirt, which makes it very, very difficult to recover.
All right, we have a car over here on the right going super slow. Looks like they have a front left tire flat, maybe possibly even a rear passenger, but definitely front.
Yeah, and that is so early in this qualifying race. Looks like, I think you're right, Pam. I think we're looking at a couple flats, and that is so early in this qualifying. So the question is, do you keep going or do you call it? Because this is going to be a difficult qualifying course with flat tires this early. He's at probably the half-mile mark right there with some flat tires. And here we go. Here comes Dustin Sexton. He's about to come through the Bronco Arch right there, and that's at the 9:10 mark. So he's probably going to come in at that 10:10 time. So that'll put him possibly top 15. But I don't, and that's a shame because he had a very, very fast qualifying time, and obviously having to take that bypass around back door definitely slowed him down.
Yeah, just a little bit, but we'll see. I mean, he's running a super fast line, so I mean, you're saying 10:10. I'm guessing possibly, I'm maybe 10 flat roughly. I don't know. We'll see here in just a moment, but I think he will definitely be ending up in that top 10. All right. That looks like it is the 4889 is what that looks like. Yeah,
I think
Patrick Jones.
I think that is Patrick Jones. That is who we've seen. I believe we've got, I believe he has at least one flat tire, and it almost looks like, I guess it could just be dust coming off that flat tire, but it almost looked like some smoke coming out. But I believe he's got at least one flat, and I believe it is that left front. Very, very difficult to drive these cars with a flat tire.
And Patrick is out of Southern California with Death Proof Racing. He's in a custom Toyota LS 5.3, 400 horsepower. His first race with us was at King of the Hammers in 2017. And looks like he has Dirt Road Journey Nate riding shotgun.
And then in the big hill right there, on our big screen right there, that's the,
That's the 801 of Anthony Vinoy.
There we go, Anthony Vinoy. So that would be our first car off the line at the 11 o'clock hour. So we're doing pretty good on time. I think we're kind of keeping everything going along.
Yeah, 11:11 right now. So this is about what we've been running today, about this time frame here. So not too bad for the 11:11 hour or 11 o'clock hour. But here we are, Anthony Vinoy in that number 801 that has taken that green flag. Anthony Vinoy is out of Hickory, North Carolina, so about 45 minutes from me, actually, in the 2022 TMR TJ Chassis LS1. His first King of the Hammers was in 2021. He stepped from the stock class to the 4800 class at Rush, Kentucky in 2023, but he has been a fan of Ultra 4 for more than 10 years. So in that TMR.
Yeah, I'm watching him work through the sand here. There's a lot of sand coming up the back of that car. I'm almost questioning whether or not that left rear tire is not doing well from the looks of it.
Well, let's talk about this. Before they get into this area, once they enter or exit out of the short course for their qualifying loop, they make a left-hand turn, and it's nothing but a lot of difficult whoops. So it's kind of a rough section. There's a lot of rocky areas as well, but in this sand wash area that they enter into, there's a lot of rocks that are the gotcha rocks like we keep talking about. but it is definitely kicking up a little bit more dirt than it looks like it should be on that driver rear.
Yeah, I think we're looking at two different vehicles with two different flat tires. I think we're looking at a left rear flat in Anthony Vinoy, and Patrick Jones, I think we're pretty certain has a left front flat. But you can see they're still pushing through on the qualifying course as Patrick heads into, this is the top of Resolutions, that's the first rock trail. We might be able to get a good look at that left rear tire of Anthony as he comes down this hill. Yeah, to me, from this vantage point, that left rear looks like it is not happy.
It's not completely flat, but it definitely is low, that is for sure.
Well, they self-inflate at a certain speed, but then they also start to come apart, Pam.
Yes, we've seen that actually already this morning. So this will be a great little view, too, of Anthony Vinoy here. See, yeah, definitely looks like something's going on that driver rear.
Yeah, that's going to cost Anthony some time as he makes his way through this qualifying course. And we're also watching Patrick Jones make his way down through Resolution. But there's our third car on course right now. Is that Cody Young, 4862?
Well, we shall see here in just a moment if it is for sure the 4864 of Cody Young, or 62, excuse me. I've been at this since 7, so my numbers are getting a little jumbled.
They just all lean together. All right, so right now we have 3 cars on course. It's the Patrick Jones, who was in Resolution, Anthony Vinoy, who's coming up that sort of like rocky sandy wash to get to the top of the big sort of that hill that they have to crest on their way over to Resolution. And then we had a car that just left the line, which we believe is Cody Young. And Cody's problem is he's got 2 cars in front of him that are going to be moving incredibly slow because we have flat tires on each of them as they make their way through the rock section. And right now, Patrick Jones, based on where Patrick Jones is right now in Resolution and where Cody Young is coming over the drop, there's a chance that Cody could even catch up to Patrick.
So Ian, let's talk about this for a minute. Anthony Vinoy has that right rear, or the driver rear flat, and then also obviously, you know, Patrick Jones has a flat too. So they're having to go at a slower pace. But do you think it would be beneficial or a better strategy to actually pull over and change that tire? Because time-wise, I mean, we're only on a 3.5-mile loop, but what is your thoughts on that? What would you do?
I don't think it's worth changing the tire. I think if you got out to change the tire, you might as well just call your qualifying run done.
Yeah.
You would burn so much time. I think it would just be better to just push through it, get back into town, and then worry about it down here. I think if you stop to change a tire, I think you're losing so much time that you're going to be at the back of the pack. You'd be beneficial just to pull over. The bigger fear I would have, not so much with Anthony with the left rear flat. The left rear flat's just annoying. Patrick Jones, the front flats just put so much extra strain on everything in the front of the drivetrain of that vehicle. I think there's a greater chance that you can break an axle joint, do some damage to the front end of the vehicle than with that flat tire. So pushing it with the flat tire on the front is a riskier move.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you on that, especially like putting the extra stress as well on the steering rack as well. So, I mean, and steering a car through rocks and through the sand washes with a flat on the front is definitely difficult because it's going to pull it weird. It's already trying to pull itself weird when it's getting into the grooves of the track and everything. So, yeah. I don't know. It's just a strategy.
The benefit that these 4800 Legends cars, these 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class cars is going to have is they have the ability to have that full hydraulic steering. So they've got big 2.5-inch rams on the front or 3-inch rams. They have the ability to move the steering no matter what, but the vibration is violent in the front end of that car with a flat tire. So it can be pretty tough on that car right now. But right here we are watching, I believe that is Cody Young attacking this course. This is the speed that you need to see. This is our fast qualifier. If you want to see what a fast qualifier looks like, that's what you want to watch. You see the car flying up that sand hill, bouncing over the rocks. That's the speed you need to be traveling in this qualifying course to set a good qualifying time.
And I just caught a glimpse. It is Cody Young for sure in the 4862 out of King City, California with Youngblood Motorsports. He is in Jeff Brown's old Miller Pro chassis. And his first race was his first Ultra 4 race was at the Stampede in 2017. He won his first race in Moab in 2021. He was our Western Series champion also in 2021. And he teams up with Rock Age. So Patrick Jones down here in the bottom right, he does have that driver front flat, but just making his way through because, you know, finishing it still will give you a position. If you have people at DNF, then they're obviously starting behind you. So push it until you can.
It's definitely worth finishing your qualifying run, even if, like you said, if someone doesn't finish, if someone doesn't show up to qualifying, they're going to be at the back. So it is better to get to the end of that qualifying course. But Cody Young right now coming through Resolution, making very, very good time. A little bit less aggressive than we saw of our fast qualifiers, being at 6 minutes right now, but that's still a very, very good time. As we're watching Patrick Jones in your in-screen here in the small screen, he's making his way through that qualifying course. As Pam said, look at that front tire.
It's almost, it's done obviously, but it's ready to be completely done. It's going to start shredding here possibly.
As we see Cody Young make his way through the bottom of Resolution. And he's going to basically have to make we'll see what he does at the bottom of this section. So obviously we've seen the fast move here. Oh, it looks like he's taking he's going to stay in the desert. Yeah. He's not going to go down through back door. He's taking the up over the top of the hill, which is interesting because especially with these cars, we've definitely seen that going down through back door is faster. Of course, maybe he's concerned about what he's seen happen with the past few cars that get stuck at the bottom of that drop.
Again, that's why it's key to sit here and watch what's going on and have your team listening and telling you over the radio if you have radio communication, because like you're saying right there, it's getting dug out. So he obviously has been paying attention and doesn't want to get stuck, because that's a chance that you're taking right now. If you're having such a great run like he is having, you don't want to mess it up. Oh, and he's getting a little sideways right there.
Yeah, the question would be if you pre-ran. So did you go out and pre-run the qualifying course? And if you did, if you dropped down through back door, did you try multiple lines on back door, or did you just stick with the popular line, which we've now seen the popular line is so dug out that these 4800 class cars are getting hung up. And I honestly believe the problem is I think when Ratchke went through there, when Sean Ratchke went through there and got hung up and tried to self-recover, basically trying to dig himself out. I think he dug the hole deep where the tires land. And these 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class cars, I do believe the rule is that they have to have a front bumper ahead of the tire. And I think it's just getting stuck. It's hitting that one little ledge and it just stopping them dead in their tracks. But right there's Cody coming up through the Bronco Arch at 8:29-ish. And what we've seen so far is that should bring him in here 1 minute to the finish line. So run a 9:30, Pam.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. Probably about a 9:30. But we do have also on the bottom right-hand side, Daniel Guttenberg has taken the green flag. And Daniel in that number 4850. Daniel is out of Orangeville, California, with Guttenberg Racing Fabrication, Custom GR and F chassis. He has been to every King of the Hammers but the very, very first one, and he started racing in 2023.
All right, so Daniel Guttenberg out there right now, and we just got news that Tony Howard, who left the line in the 4805, has a special guest co-pilot, doesn't he, Pam?
Yeah, he does. It sounds like Mr. Shannon Campbell got in the passenger seat.
This is not good, though. I think from what we heard from in our production trailers, Shannon jumped in the passenger seat to get a look at the qualifying course, which I don't see why Shannon would want to do that. He's basically blind. So I don't know. I don't think that was, and obviously it didn't work out for him because Tony Howard has stuffed the car. Looks like probably broke a tie rod, and he is limping his car back into Hammertown. So maybe Shannon will find another car to jump into here shortly. We'll see.
Well, such a bummer. Tony Howard is out of Sacramento, California. He was in a Liberty Mountain Fab car. His first race with us was at King of the Hammers 2022, but we saw him just now moving off of race course, so very unfortunate.
But that's the exact section that you were talking about earlier, Pam. That first section out of town, they get into those big washes, they get in those big ruts. The rocks out there, they're moving around because it's just rocks in the desert. You know, someone clips a rock, that could be a situation where maybe someone clipped a rock, that's what cost them the tire.
Yeah.
But then they put that rock into the course.
Yeah.
And now you hit that rock, even though we build these cars incredibly strong and incredibly well, the front end of these cars, as we said before, these Legends cross cars are going to have full hydraulic steering on the front end, big steering ramps, but the weak link is the weak link, and it's that tie rod. That tie rod is connected to that ram, obviously with a couple of Heim joints and a small piece of tubing, and from the looks of it, it looks like he just basically maybe hit a rock and just hammered that front end loose and lost steering to one of his wheels. All right, and as we are waiting for our next car to get out on course, we are watching, I believe that's Daniel Gutenberg.
Yes, it is. Daniel up there, and as we see right there, getting ready to take the green flag, that is Chuck Crossland. Chuck Crossland, he's been racing in all kinds of different racing associations as well. He has been out here racing with us for quite a while. He's been here for quite a while already, out here helping us with the King of the Motos, but Chuck Crossland is out of Las Molinas, California with the Liberty Mountain Fab chassis. His first Ultra 4 race was with us at the Stampede in 2019. He started racing in the 4500 class, moved on up through the ranks. He also is a 2023 NorCal Rock Racing champion as well. His daughter, Catherine Crossland, rides shotgun with him, and also Randy Burke. And Chuck Crossland taking that green flag.
And we're watching Daniel Gutenberg come down. You can definitely see the difference in how the drivers are coming through Resolution. We saw Cody Young basically attacking that section of the course. This is where we see the difference between our fast qualifiers and just our middle of the pack guys. You need to be flying down that rock section. If you want to make up and end up in our top 10, you have to be pushing your car to basically near the edge of its ability to get through that rocks to get that fast qualifying. But looks like Daniel's coming through here, just looking for a clean run through the rocks today. But we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley. We are qualifying for the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries. Today it's all about our Everyman Challenge competitors. We'll be back shortly. Remember, if you're a premium subscriber, you won't miss any of the action.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Years of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto and powered by Optima batteries. Right now, it's all about the Everyman Challenge, and we do have the 4850 of Daniel Guttenberg coming through to take that checkered flag. I'm Pam Hall. Alongside me, Ian Johnson. It's been a great day so far, but the 4850 just now hauling the mail over that last jump for his qualifying run.
Yeah, so far we basically have our fast qualifier being Kent Foltz. He's in that basically that sub 8 minute, and he has basically set a blistering pace, which I do think we'll see faster cars as the day goes on. We still have a lot of competitors. We're right in the middle of the pack. I believe Pam said earlier we have 126 cars?
162.
162 cars to get off the line today, and we are only at the 60 some odd mark. So there's still a lot to get through the day.
Yes, and let's talk about timing really quick. The 4850 Berg came through. He is sitting in that 30th position at 11:56.132. Now, while we were on break, if you do not have the premium and you were watching all of the commercials from all of our amazing sponsors, that helps us out here. Chuck Crossland took the green flag right before we went, but we did see him turning around and coming back towards Hammertown. So not sure what happened with him. That is very unfortunate, but we do see the 57-59 kicking his way through these whoop sections of Greg Johnson.
Yeah, Greg Johnson in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. You can see, yeah, he's definitely, back end of the car is definitely being put to work out there. As Pam said before, this section, as we saw, it just gets chewed up. It gets chewed up all week from the number of racers that are out there, and it gets a little bit more aggressive as the day goes on. Greg is making his way through that section where we've seen our fast qualifiers come through here incredibly fast. The pace that you need to come in at that sub 8 minute mark is incredibly quick. You need to basically push the desert as fast as the car can go, but the time is made up once we get up into the rocks by resolution. On that start line right now is Ross Glaive. Ross 4802.
Yes, and Ross Glaive is a great competitor out here. He is also from the NorCal area, but Greg Johnson has his brother Jake Johnson running shotgun for him. He's in the Forced Family Fun team. Jimmy's chassis, a Junkyard LS 5.3. His first King of the Hammers was out here in 2023. But let's talk about that section you were just saying. That area right when you exit out of the short course at the beginning of your qualifying run, that pace right there, you can't go fast. There's no way. I mean, even our T1s the other day that are normally racing through that kind of stuff is super rough. It's probably, I would say, maybe a 20 mile per hour max speed limit through there because of the way the washes are in the whoops in that section.
Yeah, it's definitely big whoops and big rocks, and we've seen a couple of getches out there so far today. We've seen some people get out, basically lose a few tires early on in the run. We saw it yesterday during the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying. People were losing tires at the half-mile mark and then still having to push through 3 miles left of qualifying to get through the rest of the trip. But right now it is Greg Johnson out on course.
Greg Johnson on course. Ross Glaive, like we just saw, he was sitting at the start line. He is out of Redding, California. He's Next Tire Team. He is in a new Liberty Mountain Fab chassis. He started racing out here at Ultra 4 King of the Hammers EMC in 2014. I have to give a little fun fact. When I first started doing this and I would be going out to the remote pits doing pit reporting, Ross Glaive, I think it was in 2021, he actually came here and had no pit crew whatsoever. And you know, it's what's really good about this sport is the sportsmanship of the other crew members. Like, he would have to just pull into somebody else's pit if he needed help with something. So Ross Glaive is, you know, a small team.
Got kittens shooting laser beams out of their eyes on the side of his car. He just seems like a fun guy.
Fun guy, exactly. That next entire sponsored. He has Dalton Hamilton running shotgun with him. But here he has now taken that green flag for his qualifying run.
He's making his way through the short course as we are watching Greg Johnson. Now he's out basically through the big whoop section. Now he's into the big sort of this sandy climb that you have to get up. There's a big drop on the other side. This is another section where we've seen drivers sort of shed off a little bit of time. If they can stay committed through this climb and through this drop, they pick up a lot of time in their qualifying lap because it's very unnerving coming over the top of that. But anyone that we've seen just basically come over the top with speed carrying down their side, those are our fast qualifiers. But right now we're watching Greg Johnson sort of pick his way down the backside of that hill, making a very, very clean qualifying run, which is good to see.
Yeah, he's making great time coming down the drop, Greg Johnson is doing. And then we still have Ross Glaive down there. He is getting ready to exit out of that area that we were talking about that's, you know, maybe a 20 mile per hour, if I had to say 20 mile per hour maximum speed limit. It's very, very rough through there. It's actually directly behind us where we're sitting, directly behind us, and it runs along that ridge line at the bottom of it.
Yeah, the difficult part in this section, tomorrow when we watch the qualifying of our Race of Kings cars, you'll see those cars in that section a lot faster.
Yes.
The Legends class cars are limited to single shock per corner. It's very difficult to control the rebound of these basically 1-ton axles or full-size axles underneath these cars with that single shock. It becomes very, very difficult. There's been a lot of technology over the past few years in those shocks, but it's very difficult to control the amount of rebound and compression that goes on in these cars, especially when you got that big solid axle, even though it's only got a 37-inch tall tire on it.
That is very, very true. So right now we are here for the Everyman Challenge qualifying, which is awesome. Later on this evening, Ian, we will have our King of the Hammers Kids 170 short course race at 6 o'clock, which is always fun to watch. They are the future of our sport. And let's talk about the schedule for tomorrow. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. we will start our Nitto Race of Kings qualifying. It's going to be super exciting to see these guys come out here, do their qualifying run. And that's what we have for tomorrow. Thursday, we will start at 8 a.m. our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship race to start off our race week on Thursday, February 1st. And this is all Pacific time. Friday at 8 a.m. we will start our Everyman Challenge as well. And then Saturday, our final race of the 2024 King of the Hammers will be starting at 7:30 for the Race of Kings, Nitto Race of Kings. So an exciting week coming up in front of us. But right now,
lots of racing all week long out here in Johnson Valley. If you're in Hammertown, lots of stuff to do while you're in town. What's your favorite thing to do in Hammertown, Pam?
inside of Hammertown, well, I'm always a part of the Pit Crew Challenge. So last night I got to announce that. It's always fun to watch and be a part of.
I enjoyed the blindfolded Pit Crew Challenge.
That was a twist.
I think it should all be blindfolded in the future.
So I asked last night whose genius idea was that, and Steve with Rugged Radios, it was his idea. And what they did is they took a pair of goggles, like motorcycle goggles, they taped up the lenses to it, and it was R.J. Anderson and Blake Wilkie. They had to go against each other, and Blake Wilkie actually won. It was very close, but Blake Wilkie won it, and he won the Pit Crew Challenge as well. So it was fun to watch.
It was a fun time to watch.
I like that little twist. I think that we should do that more often.
All right, and off the line right there is the 747 of Chad Jesse leaving the line. So right now on course, we have Greg Johnson making his way down through Resolution. Behind him is Russ Glaive. He should be in the sand wash at this point in time, getting ready to get over that big drop. And just leaving Hammertown right now is Chad Jesse.
All right, Chad Jesse in the 747. I think of an airplane when I say that number every single time. So Chad Jesse out of New River, Arizona. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 chassis, Grom Racing LS3 427, 800 horsepower with him. His first King of the Hammers was in 2020. Has Adam Dixon riding shotgun.
Oh, and we just saw Greg, I believe this is, yes, Greg Johnson, I believe. He has opted to not. This is basically almost the fourth competitor in the row that has basically opted not to go down through back door. I think that the strategy has changed since we saw that bottom of that drop get dug out by 3 different competitors. I think maybe people are making the decision to just stay out of there.
Yes, and if you notice, he took that right-hand line because there's 2 different lines that take you down to that hairpin turn. The upper line is steep and off camber and a lot of silty area, and then the bottom line, like he just took, is obviously not as steep. So it just sets you up a little bit more difficult. You have to check up a little more to make that hairpin turn if you take that right-hand line. And there we have Ross Glave on the right-hand side, bottom screen, going through the drop.
Yeah, he's in that sandy wash section that we've been talking about. Well, he's going to come up to the top of the hill and pop up over the top. We'll see if he checks up or just pushes through. A little bit of speed on its way to resolution.
And let's see, Greg Johnson right now is at a 10:10. He'll probably be coming in around the 13-minute mark, roughly. They'll still put him sitting in, mid-pack right now.
Yeah, middle. I think his main, from the looks of how he took on that qualifying course, just wanted to get through it clean run, bring the car back home, which he obviously has. As Ross Glave makes his way up through this section, this is where we've seen a few gotchas in here. We've seen a few tires get cut with these rocks. There are some big rocks in here, multiple lines, lots of loose sand, but it's a pretty serious climb that you got to attack with a little bit of horsepower. As we watch Greg Johnson come through that Bronco Arch on his way back to town.
Greg Johnson with his brother riding shotgun with him. A little brotherly love. I love seeing the families racing together out here. We've got father and son teams, father and daughter teams, brothers, obviously husband and wife teams. It's really awesome to see this as a family sport, as off-roading has pretty much always been just one big family event, family affair, and brings a lot of people together. I mean, even if they're not even your blood family, they become your family because they're your, you come out camping with them and having fun. And
well, spend a week in the desert with anybody and you become pretty close friends.
Or a month.
Or a month. Yeah, I don't do the month out here, Pam. I do.
I've already been here almost 3 weeks now, so I love it though. So much fun.
All right, Greg Johnson about to come across the line. He's got this last little jump to go through. As we watch Ross Glave, he's making his way over to the top. That's at the very top of resolution, right there. And our big screen, that is Chad Jesse in the Sandy Wash section that we watch everyone get up to.
Chad Jesse making some very quick time already.
Yeah, he's still got a little bit to go. Basically, that's right where the spot where you get out of that, sort of as you mentioned earlier, Pam, that big ruddy wash section that you can't go very fast. He has to come up through two little climbs here. So he's not pushing up on the back of Ross yet. Ross is doing well. Very, very clean run coming down through resolution.
Oh, I love how he has that number so large on the top of his car. That's something that Miles and I have always talked about at our regional races. Put the number on the top because we do a lot of drones and a lot of helicopter footage, so it really lets us see exactly who it is as well.
Some will even put it on the bottom of the car, but it's considered bad luck. So
yeah, I would.
If you roll it, you can see the number a little bit easier. But all right, we're watching Chad Jesse come up over the top of this. We'll see right here. There's the perfect example. He checked up a little bit, but still carrying a good amount of speed coming down through here. You can, as I said before, you can see those basically tire tracks up in that sandy wash. That is where our fast qualifiers were yesterday. They were up out of the basically groove. But it's looking to me like I could be seeing things, but that left front, I don't think I'm right. I think that tire is fine. I think it's just a shadow right now, but we'll see as he gets a little bit further.
I think it's flat. I think you're right. Go with your first instinct. See how it looks a little weird?
Yeah, it certainly seems to be pushing in the front end, but it's hard to tell right now. He certainly seems to have slowed down a little bit, but he's about to drop into the top. This is Chad getting in the top of resolution, but yeah, I think you're right, Pam. I think that tire does look hurt. It seems to be folding over on the edges.
Yes, exactly.
All right, and once again, we have another competitor. It looks like Ross went up and took the backdoor bypass to come around to not do the drop.
Yes.
He seems to be moving at a little bit slower pace than he was earlier in the race. So I hope everything's okay with his car.
Well, and you could see him sliding down. That's what I was talking about earlier, is that upper line is such an off-camber line that, you need to really keep your speed up, but it still is wanting your rear end to still slide the wrong direction.
Well, and the question could be, did they pre-run that line, or were they just committing to go down through back door, but now they've seen it washed out so bad, did they make the decision to, at the last minute, take the bypass? And maybe he hasn't spent a lot of time on that sandy off-camber hill, as you were saying. But right now we are watching Chad Jesse coming down through the bottom of Resolution. We'll see what decision that they make when they get to the very bottom of this trail, whether they head over to the backdoor drop, or do they take a little pivot on that rock there?
Yeah, he hit it pretty hard.
He
Look at that
he got a little bit out of shape right there, and as you said, I think you're right, Pam, that left front tire doesn't look good. So I'm going to assume that we're going to see him take a left up here.
Hopefully he does, with the way that backdoor drop is. If he was watching, he saw what Sean Reisky was going through, so there he is going left, taking the bypass. And another thing too with this bypass line, that upper line that Ross Glaive took, that does set you up better for the turn whenever you need to make that hairpin right-hand turn.
All right, and in our picture-in-picture, I do believe that is Ross. Is that Ross Glaive?
Yeah, that
in?
is.
Yeah, that's Ross Glaive coming in. But look at the speed coming down right here.
That is the 896 of Brian Trimp. Really hauling the Mel right there.
He's working it. He is attacking this course, which is what we want to see for a fast qualifying time. This is the type of speed that we've seen from our fast qualifiers. He came down that hill incredibly quick, which is what we want to see.
Yes, and he is out of Michigan with Shallow Pockets Racing. Colin Morlock is his co-driver. Jeep Army Chassis LS 408, 650 horsepower. His first race with us was at AOP in 2018. He got first place at Rush, Kentucky in 2022. But wow, he is definitely on a mission right now.
Yeah, he's made quick work of that drop. You saw him come through, worked his way through that desert section very well. And this is the speed that we've seen our fast qualifiers attack this course at. It feels aggressive, which it is, but remember, at this part of the race, you're in a sprint. This isn't the big race, this is the qualifying. This is only 3 miles. This is where you hang it all out there for a good starting position later in the week.
Yes, and Brian Trimp is a very good racer out here. He's always one that is fast on the race course, so he's proving it right now on the qualifying loop. Ross Glaive coming through. He has just a couple more turns and he'll be done. He's actually coming through the Can-Am turn for the last jump. So Ross Glaive coming in for the finish line.
All right, and while we see Ross come home, we'll wait for Chad Jesse to come through the Bronco Arch after him. But in the big screen right there is Brian Trempe coming to the top of Resolution. Very good time so far for him. Let's see how fast he moves through this section of rocks.
So Ross Glaive came through the number 4802 with a 1340.233. That puts him sitting in that 39th position. Brian Tremp making his way down Resolution.
Yeah, very, very good speed here. Not as aggressive as we saw with our current pole position sitter, but still moving through here very, very quickly, which is what we want to see. I think he heard me because he just started to pick up the pace there as soon as I said that.
He's got the live show running while he's driving, so he can hear everything.
You get all the information. So now Brian is pushed. There's an in. I don't know if that's a very, very good line through there. Excellent job. So we're watching Brian come down through here. He's at 6:43. That is a very good time to be coming through. Let's see what he does. Does he take a left and take the bypass, or does he drop into back door and do the drop? This would be a very, very pivotal moment for him. We'll see what he does. And it looks like, all right, he's going into back door. Now we'll see what happens here because we've seen a lot of people get hung up.
He's going to jump it.
Pam said he's going to jump it. I hope he does have the live show playing, and I hope he does jump it, Pam.
Oh!
That left front tire is not... We've seen a lot of tire... Here we go.
He didn't jump it, but he took it fast.
He didn't jump it, but he cleaned it very well. Good job. Excellent driving coming down through there. He's going to come out the bottom here at about a 7:30. So that should put him, based on what we've seen before, he should get back into town in 2 minutes. So if he comes across at a 9:30, where's that going to put him,
If
Pam?
he comes across at a 9:35, that will put him about, what is that, 7th position.
So top 10 run right here so far from Brian Tremp.
I'm not sure who this is on the bottom right-hand side. I can't make out the number, but they are definitely not going super fast as we can see.
According to my schedule, it should be Connor Foltz, but I'm not 100% certain.
Oh, pulling off the race course. We've seen, now that's unfortunate. We've seen a few cars pulling off. Oh, he's going right over to one of our safety course workers.
Right over to a course worker. He may be calling it quits, but right now we're watching Brian head back into town, making quick work. Yes, look at that left front tire. That's the front tire. We have seen so many flats today in this qualifying course. I think we've got those gotchas out there, and they're just eating up tires in this qualifying course, but the drivers are pushing through. He's still doing very well, so he came through the Bronco Arch at 8:30. Which would put him on finishing to about that 9:30 mark.
9:30 mark, but earlier that was a slower, well, I mean, it was a minute 2 or minute 4 that we saw Jeremy Jones go through that we were timing it on, but his tire is definitely coming apart as we are watching it. But down here in the right-hand side, that area that Justin Barth is in, that's the area that I was talking about that's super, super rough. You cannot drive fast through there. You can see the rocks right there that he just hit, probably popped his tire.
I think that did. There was if he didn't pop it, he certainly burped it because there's a lot of air expelled from that spot right there.
Exactly. So let's get Brian Trim through, and then we will go through Justin Barth's information because he has been racing with us for quite a while as well. But let's see, one more turn for Brian Trimp. That tire's killing his time just a little bit.
Yeah, he's losing a little. He's shedding a little bit of time in the short course. It's difficult to go through this short course this fast with a flat tire because this year we don't have the big bermed, as Miles likes to call them, the Talladega turns.
The Talladega, it's a Can-Am turn.
We just got nice flat turns, so it's a little bit more difficult for them to come through with those flat tires. But right now, let's take a look. Let's keep an eye on that left front tire of Justin Barth. Yeah, that definitely does look flat.
All right, so let's talk about Brian Trimp. He just came through. He's sitting in the number 8 position with the 896 of Brian Trimp with a 9:44.247. Justin Barth, we saw it happen on the screen. We saw it pop that tire, so unfortunate for Justin Barth.
Yeah, we're watching Justin come through here, and I think you were right, Pam. You called it. You saw him hit that rock with that tire, and that tire is definitely flat, and that's early in the course. I think Pam's found the rock. Get out there and mark that rock for everybody, Pam.
No. That's not my job. That's their job to pre-run and know where that rock is.
All right. Yeah, if you look in the in-screen picture here, it looks like we're going to go back. Here it is right here, Pam, watch.
You can see that it looks
there
like
he
tried to miss it, but you're in such a rut right there. It's like, do I hit the rock with my left front or do I hit the rocks on the right side?
Yeah, you can see the exact moment in time where he cut the outside of that tire, and you can see that. Look at that. That tire is now coming apart right now as he works his way through. So, Pam, you were right. You said it's in that section. I assumed it was a little bit further along in the race course when they're coming up that climb, but it's right where you said it was. It's in that first section of wash.
And I think, honestly, that's just been happening this afternoon. If I had to guess, I'm guessing that somebody knocked that rock into the course, and that's what's causing all of their issues now.
I think you're right. I think what happened is that, like you said, that section is just so chewed up.
Yep.
I think those rocks get moved around, and that one is obviously just kind of leaned over a little bit, and you just saw it right there. You can see how quickly your day can change here in Johnson Valley when you are out trying to push hard through the desert. You don't have to be going fast to be got by the rock, but right now, leaving out from the starting line is Chance Holloman.
Yeah, Chance Holloman. His nickname is Rollover.
That is a terrible nickname, Pam.
Well, it's happened. I didn't give it to him.
I would want my nickname to be Hammers Winner.
Well, that's what he's going for, right? He's out of Sumner, Washington. He's in a Brink Fab chassis LS3, and his first race was at King of the Hammers in 2018, and he won the Big Sky 200 in 2019. And I can't remember off the top of my head. I think that he got that nickname from Sturgis in 2022, if I have to remember correctly.
Well, as we watch Chance make his way through this rocky section, we've seen earlier today, this is kind of where our competitors, unfortunately, are getting hit by a couple gotcha rocks in here.
Jumping rocks.
And we did see Justin Barth lose that left front tire. We got to watch it in a replay, and you can see him struggling through the course now. And I believe that Chance is coming up on it. I think it was right in here somewhere, Pam.
It's this next.
Oh, it's
the next
Look,
one.
you can see the shadow from the rock right there. I think it's in a shadow.
Don't hit it,
problem.
Chance. Watch out, Chance. Oh, see, he
you
just
made it
grazed
through
it.
Yep. But Chance was definitely carrying a little bit less speed through there, and I think that's what saved him.
So less speed, but also that is another thing to mention that's why it is so key to always be scanning the race course, always looking ahead, because you're going through these whoop sections and you're looking ahead, and you can see that Justin was going to try to avoid it, but it just didn't happen. So
yeah, I think honestly from that camera angle, I think that rock is just sitting in a little bit of a shadow. I think as the day progresses, I think the sun, it's hard to see it as it is, but as you're driving through that section, I think there's a little bit of a shadow being cast down by that rock, and it's just hard to see from the driver's seat. And unfortunately, we just watched Justin get clipped by that rock, and it cost him.
And Justin's always one of our good drivers out here as well, so very unfortunate to get it. I mean, that is within, I think that's within the first mile of the race course as well.
Yeah, I think what we saw yesterday is we saw a couple UTVs get hit in that first half-mile section. So I think you're right. It's definitely sub 1 mile. It's early on in the course to have to push the rest of your way through. We're watching Justin. He's definitely moving so much slower because of that left front flat.
Right. So I believe that, that is within the first mile, because when they make the right-hand turn to go into that sandy area, I believe that's where the 1 mile mark is.
Yeah, but right now we are watching Justin Barth. He's coming up through the top of Resolution. He's made his way down through that rock section. In your picture-in-picture, that's Chance Holloman. We just watched him leave the line. And then technically, I believe our next car off the line should be, according to my schedule, would be Jeremy Brown. So we'll have to see if he is on the start line. But right now, on course, Justin Barth and Chance Holloman. All right, so right now we're watching Justin pick his way down through Resolution. Very difficult to do with a flat tire.
All right, Justin Barth is still making his way down. Chance Holloman, a lapse time of 3:50.
Yeah, here we go. Justin's at the bottom. The question will be, does he take the left and go around, which flat tire would be the best decision, which is that is the decision that he has made. He's headed up over the top, so he'll be headed through the desert bypass to go around back door. But behind him is Chance Holloman.
Yep, Chance Holloman is got a 4:18 right now, so running a little bit of a slower pace right at this moment, but that's where you have your areas where you can pick it up and make up time as well. We only have a couple more drivers for our 11 o'clock hour. That should be taking the green flag. But Justin Barth is making his way back down into the backdoor wash area. So he's not too far from getting back here into Hammertown. And the 48-32 Chance Holloman making his way down the drop. And you can see right there he's picked up his speed. You got to pick and choose where you want to try to make up your time.
Yeah, because it can get risky. Obviously, the time to make up, we've kind of seen it over and over and over again on this qualifying course. The time is made up in the rocks in this course, and that is because from what we've seen yesterday and today, we have very, very even cars in the desert. When we get into our Race of Kings competitors tomorrow in the big 4400 cars, we have cars that are incredibly fast in the desert and then cars that are fast in the desert.
Right.
They can make up time anywhere. But when we're talking about classes that are fairly even across the board, like a UTV, like our Brannick Motorsports Legends class, their time is going to be made up in the rocks.
Exactly. 48-17. Justin Barth going to make his way up to the Bronco Arch through the last part of the rock section, making his way down into the short course, so he has just a little bit of time to go, but he has ran pretty much 75% of this course. He has been running with that left front flat.
All right, as we're watching right now in the short course, I believe this is Justin coming in. Yeah, that's Justin coming in. Unfortunate, that left front tire has cost him. All right, he's fighting to get that tire through the short course. You can see it's holding on for dear life in there.
Yes, it is. I mean, that had to be, I mean, obviously this course is already rough, and that just made it 100 times worse. Because like you were saying earlier, Ian, I mean, the roughness, it's so much better if it's a rear flat, not the front flat. Steering component, everything. It makes everything worse.
Yeah, you can see even though they're on a nice flat short course, if you just get a glimpse of the left front of that car and just see the sway bar in there moving. Oh, check this out. Here we go. On board, live from the lake bed with Jeremy Brown. This is pretty cool. Is this a first?
This is the first of the day
for us. First of the day, first year for this, but this is on-board camera on the race course. And joining me here in the booth is my good friend Miles. Will be joining me for the next little bit.
Yes, Ian, it's been great being up here in the booth with you, but you know what? I'm gonna go take myself a break here really quick, have some lunch, go check out the outpost here for a moment, and then what I'm going to do later on is I'll be back on for the kids class. So Ian, it's been awesome, but it's time to hand it over to my counterpartner, Mr. Miles Hasselquist.
Yeah, Pam, looking forward to it later. Both Pam and I will be back up here in the booth, as she said, for the kids 170 race. It's the 4900 Can-Am Futures Youth 1000cc UTV race. So Pam and I will be back here tonight for that. Right now we are watching in resolution. And we lost our in-car feed there as the car was making its way through this rough section, but Jeremy Brown making quick work of that section of the course. Now that he's through the whoops, he can get out into, this is, even though it's a little bit rough, there's not as many of the rocks that have been kicked around into the course. So we're watching Jeremy Brown right now. This is a very, very good pace so far that we've seen. He's making his way through this sandy section. And our picture-in-picture is Chance. Chance is down, working his way through the rocks of resolution. We'll see what kind of decision he makes. Or sorry, no, he has already made the decision. This is the top of back door. That's that first drop. And there's the big drop where we've seen everyone get hung up, but he made quick work of it. Good for him. As Chance comes through the bottom, and what we've seen so far today is when they come out the bottom of back door, a fast time from here is 2 minutes, and just a medium pace is about 2:30. So we're probably going to see Chance come in somewhere on that 12:30 mark. But in your pitch on the big screen right now is Jeremy Brown, and he is flying through this qualifying course.
Well, Ian, it's great to be back in the booth with you once again. Lots of great times yet to be had.
Always, Miles. It's fun to be in the booth with Miles. Miles and I have...
We'll have some fun today, I promise you that.
Absolutely.
And then we get to heckle our buddy Jim Marsden here in a little bit.
Oh, I love making fun of Jim.
It's easy.
It's too easy. Too easy.
Again, I'm Miles Hasselquist, joining in the booth, and we are back on board with Jeremy Brown.
All right, Miles, you've been watching. Jeremy's getting a little bit of Western out there.
These ruts are getting deeper and deeper. This course is starting to deteriorate.
But you know what we just saw there, Miles? We were talking about this earlier, Pam and I were. That big jump right there, the top of the crest of that hill, when we're talking about fast qualifiers, they come over that hill just like we saw Jeremy come over the top of that hill. When you're not checking up, when you're just pushing through and come across, it's a little scary, but it's a lot of fun, and you can pick up a lot of time there.
There's Chance Holloman. He's still on all four wheels, doing great
look
through
at
the Bronco Arch.
Back in car with Jeremy. This is amazing, Miles.
This new technology is crazy, isn't it, Ian? Love it.
All right, we're watching Jeremy Brown. This is that section where it's kind of, you can see on that small picture-in-picture at the front of his car, this is that sort of soft, sandy section. There is some big rocks in here, and there's multiple lines through here, but you can make up a lot. You can carry a lot of speed through this section of the course. All right, and in our small picture-in-picture, this is Chance coming back into Hammertown. Couple more turns and then across the jump, and he'll be done.
That's a fairly new car he's got there. Just finished that. He had the old PSC car for a bit, got rid of it, and upgraded to this new Brink Fab. He's out here having fun. He's been racing with us for quite some time, and always a big laugh. And he's rolled more race cars than I can count.
All right, we're watching Chance come in. We said he was going to come in about that 12:30 mark, and I think that's where he's going to land as we're still in the car with Jeremy Brown. This is absolutely amazing footage coming out from this car live to you from Johnson Valley, California, middle of nowhere, and we got live in-car action going on.
Our bottom right is Jacob Peak and Alex Peak, his brother, number 4895 out of Auburn, California, with Peak Racing in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Has his off-road addiction chassis, LS 500 horsepower, JR Turbo 400, Atlas Rough Stuff, DV8 wheels, WFO Concepts, Legacy Welders, Warren Factor 55, Schaefer's Oil, Yukon, DP Converters, Hall's Towing, and Rooker's Collision. His first race with us at Ultra 4 was the Stampede 2018.
All right, watching Jeremy Brown make his way through Resolution, and you can see the speed he's carrying is very, very good. This is what we expect to see from a fast qualifier. You can see just pushing through these rocks.
And look at him just grabbing that wheel, just back and forth. So much turning you have to do around these rocks.
You got to work a lot on your way through that section of the course. But he's carrying a good amount of speed. When we see him come down through the bottom, the big question will be, what does he do at the bottom of this course? Does he take the left bypass, or does he drop right and go down through back door? There seemed to be that a lot of competitors were opting to not go back down through back door for a little while because we saw 3 or 4 cars get hung up, but we've now since seen 2 or 3 cars get through, which is nice. So I think it's back to, I think people maybe have their confidence back to drop down through that section of the trail. And right now, here he is at the bottom of Resolution, and this is where he's got to make the decision. Let's see which way he goes.
Looks like he just bypassed the sand hill.
Yeah, I think you're right, Miles. I think he took the right-hand turn and went down into the rocks. We'll have to wait to he did.
Yeah, there he is. He's almost to back door as we speak. His Peak gets a little donkey kick there.
All right, so look at this.
A
little bit of passing action maybe going to happen, which is awesome to see. But we got.
So Jeremy Brown's getting ready to drop that 8-foot ledge, and it's starting to get more dug out and more dug out.
Yeah, but I think it's all about just the commitment at this point, Miles. We've seen a couple cars get hung up, but this is awesome. We're going to see Jeremy Brown come out the bottom at 7:40. Based on what we've seen, that's 2 minutes from right there.
So just shy of 10-minute run. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, I think
he's going to lap traffic.
Yeah, I think he's going to come in around that 9:50 mark, 9:45, based on the speed that he's carrying. and the aggressiveness of his driving. That's what we've sort of based it on right there. If you're a fast mover, you're coming in at 2 minutes from that exit of back door.
It's been fun listening to the qualifying all day, and we got lots of more racing yet to come. Power Hour will be kicking off later this afternoon. We got a lot of big names in the sport. Be heading out, and we're qualifying for the Everyman Challenge. This is part of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. You can have a front or rear mounted engine, unlimited horsepower. Vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner, maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire, solid axles only. And there's a lot of retired 4400 cars in here. You just have to, dumb it down with smaller tires and a single shock. But there's also a lot of brand new cars.
I think this is a class that a lot of people are building specific cars for, Miles. I think that
it used to be a retirement class, and now it's a specific
Now I think people
build.
are building specifically for this class. It's a very competitive class. I think it gives you everything that you need to. To me, it's not necessarily quote a budget class, but when you're only buying,
we're racing. There is no budget.
There is no budget. Yeah, that's true. But I think the thing is, when you think about it, if you were going to build a 4500 modified Yukon Gear and Axle modified car, you're buying twice as many shock absorbers. And that gets really expensive nowadays when you're buying shock absorbers.
Absolutely, yeah. Everything's getting expensive. Jacob Peak still making his way up. Should have Jeremy Brown. A time for him here very shortly. It's the last jump.
Oh, excellent.
Grabs the checkers.
So we were right.
He moved into 7th position, Ian.
Yeah, so 9:30. So he came in exactly where we expected him to be based on coming out of the bottom of back door with a 2-minute push.
Yeah, you were within 10 seconds on that one.
Yeah, we've kind of been
figured out.
We've kind of been clocking them all day, and you can kind of tell by how they get through the first half of the course. If they come out of the bottom of back door clean,
and there
you'll see how fast they move.
That's Rob Graham and Jeremy Husky's getting out of the car.
That's unfortunate. Look at the smoke. That looks like it could be maybe a radiator or something, but yeah, they've definitely stopped on course to take a look at what's going on.
Hate to see that for him. Tough break for that.
All right, so while we wait to find out what's going on with Rob Graham, we're going to take a quick break from the action here, qualifying for the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. Qualifying for the Everyman Challenge today. Remember, if you've got that premium subscription, you won't miss any of the action, and we'll see you soon.
When I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
place in the 4500 Yukon.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is qualifying for the Everyman Challenge. There's Jacob Peak on our top left, and on our bottom right is Austin Thompson. The number 130, that's Brendan Thompson's son, Bam Bam Jr. himself. He's got Brendan and his dad riding shotgun with him. Out of Nevada City, California, with Outcast Racing. This is an old UFO 4400 car they modified to 4800. It's got a Dart 454, ATO 4L80E, 205 Maxxis SMT Performance, Yukon FK Rugged Brannick Performance Air, Paul Jr. Designs, UFO Fabrication, Elite Metal, Two Works, and Willwood. His first Ultra 4 race was Stampede 2022.
All right.
Oh, I'm just getting an update that, okay, there's Brendan right there. So Shannon's in there getting another peek at it, huh? Why aren't you in there, Brendan? Hey, you passed. All right. You'll get in there later, huh? We'll see you tomorrow. They always got to keep me honest. I try to do my homework, and then I ask them, they tell me one thing, and they do whatever they want.
They throw a curveball at you. Yeah, well, we saw Shannon was in a different car earlier to get a look at the qualifying cars.
But they didn't go very far.
It didn't go very far, so he obviously pulled in some favors, and now he's in with Austin Thompson. So him and Shannon are out there. I still don't understand the idea behind that, since Shannon is notorious for saying that he can't see. I don't know why he wants to go out and take a look at the course.
He drives by Braille.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe he's just getting a feel. We'll say he's out getting a feel for it, Miles.
And look at that. That's Brent Harrell, the son of Brett Harrell, getting ready to take off in that Paul Horschel machine. This is probably one of the nicest 4800 cars out there. It's an absolute work of art.
Yeah, these cars are absolutely beautiful. Oh, and it looks like we got another in-car action coming from us, Miles. Here we go. So live in-car from Brent Harrell.
That again, we just talked about it. The live in-car is so amazing. Super cool to see. There's our unofficial results on the top right. We've been qualifying since 7 a.m. this morning. I had the morning off, so I tuned in and watched everything.
Yeah, and Ken Foltz set that 8:21 incredibly
he was quick early.
And it was early, yeah, and we really haven't seen anyone put any pressure on him yet. Now, mind you, we still have a lot of heavy hitters out there, so I do think we're going to see that time get put pressure on. We may even see, I think we're going to see somebody, I don't know if we're going to see a 7, but I think we're going to see a low 8.
What was it yesterday? 7:26 by Cheney? I don't know if anybody's going to be able to beat that today.
Yeah, I've got it right here in front of me, Miles. It was 7:26 by Kyle Cheney. And yes, I don't think you're going to see anybody that low. Right behind him was Anderson at 7:43. So there's a big gap between 1 and 2 in qualifying for those guys. I think we're going to see like a 8:04, 8:05. I don't know if we're going to get into
I like 8:05.
Yeah, I think we'll see an 8:05 today, especially when we see Power Hour come in. And right now we're watching Brent. This is honestly what we figured out today.
There's the rock right there.
There's the rock that's getting everybody.
He slows down,
goes around. He's been watching around it. Yep.
So that's Brent, the Iceman Harrell, with Justin Marquardt riding shotgun out of Almsville, Oregon, with team change order in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class in that Horschel chassis. Ford body up front. Danzio LS7 with 710 horsepower. Turbo 400, SCS, Rigid, Tubeworks, Nitto, Fox, Obstacle, Max Tie-Downs, Brett Schmidt Trucking, Warren, and Factor 55 with team change order. His first Ultra 4 race was the Nitto Nationals back in 2020. He's won in Crandon, he's won in Montana, and he's definitely one to watch right now qualifying for the Everyman Challenge. He could definitely be in that 8-minute range.
And this is a perfect example of what we were just talking about a few minutes ago, Miles. We're talking about retired 4400 cars or purpose-built 4800 cars.
And this is purpose-built as you can get.
Yeah, when you run down that list of parts and pieces, you're not going to get, that's all top shelf stuff sitting in that car. And you can see just looking at it, trailing arms in the back, leading arms in the front, even though it's single shock per corner, there's a lot of tech in that car right now.
And Austin Thompson, Bam Bam Jr. getting ready to drop down Resolution.
Yeah, and we've watched all week, yesterday and today. This is where we see the time being made up on this course, Miles. We see if you can get through this rock section fast, you can make up a lot of time right here.
And I assume Austin's dropping down back door, right, Brennan? Oh, yeah. Smile and nod.
Yeah, I think that we saw a few competitors take a break from it. When we earlier today, we saw a few people after Sean Ratchke get hung up and basically dig out the bottom. We saw multiple competitors basically just bail out and take the bypass. But we're back into the flow of seeing vehicles head down into back door to take that drop off the ledge. I think the confidence is back in the drivers as well as the vehicles that they can definitely make that drop easily and get out the other end.
Max Tracks is the official traction board of the EMC. Seeing quite a few of those running around. For if you get stuck or need to ramp over some rocks during race day, I don't see we'll see too much during qualifying.
Well, we did see them in action earlier as the recovery crew was using the Max Tracks to get a reposition on a winch line to get the car
I missed
out.
that one.
Yeah, so they're not just for traction. You can use them for a little more extra. But watch Brett Harrell come over the top of this. This is where we also see time being made up.
And that's a very steep downhill section.
Yeah, but you can see he just committed and went over the top. This is a very, very fast time right now for Brent Harrell in
He's
that.
Getting a little wide, keeps her together. So Austin Thompson about to drop down back door. We'll see how quick he can make that. So we got two young guns of the sport out on course right now, making it look good.
Yeah, we're watching Austin come in through here. That's the big drop.
That car's been racing with us for 10 plus years.
It's
Love to
been
see
around
it still
for a
out
while.
here.
Yeah, it's good to see it still out there. But we're watching Brent Harrell. Look at the speed that he's moving through this section. This is an incredibly fast time. Miles, you might be right. We may be watching right now on camera our new pole position vehicle.
Yeah, Kent Foltz of the 821, Derek Summers at 909, Michael Kelly with a 911. He set that one early this morning with a great shot. Scott Foley, Cody Young, Steve Graff, Jeremy Brown, Antonio Giralda, Brian Trimp with that flat tire, Jacob Pacheco, Brent Dixon, Nick Allegri, Jeremy Jones, Sean Leonardini.
And so one little check up there to sort of reposition. Yeah. But Austin Thompson came out the bottom of back door at basically 8:10. So that will probably bring him into Hammertown. Probably, I'm going to say just over the 10-minute mark for him as we watch Brett Harrell coming across. He's making his way over to the top of Resolution.
Yeah, Brent Harrell. I always get those mixed up.
Me too.
Brent.
Yeah, there's too many.
He's the young one. He's the nice one. Brett's the old one. He's a little. One of his crew members told me that one. I'm not going to rat out who.
That's a good one. I like that.
That's my mental note there.
There we go. But we're watching Brent. Look, he's got a smooth, clean line through the top of Resolution, and he's carrying a good amount of speed. So this could be a very, very good time for him.
Brendan Thompson on the Ford Performance qualifying short course. Car still looks like it's in great shape. Our drone's chasing along.
Yeah, he's got a couple more turns. But right now, Brent he's going to come out of the bottom of Resolution under 6 minutes, which that's an incredibly fast time right there, Miles.
So far, so good. One more Can-Am corner to go, and Austin Thompson will click off a time.
Yeah, I think he's going to come in. But here we go. Let's see. So Brett Harrell's making. He's
bypassing back door. That's not the strategy I assumed I'd see.
That is surprising as well, Miles, because he had such a clean run through the rocks.
And he's at that 6:12 mark right now. So, interesting strategy. But he's saving the car.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, the reality is that the question is so let's keep an eye on him. So he's at 6:30. This. If he comes through this, when he drops back into the wash here, Miles, is where we can kind of get an idea. So if he comes in right through here, he's going to be about 2 minutes from there. So that's about an 8:30. So we thought that we were going to see a low 8 run from him because he certainly seemed to be putting on a show, but it looks as though he lost a little bit of time by heading up and taking that bypass.
Oh, look at that front and rear on car. Lots of great racing going on, but we're going to give you a little dip behind the scenes with our event motorsports director. Ben Napier's been all over the place. Ben, what do you got for us, buddy?
G'day, Miles and crew. Ben here. We're in the race control box here. This is where we keep an eye on everything that's going on the race course. We're looking at scores coming in. We're looking at the footage coming out from track, keeping an eye on everything, making sure everything's good out there. The USAC guys are working really hard and making sure that everything's fair and everything's compliant on the track with the competitors. And it's been a great day so far. Our Hammer King and King of the Hammers volunteers, course captains, all the crew out there doing recovery are working their butts off and keeping this course clear. We've had very, very few reruns today. Yesterday we had a few reruns where guys got caught up behind our recovery crews, and today we've been able to keep it nice and clean. So thank you to the guys and girls out in the desert who are helping us run this race today. We're on time, we're running nicely, and we're looking forward to Power Hour at 3 o'clock today. And we're really excited about some great racing. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Ben. And yeah, it takes an absolute army to pull all this together. So a huge shout out to yourself, Ben, Dave Cole, the entire USAC, Hammer King Productions, all of our volunteers. It's a lot of people making this happen. And it's such a great shot as Brent Harrell launches through and has just moved into second position, 7 seconds behind Kent Foltz, and that's with bypassing back door. If he would have went back through back door, I think he would have had him.
He would have. There was no question. I mean, the reality was I'm sure that was planned for and thought about, but I think it cost him about 10 seconds on that race. We would have had a new leader if he had come through and done the backdoor drop instead of making that bypass. I think he lost a little bit of time because we clicked off with our sort of like unofficial split time, and he's exactly 2 minutes away from where we thought he would be when he came at the bottom of back door, or came by the bottom of back door at that 6:30 mark.
In big picture is old Greg Neff with Eric Risco riding shotgun, number 73 out of Denver, Colorado with Neff Motorsports, part of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class with that Neff Motorsports chassis, LS3 525 horsepower, 6L90 transmission. Hero TK, Sherpa Rack Systems, Kenda Tires, Raceline, Rough Stuff, Warren, Factor 55, Yukon, Coyote Enterprises, Baja Designs, and Redline Oils. He started co-driving Ultra 4 back in 2013 for Dustin Eisenhower, but started racing for himself in 2017. Haven't seen the Warren winches being used too much today, except for from the recovery crew.
Yeah, no, we've only seen a few down at that bottom of back door, but I think that seems to have sort of solved itself, which is good. And then in our picture-in-picture is Christian Bass, I believe.
It's Bassy, like fishing. I got that in my notes too.
Bass like fishing. There we go. So Christian Bass, he's just left Hammertown, making his way through that sort of cross-grain section is what we're calling, because you kind of got to power through multiple race lines. And in our big picture is Greg Neff, just headed into the top of Resolution, coming down.
So Christian Bassy with Jake Maloney riding shotgun out of Hurricane, Utah with Bassy Racing with that Sasquatch Motorsports chassis, LS 6-liter, maximum 4L80, Jesse Haynes Fabrication Portals, 4-wheel steer, Triton in Manufacturing, Driveline Tech, the 40, Maverick Plumbing, Jesse Haynes Fab, and Red Radios. His first King of the Hammers was last year, 2023.
All right, we're watching Greg Neff now. He's just at the bottom of Resolution, and this is where the decision needs to be made. Does he take the left and go up the sand hill, or take the right and go down through back door? And it looks like he's headed up the sand hill, Miles. So he's taking the same line that Brent Harrell took, up over the top, staying in the rough. Gonna drop down into that track and head over. They got to go around that barrel and then take a right and head back into town. This does cost you about 10 to 15 seconds, depending on how quick you can get through back door.
And yesterday during the UTV Hammers Championship qualifying, they were running that desert loop a lot until towards the end. Then it came a lot more common. You know, it's the strategy is very interesting, and it changes every time. I mean, we were talking to a few of them, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm not going down back door," and then they get there like, "I'm going down back door."
Yeah, we noticed first thing in the morning, Miles. It was very interesting. It was nobody was dropping down back door until the first person did it. Then it was almost like a domino. Then it was multiple cars went down, and then I think we saw one person. What we saw was Robbie Gordon actually put down a faster time by bypassing back door, and then it just started to seem to be the trend that everyone took the bypass for a little while. Then when the next fast car went down back door, it sort of seemed to go back that way. Everyone was headed back to do down that back door drop. and get back into town a little bit quicker. I still think it is faster. I think there's more time to be made up by coming down through that backdoor section. But as we say that, we just watched Christian Bassi come over the top of that hill carrying a lot of speed, which is really, really good to see. That's also where we see a lot of these qualifiers picking up a lot of time, is coming over those crested hills. If they can carry speed over it, it seems to pick up a few seconds here and there.
And old Greg Neff coming through the Bronco Arch into the Ford Performance qualifying short course that the NorCal crew built for us. They did an amazing job. They've been prepping it every single night. Goodby, Sweeney, and Bird have been working their tails off. Tom Lou's been driving a water truck, blowed up a couple tires on it.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the short course this year, Miles, without the big banked turns at all.
I like. Yeah,
turns,
there's a couple bank turns, but I like the flat ones at all. You have to do a little bit of everything to make it happen.
Yeah, it's definitely a different feel this year than last year, and I think it's great. I like to see it shaken up like that. As we're watching Christian Bassi make his way through, that's that rocky sort of sandy section. You can pick up a lot of speed here as well. But Greg Neff's going to come in. It looks like he's probably going to come in at around that 10-minute mark, which would be good to see. Nice, clean run from him.
Yeah, this would be just a perfect mid-pack start, towards the front a little ways.
Yep.
And it doesn't look like he tore up the car too much. Man, we've definitely seen some flat tires about that race mile, one or so on that left track.
Yeah, there's just that one rock. We were super fortunate to get a shot of that. Unfortunately, that one rock is sort of kicked out there. And one of our drone ops was able to get the actual rock that's been costing probably everybody that left front tire all day. All right, so right now,
so here's the 48-45 of Larry Baglow with Kenny Todd riding shotgun out of Alberta, Canada with A Racing, EH Racing. Brake fab chassis.
You got to shorten that up, Miles. If you do it, no, it's A. Like super. It's like a period, like a comma. It's like, how's it going, eh?
You're pretty good at that.
Not A Racing. It would be like A Racing.
A Racing.
A Racing.
I like it.
Yep.
And this
How's
brake
going,
fab chassis with a 496 Turbo 350, Atlas, Dozer Construction, Truck Doctor, Immortal Customs, and Clover Hill Constructions.
I wonder if before the race, they sit in the car and go, coo, 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 coo.
Oh, man. Yes, they do.
I just heard a yes, we do. And there's only a few people here who will understand what that's from. I didn't get the response, though. I just sent out the first announcement. I didn't get the response back, so. Oh, I got it from the production trailer. There we go.
Yeah, I'm lost, but you're in it.
You'll, Miles. One day I'll get you educated up, and I'll get you a bag of ketchup chips, and we'll sit down and talk about it. We'll talk about the great.
Dip in your syrup.
Oh, gotta have maple syrup. Yes, sir. Some ketchup chips, and I'll get you schooled up on that. Well, maybe we'll play some Beer Hunter tonight, Miles.
That sounds like a plan to me. Christian Bassi going towards backdoor.
All right,
he's
headed into that section right now.
As Baglow's coming down that, so when you're coming up to that hill right there, you're coming over and you crest. You can't see a single thing. You just have to trust your pre-running and your notes, and then get down and hit the throttle and head downhill. And now he's picking up a lot of speed, 60, 80 miles an hour right here. And then it's a huge turn with some huge ruts, and they're getting a little slideways out there.
And the one thing that we talked about yesterday with the UTVs, when you watch these guys qualifying and they're coming down that hill, it is a great lesson in why, when you're out on this race course, you do not stand on the outside of a turn when you're watching the race course. If you're out there watching these competitors and you find a cool spot to watch, make sure that you are on the inside of the turn, not on the outside. The outside is the danger zone.
And we have a lot of great spectator areas that we, you came through the gate, you got your little pamphlet, so check those areas out. Over by Backdoor and Chocolate Thunder, Desert One, there's lots of great spectating. So, help us help you.
Yeah, looks like he checked up a little bit there, Miles. He was carrying a lot of speed headed into this one section and looked like he clipped a little bit of a rock and kind of threw the anchor out a little bit.
Looks like he's back in action now.
He's back in action now, yeah. Maybe it just sort of took him off his game a little bit. But, yeah, very, very good. This is the type of driving we've seen from our very, very fast qualifiers. You have to be very aggressive through through this section of the rocks and up over the top.
If I remember right, he's running those TSL Super Swampers.
Could be, I can't tell from here, Miles, but he's headed down to the top of Resolution just at the about 5-6 minute mark, which is a very, very good time as we watch Christian Bassi come down through the Bronco Arch and head into the Ford Performance short course.
And a great day of qualifying it has been. We still have all afternoon, and then tomorrow the 4,400 Race of Kings qualifying, the unlimited class. It's going to be a great, great week of racing. We have one, finished today out, one more day of qualifying, and it's 3 straight days of racing.
Yeah, it's going to be a good week so far. Oh, I shouldn't say it. I was going to say the weather's been great, but I'm not supposed to say that, am I, Miles?
There's a little chance of some interesting things, but I'm just ignoring all that, and we'll see what shakes out.
I brought my snow pants, Miles. I'm ready.
I hope that doesn't happen.
All right, we're watching Larry Bagol make his way down through the top of Resolution. He seems to be slowing down a little bit. I don't know if this is just we saw him coming up the hill, and it looked like he clipped a rock and got checked up a little bit. Certainly hope there's nothing wrong with the car. May have knocked the Tim Hortons out of the cup holder. That might have been what slowed him down.
Christian Bassi around the Can-Am corner, getting ready to hit the Yukon launch, and we'll get a time for him very shortly.
See, Miles, I'm here just for the Canadian.
Oh,
look
he
at that.
loses it.
Goodness gracious.
Right rear flat tire. Gets a little squirrely, was able to save it. Remember Dawson Allington a couple years ago came over that during qualifying and wadded up pretty bad. So
yeah, I remember that. That was not a fun day for him. And then we saw earlier today where the Grand Cherokee came over and lost its front axle.
And on the bottom right is the 1470 of Jeff Martin with Mike DeVore riding shotgun out of Martinsville, Indiana with Martin Racing. Part of Team Indiana with that Miller Motorsports chassis. Texas Speed 427, Turbo 400, Atlas, Brannick, Method, Nitto, and Fox. He's representing the United States Navy Seabees. He's new to the sport a couple years ago, but just has a lot of fun out here. He's worked his way up and now has a really nice machine.
Yeah, those Miller Motorsports cars, they always are great options for these Legend class cars. Great proven chassis.
And he's taking that inside line. He's been watching the live feed. So there's Larry Bagwell. And so far, so good. Lots of racing yet to come. Remember, if you don't have the premium, you should do it. Go to KOHUltimate.com. We're going to take a quick break. More racing action yet to come.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. Today is the Everyman Challenge qualifier, and on screen is the 1717 of Johnny Valadez with Aaron Kaiser riding shotgun out of Agua Dulce, California, with telemetry Motorsports and that bomber chassis, LS3 Power Glide transmission, Atlas, Trail Ready, Mickey Thompson, North-South Machinery, Radflow, Optima, Amsoil, East Coast Gear, All Terrain Concepts, EDM Performance, and Technical Manufacturing West. His first race was 1 year ago here at the 2023 King of the Hammers. There's Jeff Martin coming into town. He'll be heading through the Bronco Arch here very soon. Two fast cars out on course at the same time.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of really good qualifiers so far this afternoon, Miles, but no one has put any pressure on Kent Fultz with that 821.
Brent Harrell had it, but he decided to skip out back door. Oh, here we go. On car with Johnny Valadez.
There we go. Look at that. That's great footage inside that car, watching these guys go through the desert.
That's awesome. His daughter Hunter will be making her King of the Hammers debut tonight during the Youth 170 race. I think you and Pam will be calling that one in.
We will be. Yeah, we'll be back up in the booth for that. Right now we are watching Jeff Martin come back into town. We'll get a time from him. It looks like he's going to be in on that 9-minute mark.
This is a pretty good run. This could be a top 10 looking like. And that Brannick Motorsports chassis. Just got that from Jody Ford just a few months ago. That car's been around a long time, but it's a cool car. Ryan Taylor's going to be in Power Hour later on this morning. He's just chilling and doing his homework, watching the lines develop.
All right, looks like Jeff Martin came in at around that 9:30 mark.
And that puts him in 8th position. That's a perfect place for old Jeff Martin.
That is a good spot to be in, but we still have a lot of cars to get through today, Miles.
Yeah, 162 in total. You don't have to qualify. You can take a rear start. The 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class will be intermixed, and then we'll start the Curry Enterprise Stock class after them as they qualify, and then whoever doesn't qualify takes a rear start. But if you do DNF, you do start in front of those people that didn't even try.
You can see Johnny checking up at the top of that hill, slowing down a little bit, trying to get lined up. That is a pretty serious drop, as we've talked about before, and it's a blind drop when you come up over the top. It's kind of sketchy to see. You kind of really want to rely on your, if you've done any pre-running, we've seen people carry a lot of speed over there, but if you go into a blind, it can get you a little off guard when you come up over the top. Now he's down into the rocks, heading down into Resolution, where he'll run down through Resolution and come out the bottom. Looks like he's heading into Resolution right around that 6-minute mark, which is pretty middle of the pack time that we've seen so far today. And then who is that in our in picture there, Miles? Is that Dustin Eisenhower?
Dustin Eisenhower, yeah. Yep. He's transformed his 4400 car into a 4800 car, if I remember correctly.
So Dustin's working his way through that washed out section just outside Hammertown. You got to kind of pick your way through that before you get to kind of drop into the flat here that he's coming up on. As in our big screen, we watch Johnny Valadez make his way down through Resolution. You can see our recovery crews popped up along the side of that trail, ready to recover anyone who needs help. making his way down through the end of Resolution. This is kind of near the end of the trail, and they have to make the decision. We've seen people take both lines here, both left and right. Looks like he's opted to stay to his left.
I think that's more. Oh, and then he last second changes the right. I do think the straight up and over on the left, his left side's a little quicker, and then you just kind of float over the top. But like I said, it's kind of like a roller coaster. You can't see where you're going, so you just have to trust it and make it happen.
Yeah, you kind of got to just push your way over the top there. And honestly, you get into those rocks, there's a little bit more traction than dropping into that sand and getting caught up in those ruts. But he comes out the bottom carrying a lot of speed, which is good to see. And now we're going to see which way Johnny goes. Now they're at the bottom of Resolution. Looks like they're headed over to backdoor, which is great.
Need to give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Nitto Tires, Progressive Insurance, Sylvania Off-Road, Griffin Race Radiators, AMSOIL, PCI Race Radio, CA Technologies, Furman Generators, King Shocks, LaserNut, Beast Unleashed, Pacifico. Share my coach, Factor 55. So please support who supports the sport. All those wonderful marketing partners would not be racing here today for the Everyman Challenge qualifier.
Johnny comes out the bottom of the drop there clean, which is good to see. Probably switched it back into 4 high there to carry him out the bottom. And from there back to town, it's about a 2-minute push for him. So we'll have to put about a 2-minute clock and he'll be coming back into town. About 1 minute from here, from where he is on course to the top of the Bronco Arch, and then 1 minute from the arch back into town.
Great split times in. You've been in here for quite a while, and you're getting really tuned in.
We've been doing the math in it, Miles. It's kind of fun when you get in here. And now that all goes out the window tomorrow with the 4400 cars because everyone is going to be at a different speed coming through these sections. So it's going to be a lot harder to split time those guys. But the nice thing about the 4800 cars and even the 4500 cars, they are very evenly matched when it comes out of the rocks and gets into the desert.
Yeah, we saw Kyle Chaney with that 726 jumping down back door. I do not think we'll see that today, but I think we could see a 4400 car tomorrow jumping down.
I'm looking at Lauren Healy for that, and if he doesn't do it,
he likes the highlight reel, that's for sure.
I'll be very sad for myself if I don't see him jump down back door. I expect Lauren always puts on a show. He understands that he knows how to play the game.
Checkers or wreckers.
Yeah, he also knows that, we talked about it yesterday. We still talk about that time we watched him drop off the cliff in that Bronco.
During qualifying, that 3 or 4 years ago? Maybe 5.
And I think he knows how to play the game well. I think we'll see him launch over a couple of those big jumps, which will be awesome to see. And I bet you we'll see him power down through backdoor, which will be awesome. So while we watch this last little group of qualifiers come through here, Miles, let's get. I haven't had a chance to put you on the spot yet. Let's pick a couple winners.
For what?
Well, let's start with.
I'm winning. I'm winning right now.
We're both winning, Miles. We're just getting paid to sit in the booth and talk about race cars. Let's talk about tomorrow. Let's talk about the qualifiers we're qualifying today. So. Who would you like to see in 4800, 4500, and 4600? What do we got here?
It's a stacked field. Everybody always tries to put me on the spot. I'm just a fan of off-road in general, so I love everybody. But Power Hour is going to be interesting. It's going to be hard to catch up with Kent Foltz, Brent Harrell, Michael Kelly, and a few of those.
I don't want qualifying winner. I want
overall
winner.
Jeremy Jones is always hard to beat. Ryan Taylor right up front. It's been one that's been fun to watch. I'm excited to see Dan Wyrick's new 4500 car take off. Him and Paul Wolf are going to be sharing driving duties there. It's going to be very interesting to see how it shakes out. 4600, those Broncos are pretty bad, but there's a few of those Jeeps. Sergio's been doing well. John Schaefer had a rough qualifier, so he'll have adjusted time on his side if he doesn't get caught in a bottleneck. Man, it's a stacked field. How about you?
I'm gonna say 4500 is gonna be John Matthews.
Yep, I think he's slipped. That one slipped mine.
Yeah, I think he's due for a win.
Oh, a huge rollover!
Look at this! Oh, good.
And there's that Jonathan Terhune. Terrible. I think that's the oldest car
there we go.
racing
He's not
with
stopping
us.
Though.
Wow. So Terhune takes a Terhuneable little trek there.
Look at that.
So Jonathan Terhune and Brant Irwin out of Muncie, Indiana with Team Indiana and Fathead Racing. And that Jesse Haynes, I think that car's 10, 12 years old. Fabrication chassis. Mass Motorsports LS 408, 600 horsepower. Tranny Tom Turbo 400. Atlas Brannick Dynamic Motorsports. Black and Blue Motorsports. Day 26. Warehouse Fab. Kinetic and Ronald McDonald.
And that is the exact, he came over the crest of that hill, and that's exactly what we were talking about earlier, Miles. That
high speed
coming down
high
that.
risk.
You got gravity on your side, and unfortunately just got off the line just a little bit. But look at this, still pushing hard through this qualifying course.
Yeah, Terhune's been coming to King of the Hammer since 2009. His first time racing was the first year of EMC back in 2012. And again, he's had this car for a long time, and it just took a pretty good tumble, a big tumble, and he kept rolling.
It did, but it's still going, which is awesome to see. You can see he's checked up there, throw that sucker into 4 low, and he's going to make it work up through this rock section here. He's going to power through here. It's going to have a loose, rocky climb.
Terhune pulled a Gilbert. Gilbert did that a couple years back.
All right, and now we're watching come into town. I believe this is Dustin Eisenhower. Back into town right here. A couple turns, and then they'll be done the race.
Eisenhower with a very smooth run. Terhune not so smooth, but he kept going. I mean, he definitely lost 30 seconds or so, but to be still going, that's impressive. These cars take a beating.
They do take a beating, but more importantly, I will guarantee you, Miles, that car will be on the highlight reel for the rest of the week.
You think he did that on purpose?
No, I don't think he did it on purpose, but you got to pick the silver lining in something, right? As a matter of fact, I'm waiting to hear in my ear that we have a replay of that, and I'm sure it's coming here shortly.
Oh, yeah, they're working on it. You know that. Kramer's
well,
in there
I do this for
rolling
a living,
the dice.
Miles. I know what's going on. You can see him working through the rocks right here.
Oh, getting a little diffed out.
Yeah, he just got hung up on that front diff.
So let's do a little quick replay on old Terhune's tumble.
Oh dear, look at him. He's hung up on that front axle right now.
And here he comes up and over. He's going downhill, bottom right.
Lots of speed, lots of speed.
And then gets a little wide, catches a berm, gets a bush, does a pirouette, and then lands on the wheels.
Two overs. But look at that. And at the same time we're watching that, he just was able to get himself off that rocker. He was hung up in the front diff. So he's still going, but look at that. Just catches the edge of the tire.
We're going to call this the Terhune tumble.
The Terhune, I love it, Miles. That's exactly what it is. Excellent job. He's in the Terhune tumble. That was awesome. All right, and so now he's back on course. We're still watching him. He's still at the 6-minute mark. And even with that tumble and just getting hung up on his front diff, Miles, he was still just over 6 minutes at the top of resolution, which is still a very good time. All right, so we're watching Terhune make his way into the top of resolution. It looks like he's slowed down a little bit, like he got hung up on that front diff for a little bit.
And on our bottom right, we have Caleb Bocce with Gordon Martin riding shotgun out of Orangevale, California with Havoc Racing and a Bocce-built chassis. Multiple Engine Solutions LQ9 408 stroker with 700 horsepower. 4L80E. 205 transfer case, Warren, Nexon, Rock and Road Performance, BP Productions, Scott Designs, and B&W Driveline. His first Ultra 4 race was back in 2016 here at King of the Hammers. Caleb Bocce and his brother Josh shared driving duties from time to time, but I think they're both racing this year if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Caleb making quick work. Unfortunately, it looks like Terhune is, looks like he called a course worker over. They might be shutting it down, Miles.
Well, I mean, he took a pretty good tumble, so who knows what happened during the Terhune tumble?
Oh, I take it back. No, he's still moving. It looks like he just called him over for a second. I don't know what was going on, but looks like he is still moving.
Lots of great racing action yet to come as Terhune and Bocce are on screen. We're a step away for a quick break. Remember, get that premium, go to KOHultimate.com, and you won't miss any of the action. We'll be right back after this.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps you drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new, get it done, Nitto Recon Grappler. A true, all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Everyman Challenge Qualifier. There's Bocce.
Coming out the bottom of back door right now, but we didn't see Terhune. I didn't see which way he went. We're not sure if he made the bypass or if he dropped in through back door. They've got to be real close to each other on the race course at this point. Jonathan slowed down a little bit after his, what do we call that, Miles?
The Terhune Tumble. Got a good ring to it. In our bottom right, we have Christian Thorson and Chris Sainz riding shotgun out of Redmond, Oregon, with Thorco Racing in a Tommy Glenn chassis, LS3, 650 horsepower, a Reed Turbo 400, Atlas, Bones Custom Creations, AccuTune Off-Road, Schofield Performance, Vision X Lights, Yukon, Rugged Worn, Ramrod Vinyl Works. His first race with Ultra 4 was King of the Hammers 2019.
All right, as we're watching Caleb Baskey come through that bottom section on his way up to the Bronco Arch. And we're still looking for Jonathan Terhune. I think maybe he may have taken the bypass, Miles, so I don't see him anywhere in front of
Yeah,
Baskey.
he definitely did something to the car during the Terhune tumble. Tough break for him, but they got a great team back there at Team Indiana. They'll get it figured out and get it back in action. Brant Irwin, the co-dog, really helps him work on some stuff. And Caleb Bocce blows the corner a little bit here on the
gets a little wide on that flat corner that we were talking about earlier, but checks it
through
up
there. Christian Thorson still making great run there at the Resolution area. 2 more turns to go for Bocce. The weather is absolutely beautiful. The wind's picking up just a little bit.
Oh, here we are. There's Terhune is still at the top of outer limits.
So he's definitely having some issues, but there's definitely room to go around him.
Yeah, we saw it earlier. It looks like he's still moving, possibly. But yep, they are. They're still moving along. I don't. Maybe they.
I wouldn't say moving along, but moving.
Moving. That's part of it. Yep, he's moving.
There's some of our course workers making sure everything's going good.
He's going to have some traffic come up behind him in a second here with Christian. There's Jonathan Terhune.
Looks like he's going to take a left and throttle up.
He's going to go up and head up the sand hill there.
Oh, if he's got enough horsepower, we'll see. Dancing all over the place. Come on, Terhune.
He's got to get into that little rocky section there, a little bit extra traction. So let's see what Christian does. Follow him up the sand hill and try to pass him in the desert, or hang a right and head down through the back door, which would be, that would be the smarter decision.
Yep, he does. He bypasses and he's going down back door.
Yeah, I think that this is definitely the right place. You don't have to worry about trying to get around him over in the... I
love the American flag on Thordson's car. That's awesome.
Yeah, it looks really good up there, doesn't it, Miles? Yes,
oh,
sir.
Yeah. We'll be able to pick that up from the drones and the helicopters on race day. That's starting to be a common theme. I've always, chat about it online that, hey, from above, drones are so awesome, right? But from above, it's hard to tell who's who sometimes.
Yep.
So Barth did his little shocker up there and put his number, and now American flag. I love it. Eric Weichel has a big smiley face. Oh, there's Wild Man himself, Matt Tribino.
There we go. Tribino out on course, just leaving Hammertown.
He likes to have a good time, I'll promise you that. Out of Gonzales, California, with Tribino Brothers Racing. And that Jimmy's chassis with an LS3 Turbo 400 Atlas Maxxis. His first race was back in 2014, and he came in through the LCQ. It's a home-built Jimmy's chassis. They built it all together with him and his brother in the garage. He runs around with the Capraras.
Yeah, he's in that section just outside of town. You can see all the campers in the top of the screen there. This is the big whoopy rotted out section that we've been watching these guys sort of battle through, trying to keep a little bit of speed, but it's definitely hard to do. Lots of whoops, lots of gotchas, couple rocks. This is the big tire rock coming up here on the left.
Yeah, you can see it's right there. He tries to center up. Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, you can just hit it with a diff instead. That'll get you over it. Yep.
Surprised somebody hadn't ran out there, snuck out there with a pick or a shovel and tried to move that thing.
Just move that rock. Don't give people ideas, Miles. Someone probably just thought of that. Someone's headed out there right now.
But not on a live race course.
Yep. Matt Tribino out there as we're watching Christian Thordenson come into town. Gonna be right around that 10-minute mark, Miles.
Pretty good run for him. Pretty good run for most everybody today. Yesterday we saw a lot of broken parts on the UTVs, but these are a little more robust. Not so much issues. And I really thought backdoor was going to be more of a cluster than it is. It hadn't been too bad. Only seen a few people stuck in the area.
Yeah,
Not too many tumbles.
Yeah, I think when you're coming down, and I think if you can get set up right, the nice thing about these 4,800 cars, Miles, they got so much wheelbase in their back pocket that I think they can pretty much clear it pretty good. It's when you get in there with traffic where it gets a little bit sketchy. But there's Tribino. He's now through that big rutted section. He's going to drop out here. This is it's not flat, but it's just a sandy wash they're going to power through.
This is roughly just shy of a 3-mile qualifier. I like the longer qualifying. It just gets a little more taste of what actually race day is with some of this wide open desert, some of these G-outs, the cross grain, and then a real rock section.
Yeah, I agree with you, Miles. I really like I like a couple of things. Like the longer qualifier, like I've said multiple times, it's kind of like a snapshot of a day racing at King of the Hammers. And I like the multiple cars on course too.
Yeah.
I like that we get out there. Sometimes we see some passes.
I was going to say passing during qualifying is pretty rad.
Yeah, I do like that a lot. I think that's the best part about this new. I like that at Chocolate Thunder, but I also like it starting back here in Hammertown. I think it's good for the competitors, great for the spectators to see the start and the finish, which is fun. I think it's a great qualifying course out here.
So far, so good for everybody out having fun. A couple highlights from qualifying yesterday. Kyle Cheney jumps down back door, and we just saw the Terhune tumble. That's going to be on the highlight reel as well, I'm sure. We got our crews behind the scenes making those highlights.
Yeah, Matt's putting on a good time right here. He's right at that 4-minute mark, coming up over the crest.
This car's been racing with us for quite some time.
And Jay Schwab leaves the line, Miles.
Jay Schwab's been racing with us for quite some time. Jay Schwab with Pete McLeod riding shotgun out of Arlington, Washington with Auto Off-Road in that Bomber number 3 chassis. LS3, 310 horsepower to the ground, 6L80E, Atlas. Machining, Warrior built, Yokohama, Yukon, Mofab, PRP, Rigid, 5 Rights Brewing, and Full Stack Motorsports. His first Ultra 4 race was the Big Sky 200 in Montana.
Interesting to hear that he's got a 6L80 in there. That's not a very popular choice for these cars.
Yeah, it's a little newer technology and just more moving parts, but
the bigger issue with the 6L80s and the 6L90s is there's no way to force them into low gear. It's all done through the computer. So like a 4L80 or a Turbo 400, yes, the 80 can be computer controlled, but you can force it down into low. You cannot force a 6L80 into low. The TCM's in the pan.
I think Levi Shirley was trying to do some trick stuff with that.
Yeah, but it's still all reliant on electronics.
Yeah, correct. Okay, yeah, he was trying to do some tuning or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
on the
whereas with a 4L80, if you put that sucker in first gear, it's in first gear.
So Bomber number 3 with Jay Schwab on the bottom right. That car's been racing King of the Hammers for 10 plus years.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. As you said before, Miles, this is kind of a cool class. That's a great juxtaposition. We see a car like that, old school, quote, retired Bomber Fab car out there, and that you also see purpose-built 4800 cars out there competing.
Yeah, Randy Slauson will be racing his during Power Hour today, and then he's going to hand the keys over to Amber Turner. She's going to race Randy's 4800 car during the 4400 Nitto race at Kings. I think that's a pretty cool story. We'll see Amber Turner. I don't know if she's qualified yet today or not, but she's in the Little Samurai.
I don't know if Amber will qualify.
You know what? You're probably right. She'll probably wait for that one. But I think she'll qualify tomorrow for the Nitto race at Kings.
Yeah, I think she'll just sort of. She knows she's going to be starting in the back in that little Zook. She's on a personal mission to finish the race in time in that Suzuki.
I think this is her 5th year trying, and she's been so close.
Yeah, I think, but I think it'll be awesome to see her get into that 4800 car for the big race on Saturday. And I think we'll be surprised to see what she can do in that car. I think she's definitely got the seat time. The question would be, does the skill set to drive a Suzuki transfer over to a Bomber Fab Ultra 4 car? Or is it too different?
It's definitely different for sure.
It's different.
I mean, about 400 horsepower different.
I think you could probably fit 2 Suzuki wheelbases in one Bomber Fab wheelbase.
But it's still just cool to see her out there having fun.
Yeah, I think it's great. I'm excited for it. I think she's going to do great.
The Axial booth is selling some RC cars. See them walking through the crowd. Lots of deals to be had. Head down Vendor Row, spend an afternoon, grab some tacos, grab some drinks, and go check out all these people that are here to help support King of the Hammers.
All right, we just saw, now we have another competitor make the big trip over the top and stay in the desert, not take the back door.
It looks like that's Jonathan Terhune on a strap, so they got him pulled off course. Tough break for him. There's Matt Tribino.
Yeah, Matt Tribino, he made the push to go around back door, Miles.
There's so much around Hammertown to check out. So just there's so much to do here. We got Hammertown proper. You can go out wheeling the hammers. We have the outpost out front, the 40. We have Lasertown. So much cool stuff to check out. And speaking of the outpost, let's kind of show you a little teaser of what actually is up there. We got Sonora Brewing, Tiny Pony, and a Ferris wheel. So let's check out the outpost. Cool little highlight clip. Tiny Ponies here slinging drinks. There's the progressive Ferris wheel, and it's free. All you got to do is give them a little bit of your information. Sonora Bruins hooking up some drinks. We got the live feed up there on the Jumbotron as well, and there's a great shot of the Ferris wheel at night. I'd recommend doing it at night. You can see all the lights. It's really cool to see all the different things. That the Outpost was new last year, but they've really stepped up the game this year.
Yeah, it's certainly worth a trip out there to the edge of Johnson Valley to go check it out.
Matt Tribino through the Bronco arch. And I like this left line starting to get a little more popular.
Yeah, we're seeing people. I don't know if you get as much time out of that, though, Miles. I guess it can kind of set you up a little bit better for getting into the Ford Performance short course. But we also have action in our picture-in-picture here, Miles. It looks like we have someone pulled off course
That's
right
Jay
now.
Schwab, I believe, in that bomber. So tough break for him. Not sure what's going on.
Yeah, it looked like it. I think you're right, Miles. I think Jay's pulled off to the side. Course workers looking at it. But we're going to see Matt come into town here. Based on where he is in the short course, he's probably going to be just about mid 10 minute mark, which is good. Kind of middle of the pack run there.
Yeah, the fastest time of the day so far today is the 381 of Kent Foltz with that 8:21 time to beat. 7 seconds behind him is Brent Harrell, then Derek Summers, Michael Kelly, Scott Foley, Cody Young, Steve Graff, Jeff Martin, Jeremy Brown, and Antonio Grijalva.
And is this Rory Romero out on course here, Miles? It's hard to tell from here, but I think it might be.
Yep, that's it. That is the 4813 of Rory Romero with Chris Lawrence riding shotgun out of Lake Davis, California with MS 4x4 Racing. And another bomber chassis with an LT1 with a 4L80E, Atlas, King IBPs, Maxxis, ProComp, Diablo Off-Road, Willwood, and Nico Petch family. First Ultra 4 race was the Stampede back in 2013. Racing in memory of one of his buddies that beat cancer.
Yeah, making good time through the desert. He's now through that kind of choppy section. He's going to move out into the little bit smoother sandy wash. A couple big rollers out there that'll wake you up.
And Jay Schwab, we'll see if we'll see him still pulled off to the side.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah, what a bummer. Chad Hunt, Michael Kelly, still sitting in that fourth position. Get some thumbs up from drivers. See Scott Lesage rolled in.
All right, here we're watching right now on screen. We're watching Rory Romero.
Right around race mile number 1.
Yeah, come through this sandy wash here. He's going to push up through the hill, come over the top. A little bit of a drop here. I think this is where we saw the Terhune tumble, Miles.
Yes, coming down. Yep, he's going to cross up and over. Terhune tumble hill.
Made good time coming over the top of that. That's good stuff right there. He's going to come down to the bottom, carry a little bit of speed. And looks like we have another competitor off the line, Miles.
That is the 4854 of Luke Campman with Greg Mendez riding shotgun out of Orland, California with Sal Racing in a goat-built chassis, LS 6-liter, 450 horsepower, turbo 400, 205 T-case, ADS, Rust Stuff, Brannick, Twin River Fencing, and Steve Marina Construction. First King of the Hammers was last year, 2023. So Rory Romero and Luke Campman out on course.
All right, we're watching Rory Romero make his way up. This is that sort of sandy wash that they climb up on their way up over to the top side of Resolution. Luke Campman, looks like we have another stop. Is he stopped on course, Miles? No, sorry, that's not him.
I think that was a safety crew out there making sure everything's going all right.
Yep, he's just kind of plucking his way through that rough section just outside the short course. This is where we've seen a few people lose a couple tires.
I was gonna say you can really push hard right here, but the G outs can be tricky. And
the question is it worth the consequence if you push too hard through there?
That's what qualifying's all about. Risk versus reward. How hard do you want to push it? How hard do you want to gamble to hurt your car? But man, the clean air up front, the less bottlenecks.
It's also a great shakedown of the car, because you can go out and pre-run in the car, but you're never going to push the car in pre-running like you're going to push it right now. And I would much rather have something show up now in qualifying than on race day.
Oh, for sure,
and this is where it'll shake out right in here. You can get a good feel for the car, push it hard, see what issues you might have, and then you've got a few days to address them before you got to line up on the starting line.
Yeah, qualifying is a great showing of what you're going to do on race day, and like I said, it is very important. Some people, really want to push hard and be up front. Some people don't like the nerves of it and want to just take that mid-pack start. But remember, on race day, it is on adjusted time, so even you're racing yourself technically. There's 2x2 every 30 seconds or minute. I'll have to do the math on how many cars are out there, and then it's race time, and bottlenecks happen.
Yeah, and it also just sort of depends on the driver personality, right? Are you better chasing, or are you better being chased? Some guys like to have a little bit of that dust in front of them to try to reel in and pick off cars, and other people just want to be out front all day long.
Yeah, Casey Gilbert used to sandbag in this class, and he would always did well in it, and he used the verbiage of lackadaisical. When you're up front, that's a big word. I had to remember it.
I like that one. That's a good one.
But he said you're out front, and you don't have anybody to pace yourself off, and it's hard to pace off the mirror because you're seeing your own dust, so you kind of get lost in that little lull, and then you just have to use yourself as a driver to watch your gauges, feel how hard you're tearing up the car or whatnot, and the fox and the hound, the tortoise and the hare, or whatever you want to call it. It's definitely strategy.
Yeah, and I think and especially like you said, Miles, when you're dealing with adjusted time, it's hard to tell how much space you're putting between yourself and people behind you. Whereas if you have adjusted time on your side, all you have to do is get up behind somebody, and then technically you're already beating them.
Last year, our overall winner in the EMC was Jeremy Jones, and he averaged 27.5 miles per hour. So obviously the first desert loop is fast, right?
Yep.
Well, then you get in the rocks and slow down. So average miles an hour is a big story to tell as well. Cheney last year was 37.5 in that UTV.
Yeah, it looks like Rory Romero is going to take the right-hand turn at the bottom of Resolution, headed into back door. Just has a couple
in the
of
bottom
drops.
right.
So that's the first drop, and then he's got the big drop coming up, which is where we've seen a couple people have some trouble so far today. But he makes quick work of it. Good for him. He's out the bottom. And from right here, it's about 2:15 back to Hammertown, as Luke Campman comes over that big hill that we just saw some action at a few moments ago.
Luke Campman making good run. So is Rory Romero, out here pushing strong during the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the EMC qualifier, the Everyman Challenge. 3 different classes. Well, technically 4. We have Keith Silva entered in the EV class, and that S10, the Test 10. Just got a special delivery from the Outpost. Got some burgers, fries, some beverages. Make sure you go. We just showed you that highlight video a little bit ago. Lots of great action up at the Outpost, just outside of town by about a mile.
Yeah, definitely worth a trip out there. But right now we're watching Rory Romero come back into town, into the Ford Performance short course after coming through that Bronco Arch.
Rory Romero in the Can-Am corner.
Coming around, headed home. It's going to come in, like we said, right around that mid-10 pack, which is great.
You're hitting the Yukon launch and grabbing the checkered flags. There's Luke Campman in full screen. Coming down Resolution.
Yep, head gone down Resolution, like you said, in that Go-Built car.
We've got a great Ultra 4 family here at King of the Hammers.
There's
Jay
Jay
Schwab.
Schwab coming back into
So
town.
we saw him stop, so great to see him back
moving
underway.
on course. Yep. Yeah, we saw him sort of pulled over to the side for a little bit, but looks like he was able to finish it out. You can see that left front tire is now coming officially
It's coming
apart.
like all the way apart.
It's now done. Yep.
It gets a little hang time. Oh, it stayed on.
It wanted to hang with the wheel. Yep.
It's like a Trent Fab car.
It does look like a Trent Fab car right there. That could be Jeffrey Bradford.
I believe so. Jeff Bradford out of Redding, California with Trent Fabrication and his Trent Fab top shelf chassis, LSX 454, ATO Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Fox, Yokohama, Raceline, and Rugged. He was part of the 2023 rookie program.
And we just saw Luke Campman make the left-hand turn at the bottom of Resolution to go up. Oh, look at what's going on here, Miles, right on the short course.
Completely.
Is that someone who just tried to leave?
Yeah, that's Matt Bradley. So that's just 100 feet into the race.
All right, we just saw Luke Campman. He just made the turn at the barrel, and now he's got to head back across the bottom side of the mountain that makes up the two edges of the backdoor trail. And from where he's going to drop in right here, he's got about 230 back into town. In our in screen, I believe that's Jeffrey Bradford.
That's too far along for Bradford, I believe. We saw him stopped in the infield.
Was that?
Oh, no, that is Jeffrey Bradford. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it was Matt Bradley that was stopped in the infield, Miles. Yeah.
Yep, I got mixed up. Thank you, Dean.
That's okay. That's what I'm here for. Yeah, but we don't do it. Oh, and there's looks like Jeffrey Bradford. Look at that. He just got kind of, there's a couple of spots coming up those climbs. This is a tricky section. I mean, you can carry a lot of speed through here and stay in 4 high if you can keep going. But if you catch like one bad edge and stops the car, it's a lot more work to get moving again on that loose hill climb in 4 high than it would be if you were in 4 low. But it takes a lot of time to shift the transfer case down to that 4 low to pick up that speed.
Yeah, you kind of have to have that little happy medium. Sometimes you can shift it on the fly, but it's just, you have to have it a little freed up.
Yeah, you got to take the load off the drivetrain whenever you want to shift it, just to let it slide in and out. And most of these guys will be running, obviously, most of them, I think most of these guys are running an Atlas transfer case, so you got to shift both front and rear shifters in that situation.
Luke Campman through the Bronco Arch with a right front flat tire.
Yeah, I think that's what's been slowing him down, Miles. He was doing okay, and then I think that's why he went up and took the bypass at backdoor. Anyone who went into backdoor, the flat, had difficult with the drop.
Yeah, I mean, and you need all the traction you can have when you're going down. Obviously, gravity's going to help you, but it might help you a little too much.
Well, if you don't have both front wheels pulling really, really well, you can get into trouble in there, and I think that's what we've seen happen. So everyone I think we've seen bypass it. I think either their plan was not to drop it, but I think if you come down through Resolution and you got a flat, a better decision, honestly, is to bypass that section of trail.
Luke Campman still pushing, but taking a little gingerly on that right front flat tire with Sal Racing. I believe that's Bradford in the bottom right.
Yeah, Bradford's making his way down through Resolution right here. Carrying a little bit of speed through there, which is good. He looks to be moving a little bit slower near the top, but I think he's got a little bit more action going on now, which is good. So now he'll come out through the bottom. And he'll come out, he's got two more little rock sections, and then he gets to the spot where he's got to make the decision. Right here where he's at, there's a left and a right-hand line, and it looks like he has taken his left, which would be our right on screen. We've seen people do both directions. You can go around that big rock in the middle.
Jeffrey Bradford in full screen.
He's going to come down to his right, and we'll see what decision he makes, whether he goes down and does the drop and back door, or goes up around and takes the bypass.
Been a hit or miss on that. You know, there's most people are going down back door, but quite a few have been taking the sandhill.
Yeah, I honestly think, Miles, I think the people we've seen take the sandhill, and once you called it right there, Miles, he's headed to the sandhill.
It's definitely easier on the car. You know, risk versus reward. We were talking about that just a moment ago. There's the 48.52 of Richard Fenton.
Yeah, Richard Fenton leaves the line. That OG Bronco skins on that one. As we're watching Jeffrey Bradford make his way down, he's got to get down to that barrel and go around the barrel. It's a little bit offline there. He kind of had to check up and make a couple turns.
So Richard Fenton, 48.52 out of Roseville, California with ITR Racing. And that Rich Works chassis, small block Ford, C6 transmission, Atlas, Kings, BFG, FTS wheels, and PRP. Love the Ford look on that car.
Yeah, he's making his way through that a really, really rough section just outside of town. We've seen a lot of people lose tires here. And that's a rough rest of your qualifying run if you lose a tire this early in the race.
And we saw Matt Bradley take off, only making about 100 feet. I'm trying to get confirmation if he kept going or not, but I haven't seen him on any cameras.
Yeah, I think you're right, Miles. I think we saw him stop just after the starting line. I think there unfortunately might be something wrong with Matt's car. So it looks like he's pulled off. As we're watching Richard Fenton here, just plucking his way through this rough section of the course. He's coming up on the spot with that rock that's been getting everybody so far. Looks like he's going to make around it, no problem. As we're watching Jeff Bradford come back into town. All right, well, as we see our two competitors out on course, we're going to take a quick break from the action here. I take that back. We're going to stay with it as we're watching Jeffrey Bradford come into Hammertown. He's on that Ford Performance short course.
Take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Ditto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. We are qualifying for the Everyman Challenge, and if you didn't have the premium, you should have, because you just missed a pretty good little tumble.
Yeah, Miles, it looks like we've got a little bit of action out here on course right now.
That's Buddy Carlton.
Yeah, 4896. Buddy Carlton looks to be on his side.
Buddy Carlton and Matt Long out of Greenville, South Carolina with Carlton Customs with the Jimmy's Ford Bronco chassis. Powell LS3 408 stroker, 700 horsepower. Doesn't have any horsepower right now. Tough break for him. Nexon Tires, Carolina Drive Shaft, Schofield Performance, Alltech, Warren, Yukon, Brannick, Tinsley Powder Car, and KMC. His first KOH was 2017, and he had just a little bit of tough break. Not too far from the start.
Yeah, just got into that rough section and got a little bit out of shape.
I think on the top, so the bottom right screen at the top left is turkey claw, if I'm not mistaken. That'll be used during the race. While we were on break, I had a little prime rib and a little bit of a burger, some crab legs.
Yeah, you ate fast, Miles. That was pretty impressive.
Well, just munching. But again, if you want some great food, head up to the Outpost. They got some great stuff.
All right, I think we got a replay of our action on course right now.
So here he is. Just gets a little crossed up.
Look at that. Just got out of shape in that whoop.
The back just washes out a little bit, hits a whoop just wrong, and the shock's just up and over, catches the rut, and upside down he goes.
Yeah, that's a shame right there. That was a tough one.
Thanks again to Hammer King Productions for all these replays. Really cool to see what happened right away.
As we wait for the recovery crew to get out there and get him taken care of. Over in resolution is the 4852.
Richard Fenton.
Yep, Richard Fenton still making his way through there. That OG Bronco.
Nice little rock recliner there for our recovery crew, just chilling. Part of our Team Australia. Trotters in that area also, or has been off and on. What a great weekend, or a week of racing for King of the Hammers.
Yeah,
just every time it's like, we're really here again, aren't we?
Yep, every year, Miles, back here having fun in the desert. Always good to see these guys out here. A whole week worth of racing still to happen. All we've got, we're basically just in our second day of qualifying. Yesterday we qualified all our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship competitors. Today it's all about the Everyman Challenge.
Over 160 competitors.
That is a lot of cars.
Insane.
That is a lot of people to get to our qualifying course today.
Especially when it's clogged up like Carlton has it. Definitely room to pass there, but probably want to have a little yellow flag to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Obviously, the course workers will have to get out there and get him recovered. It looks like they're getting some straps out to figure out what they're going to do.
They're ready for it. So Richard Fenton still cruising.
Yeah, Richard Fenton making his way down through a resolution.
And then up next should be Diesel Krentz. Some of our recovery, getting ready to flop him back over. These cars are pretty robust, though. They can take a pretty good look, and we saw Terhune take a tumble and made it a ways further until it broke something else.
Yeah. I think, honestly, what happened with him, Miles, is it looked like when he got into the rocks, it looked like the steering was giving him trouble. And I'm wondering if that tumble maybe cost him a little bit of issues with his steering. But Richard Fenton has now made his way down through resolution, and he's headed off into the top side of back door.
We'll see if he takes the sand up and out or drops in.
Oh, he's already made that turn, Miles.
Yep, okay, you're right.
Drop. Yeah, that's drop one.
A little easy drop. That's where
yeah,
Blyler rolled over a couple years ago when he was winning King of the Hammers.
I remember that, yeah.
I like to razz him about that a little bit.
Now he'll get set up here. This is the tricky part. He is a fairly short wheelbase rig from the look of it. But this would be the correct line, but looks like he made it out. No problem.
Right
Good
through.
For him.
And talking about Josh Blyler, our thoughts and prayers are with you and your entire Big B family. Need to give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Griffin Race Radiators, Sylvania Off-Road, Progressive Insurance, Nitto, ARB, Russo Eliminator Fire Extinguishers, Max Track, iBox Spring of the Hammers, El Monte RV, Warren, VP Racing, Yukon, Brannick, Curry, Baja Vita, Buggy Whip, AccuAir, Dana Spicer Electrified, Axial, Spider Tracks, 4-Wheel Parts, Onyx Off-Road, Recaro Seats, Impy, Pro Eagle, BeamNG Drive, and United Sim. So please support who supports the sport. Would not be here racing the King of the Hammers without all those amazing marketing partners.
I believe Diesel, who should be on the line right now in the 4500 car, I believe he's our first 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class car that we'll be seeing today, unless I'm mistaken.
No, I think you're right.
Kind of looking through the list here, and yeah. Biggest difference between the 4800 and the 4500 is the 4500. You've got two 2.5 inch shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel.
Mechanical steering. Yeah, that's the big one right there.
Yeah, steering gear or some type of mechanical steering connected to the axle. 37-inch DOT tire, which is the same as the Legends class, and then a front engine, but unlimited horsepowers. All the horsepowers you want. Pretty popular class, but obviously nowhere near the size of the 4800 class. I think there's only like 35 or 40 cars in that 4500 class this year.
Still having a little bit of time recovering Buddy Carlton. Should be getting closer. Got lots of safety crew. We have over 200 volunteers out here making sure everything's running smooth. So Richard Fenton has made it through the Bronco Arch onto the Ford Performance qualifying course.
Yeah, he's got a few turns and a couple tabletop jumps. Then he'll be back home here in Hammertown. Clean run for him. Looks like they're just going to try and give that car a little bit of a tug to pull it over. I don't think that Toyota's got what it takes, Miles.
We'll see. Give him a little bump.
Think it needs a little bit of whoop-owness. I think a winch might be easier.
Yeah, there's a lot of worn winches out here.
Yeah, they're going to give it a little tug maybe and see what happens. But we're waiting for Buddy to get clear from the course, and then on the starting line, I haven't seen a shot of the starting line yet, but it should be Diesel Krentz. think maybe they're just repositioning the Toyota to give it a pull from a different angle maybe, which will be good. All right, they're lining up. We can see the recovery crew is working to get him off course. Looks like they're going to reposition him. Yep, and that is the 4500 of Diesel on the starting line. That is our first 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class card. He's going to sit there for a few minutes while we wait for our King of the Hammers recovery crew to get our buddy Carlton off course, so we can open up the course after that.
There's been a lot of racing action, but while we're trying to get Diesel Krentz off the line, Buddy Carlton out of the race line, we got a lot of fun highlights from earlier on today and the rest of the week. So let's check out some of these highlights. I'm sure the Terhune Tumble will be in here.
Oh, it's got to be.
The recovery is still on course for Buddy Carlton. We're trying to get everything lined up. Diesel Krentz is patiently awaiting taking off. Rob Graham pulling through. Saw him have some issues earlier on course. Great to see him back in town under his own power. And look at Hammertown. You can see the outpost in the 40 in the top of your screen. And Hammertown is growing by the day, Ian.
Yeah, we're still got a full week worth of action here. It's early in the week, obviously, being only our second day of qualifying. Yesterday we did the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying. And then today it's all about the Everyman Challenge. Basically 3 different classes qualifying today. We've got our 4800 Legends class. That's the Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Yukon Gear and Axle 4500 Modified class. And the Spider Tracks stock class. Or sorry, Curry Enterprise stock class. That's my mistake. I did that from last year. So it says Curry Enterprise stock class from last year. 3 different, very different vehicles, although they may look slightly similar. But as Miles said, we're just waiting for our recovery crew to get a car off course right now.
Looks like Aaron Casey's tuned in and Larry Gibson. Thank you. And speaking about Hammertown, there's a lot going on here. So we're going to kind of give you a little showing of what exactly you can expect if you ever make it out here to King of the Hammers. There's the top of the Netto trailer. Just awesome. It's just amazing to be here, Ian.
Yeah, it's one of those places I always tell people, you know, if you want to do every car person should have a few bucket list items, you know, and definitely coming to King of the Hammers once should be one of them. Considering the fact that we are literally in the middle of nowhere hosting a race for thousands and thousands of people to watch, it's definitely worth a trip out here. And it's not that hard to get here. You can easily fly into Palm Springs, rent a car, and drive right into Johnson Valley. But
you can even Uber out here. I've heard of a few people do that.
I don't know if I'd want to be running the Uber out here, but I guess you could, yeah.
It's happening.
Here we are. We can see right now our recovery crew is hard at it, trying to get the 4986.
Of Buddy Carlton righted.
Yeah, Buddy kind of took a bad roll in the middle of the race course, so looking to get him back over. And once we do, then we'll have our next competitor off the line. Next competitor is Diesel Krentz. And that is the first competitor we'll see today in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class competitor. Our 4500 cars are a little bit different. The 4500, they are a 2.5 inch shocks per corner, but they can only have 14 inches of travel. Mechanical steering, 37 inch tall DOT tire, and a front mounted engine with unlimited horsepower. So far today we've been watching a lot of our 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class cars. Now they are a front or rear mounted engine, unlimited horsepower, 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner, 37 inch tall tire, DOT, solid axles only. And these was originally a class designed for old 4400 cars, but we're seeing a lot of people build specific cars just for that 4800 series class. And last but not least, we've got our 4600 stock class, Curry Enterprises stock class. That's a stock OEM frame. The wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. Factory engine, but it may be replaced with an engine that's available in the same make model year. Factory transmission, 35 inch DOT tires, single 2.5 inch shock per corner, unless dual from factory, 14 inches travel. Factory style suspension, so if it came with leaf springs, it's got to have leaf springs. If it came with coil springs, you can have coil springs. Mechanical steering, and this is truly grassroots racing. We haven't seen a lot of 4600 cars on the class. A few of them line up and head out early this morning. We do have a few of them lined up into Power Hour later on today.
Yeah, we'll have 3 or 4 of each class in Power Hour, and that's going to kick, well, we'll see how this recovery goes, but it's supposed to kick off right around 3 o'clock. We've still got about, I'm going to guess 30 cars or so to qualify through.
Yeah, we are right at that first car, which would be diesel. We'd be put until Power Hour. I think we're going to see nothing but 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class cars, which will be interesting. Oh, you see that car right there? You know what that truck is?
That's the old
Miles?
Centurion. That's Dave's
Centurion.
Desert Ripper. That thing's bad.
There's only a few of those in the world.
Yeah, it's a well-built machine.
It's a cool machine for sure. Yeah, the Centurion being the Ford, I guess it would be the sort of the precursor to the Excursion,
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I believe they were built OBS Fords that were built by an outside company for Ford.
Yeah, things. A Desert Ripper is pretty cool. And it sounds like we have Ben Napier down there with a special guest in line. Ben, what do you got for us, buddy?
Yeah, good day, guys. I'm taking a little break in the action here, and I've grabbed the microphone while the hard-working recovery crews are getting that car righted. But I've got Jim Marsden here. He's about to take the line. He's been commentating all day. Jim, are you excited to get back in the car?
Oh, mate, it's absolutely fantastic. It's been 10 years since I've been on these hammer trails, and I've kind of put my money where my mouth is, really, haven't I? I've been standing up there telling everyone else how to do it, so it looks like I've got to come out here and show them how to do it.
That's absolutely true. You've obviously been able to watch the race for years. You've been here. You've been part of it. Now you're getting back in the car. What are you most looking forward to?
Finishing, if I'm completely honest. No, I've just got to put a massive shout out to Jimmy Jack and Amy Jack, who gave me the opportunity to get into this car. It's their 4500 car, and let's be honest, it's famous, it's infamous. It's done so well over the years. It's podiumed multiple times, and it's a big honour to be able to sit here in the driver's seat. Although we're running a bit wounded at the moment. Reverse gear has left the party, but I've also been told that it's the coward's gear, so don't worry about it and get on with it.
Well, Jim, it sounds like you've got a lot of work to do. Are you going to drop back door? Are you going to give us a show, or are you going to go round?
I'll be honest with you, if we've got 4 tyres on the car when we get to back door, yeah, we're going to go for it. Of course we are.
Absolutely. Well, that's super cool. Awesome you can put this program together with Jimmy Jack and his crew and get back into the car. I'm told it's 2 weeks of planning, so probably a lot less than a lot of our drivers. But I'm also hearing in my ear that the course is now open, so I'm going to throw it back to the booth and I'm going to get this racing back under the way. Back to you, Miles.
Thank you, Ben. And yeah, it's going to be fun to see old Jim out of the booth into a car, and he's driving in the correct side of the car, so it may be a little different because he's usually drives on the wrong side of the car, and it's just going to wheel placement.
I want to know if he sat down with his co-driver to learn all of his weird English lingo for stuff like bonnet and prop shaft and transfer box and all those. Wonder if one of his co-drivers got up to speed in that for when they're out there on the racetrack. But yeah, we'll have to ask him that if he felt good being on we'll call that the freedom side of the car.
The freedom side, I like that. Let's do a little betting on Jim's time. What do you think? I'm gonna go for about a half hour.
Well, first we have to decide, is it going to be metric or standard, Miles? And so we'll leave it at that. So we'll say I'm going to say, let's see. So Jim is in 40. Is he 4,500?
Yeah, 4,500. He's in Jimmy Jack's car.
So it's going to be hard that we don't really have a 4,500 to base it off of yet. But I'm going to say 10:45.
Yeah, I'm going to say 10-ish.
10-ish?
Yeah, I really do think.
Miles is going to be nice. Give him an ish on there.
Jimmy Jack and Amy, they have a really nice car out there that they're letting Jim race, so we'll see how it all shakes out. But off the line now is Diesel Krentz and Eric Spin in the 4,500 car out of Henderson, Carolina with Team Stacked, part of the first of the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. It's a Team Stack built 2012 JK with a 360 Magnum V8. Automatic transmission, Atlas, Curry, Rock Jock, Crawler suspension. Bill Stein, the Cool Kids Club, Nitto, Dirty Life. Adams Drive Shaft, Stacked Off-Road, Light Bright Nation, Red 5, and Savvy Off-Road. His first Ultra 4 race was 2021 at the AOP. He used to race round around in dirt bikes, had a bad bike crash, took about 15 years off, but he's been here racing with us at Ultra 4.
Yeah, I wheel with Diesel occasionally over on the East Coast. It's good to see him in the race car out there having fun. So
he's definitely a character of the sport, isn't he?
He's a fun guy to hang out with for sure. It's good to see him out here having fun. You can see they're in that, this, like Miles said, this is the first 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified car that we've seen leave the line. So it'll be interesting to see what changes with their traveling, because the biggest difference between this car and the Legends class cars is all in that steering.
Steering, and you have to have a little bit of a frame in there, but they do have 2 shocks to make up for that. Here's that rock. He does square up and hit it.
He decides to just go ahead and test those tires early in the day. But yeah, the one that would be the question. Technically, Miles, these cars should be able to click off a little bit faster desert time because they do have that 2 shock per corner.
But then the downfall is the steering, but they both have the 37-inch DOT tires.
Yeah, so a little bit more time spent in suspension tuning. When he gets out of this sort of whoopee section here with the rocks, when he drops down to that sandy, silty stuff, there should be a definite benefit there. And then the next question will be, do we see him drop down back door, or does he make the run around the bypass? We heard Jim say
he's going down back door.
I think he would too. You heard Jim say if he's got four tires, he's gonna head down back door, which will be good to see.
But he gets to drive it like a rental.
He does get to drive
with
it
the
like
extra
a rental.
insurance.
Yes, the walkaway insurance on the rental. Plus, he could probably claim like diplomatic immunity or something if anything happened, right? And just jump on a plane, be back in the old Great Britain.
Well, he's got work to do first.
That's true. He does have to do some work.
He'll be
All
jumping
right, we're
in the
watching
booth.
Diesel make his way through this section right here. He's going to drop out of here, and he should be into some little bit smoother terrain.
So Diesel Krantz still making his way. And this is a great shot of how rough this course is.
Yeah, it's definitely the more cars that we send out there, Miles, the rougher it's going to get. And on the starting line right now is the 1018 of Anthony Taylor taking off. Another 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class car.
Anthony Ice Cream Taylor with James Runball riding shotgun out of Lake Bay, Washington with Redhead Racing. And a 2005 Jeep TJ with an LS 408 stroker, Turbo 400, Atlas, Rough Stuff, Milestar, Harbor Freight, Kimball's Detailing, Ramrod Vinyl, Yukon, Tacoma Hydraulics, all-terrain painting. His first King of the Hammers was 1 year ago in 2023. And I like one of his sponsors, good old Harbor Freight.
You can never go wrong with Harbor Freight. Absolutely not.
Always fun walking around there and find stuff you never knew you needed.
All right, we can see Diesel is now out of the rough section into this little bit smoother terrain. So now you could be able to turn this car on and let it eat. It's got that 360 Dodge power underneath the hood. It's got that Mopar, Miles. You know what Mopar stands for?
Let's hear it.
Move over, people are racing.
I like that. And up next is Jim Marsden. He'll be taking off here shortly. Diesel Krantz, Anthony Taylor. Still plugging away. Buddy Carlton took that tough little tumble and stopped the action for just a few minutes, but we got him righted. Dave Cole brought the Centurion out and took care of that. We are qualifying for the Everyman Challenge during the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries.
There's something going on with Diesel right now, Miles. He's sort of slowed down there. Maybe just a little checkup for him. I'm not sure, but all right, Diesel's gonna make. Oh, I think he was just slowing down for the big drop. He's headed over the top. He's a little offline here, but I think he's jumped back in, so he's good to go. All right, we're going to take a quick break from the action here on the Everyman Challenge qualifying. Coming to you live from Johnson Valley, California.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube. Go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
Hey, old man, where'd you buy that monster hat?
What are you guys doing?
We're just trying to figure out who this old guy is.
You're asking the wrong question. It's not who he is, but how he got here.
Wow, no way. What the? Okay, that didn't really just happen.
And that's how he got here.
Okay, I guess he's pretty cool. Yeah, for an old guy.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new, Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true, all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. If you had the premium, you didn't miss the start of Mr. Jim Marsden, our one and only, with his buddy Helder de Rocha riding shotgun out of Tonbridge, United Kingdom, with Jack Racing and Gigglepin Racing and that Get Bent Fab chassis, LS, Turbo 400, Spider Tracks, King, BFG, Dirty Life. This is Jimmy and Amy Jack's car. Marsden's first time racing was back in 2013 during the Everyman Challenge, and he's back. But he's got a really cool car out there, one of the fan favorites for sure. Jimmy and Amy took a tumble a couple of years ago, got the car back together, and they're just not 100%, and they want to be 100% when they race this car. So they gave Jim an old ring, and he's out here hopefully to make him proud.
Yeah, and as we watch Jim make his way through that section of desert, we're watching Diesel Krentz basically finishing up the bottom side of Resolution. And we did have Ben on the starting line with Jim Marsden, asking him what was his plan, and he said no questions asked. If there was still 4 inflated tires on the car, they're headed to back door. And we're about to see what Diesel's decision here is.
And we were kind of giving him a razz a little bit ago, but it's serious. I mean, he is steering from a different seat than he's used to, so your tire placement's got to be a little goofy, right?
Yeah, I think it'll take a little bit of time to get used to for sure. I didn't have time. Did you ask him, Miles, has he spent much time out pre-running in the car? Or,
well, he ended up taking the day off yesterday and worked on the car and did a little bit of pre-running.
So. There we go. Yep, I haven't had time to ask him yet, but yeah, we can see he's making quick work of that desert section. All right, let's see what Diesel does. Looks like Diesel's headed down into backdoor trail to do the drop. Right behind Diesel should be Anthony Taylor, and I'm assuming Anthony Taylor should be coming up onto Resolution pretty soon.
Jim Marsden. That car is going to trip me up for a while, but still making good run. The car's really moving right here, so old Jim Marsden will be on the race car and then hop back in the booth with me here in about an hour. Give you a little break. You've been in here for quite some time. We've had some fun, right?
We've had some fun, Miles. That's all that matters. That's right. Yeah, so we're watching. Looks like Diesel made it clean through back door, and he's coming out the bottom. And from right there, he's 2 minutes and 30 seconds from Hammertown. So that'll put the first 4,500 coming in somewhere at around the, I'm going to say 12:25, 12:30 mark. I think Jim would be more of a good sort of bar to set to see what's happening. We just lost Jim as he went over the hill there. As we can see, we're trying to chase him down. He's carrying a good amount of speed.
Chad Hunt and Jody Ford cruising through, checking out the action. Jim Marsden, that's where the Terhune tumble happened. He kept her under control.
Yep, did well there. He's keeping it in the ruts. So in the small picture, that's Jim Marsden out there in basically just got done coming over the drop. And then in your big screen, that's Diesel Krentz coming. He just cleared through back door, and he is headed over to the Bronco Arch right now.
I wish we had the comms on Jim's car right now. That'd be fun to listen to the chatter. Probably couldn't understand it very well.
No, we'd have to have he'd be like, bippity bop. He'd be like, bippity bop, hold my scone.
So Diesel Krentz approaching the Bronco Arch. And Jim Marsden, we'll see what line he takes.
Yeah, multiple lines through this section. We've seen a lot of people take a lot of different spots. A lot of loose sand in this part of the course. Looks like Diesel stays far right coming through the Bronco Arch, gets back in the ruts, and he'll drop down into the short course here in Hammertown.
Kind of the easier, safer route.
I think it sets you up a little bit better, to be honest with you, Miles. I mean, I think it probably feels faster in that inside, that left-hand lane.
And you're cutting a little bit of real estate off.
Yeah, but you're kind of taking a sharp turn into the short course when you do it, instead of a long sweeper. But as we thought before, there is Anthony Taylor.
So I think Jim Marsden's going to be closing in on Anthony Taylor here pretty quick.
He did the one drop. He still has to come up that sand hill and make his way over through that second drop still before he gets up
Yep.
into the top of Resolution. So he's still a little bit back, but based on the pace that Anthony Taylor's going and the pace that Jim's going, what we might see, Miles, is him catch up to him at the bottom of back door.
Yeah, that'd be a fun little race through the wash, but it is single track till they get to the short. Oh, I think I see Jim Marsden in screen.
See some dust up there.
Yep, there it is. So he's just a minute behind.
I think it'll be interesting to see what Anthony Taylor does. And then the question would be, if Jim comes down through Resolution, now he's got to move through there fairly quick, but it's going to be difficult to catch Anthony Taylor in that trail. But
or if he gets stuck down there, now do you take the risk of maybe bypassing?
Well, that when he comes down to the bottom, the question will be, if you come down to the bottom of Resolution and you see a car in front of you and they head into back door, do you follow them in or do you go around on the loop?
It's Rick Levezzo, I believe.
I think you're right, Miles. That's who that should be. I think we've skipped Benjamin Ertel.
That's Rick Levezzo and James Mahoney out of Fort Worth, Texas, with R Squared Racing and Team Obstacle. And that Get Bit Fab Ford Bronco, LS7, Gearworks Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Yokohama, King, Raceline, Amsoil, Obstacle, and Willwood. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2017. He's won in Visions, he's won in Sturgis, and he's won a couple national championships.
All right, so we can see Anthony Taylor right here. This is in back door. He just made the drop.
He made it smooth. He's
did.
not setting
So
any records, but he's still moving.
Where is Jim Marsden? Should be right behind him, unless he took the sandhill when he saw him.
Rick Levezzo in your top left. Anthony Taylor, your bottom right. We should see Jim Marsden anytime. Be fun to see how he can hold up.
Yeah, we didn't see him. We couldn't catch him coming out the bottom of Resolution, but he should be right on the bumper of Anthony Taylor. I'm actually surprised we didn't see a pass. I'm wondering if he did go around and take the sandhill, Miles. He may have seen Anthony Taylor heading into back door and opted not to get stuck behind him. All right there, that's Anthony Taylor in your in-screen, and
Rick Levezzo on the top left.
Rick Levezzo on the top.
Rick Levezzo's had a pretty smooth run thus far.
Yeah, there we should. I'm surprised, Miles. I don't see. I would
dust,
expect to see Jim or some dust back in there, but I don't see it. So maybe Jim got into some bad luck over there, either taking the sandhill or maybe even in Resolution. We haven't seen it yet.
Rick Levezzo's moving along pretty good. Anthony Taylor cruising through the Bronco Arch, but yeah, where is Jim Marsden and Hilda DeRocha?
Yeah, that is the question, because he was right on his bumper when they were up in Resolution. Miles, you are correct.
Rick Levezzo in the little G-out area. I believe Rick's racing 4400 tomorrow as well. He's got the old Pinhall Horschel built car. Pinhall built, but Horschel redesigned. How about that?
Reimagined.
There we go.
All right, so it looks like we have Anthony Taylor coming in. We've got Rick Levezzo. He's through that rough section. He's into the sort of soft sandy wash where we can see a lot of people get up a lot of speed.
So Anthony Taylor, just a couple more turns to go. Rick Levezzo still putting on. Oh, there it is. He must have took a tumble. I see the straps out.
Straps out, winches out. Looks like Jim may have run into some bad luck in Resolution.
So you can see on the right of your screen that the winch came out. So Jim Marsden must have took a little bit of a tumble.
Yeah,
that's a tough break. We're gonna have to razz him about that one.
He's moving again. So yeah, I think you're right, Miles. I think he put it on its either on its side or offline, or maybe got high centered or something. He's way offline right there. He's up the hill, which makes me wonder if they winched him up the hill. I don't see how it would be a tumble, Miles. I wonder if he got high centered on something.
And it looks like the co-driver's still out of the car.
Yeah, it looks like he's up on the side of that hill. I'm wondering if he got high-centered on that rock to his left, Miles, that just kind of winched it over. He's definitely, there's definitely some issues going on. I don't see any tires spinning, which kind of makes me worried.
I believe I just saw Bob Humancheck and Kyle Dirch take off out of Cleveland, Ohio with Nocturnal Motorsports. They're racing their Jeep with an LS3 Turbo 400, Atlas, Barks Built Fab, Summit Racing, Zombie Choker Tow Ropes, Amsoil, Injector Experts, Rugged, Wizard Works Off-Road. His first Ultra 4 race was AOP 2022.
Miles, I think he's just still high-centered. I think that's the problem. You can see the co-driver up with the winch line looking for a new pole. I think he just took a bad bounce and got high-centered, and they probably winched it once, but then didn't winch it far enough.
Do you think if this is your car and you're watching this, you're a little nervous right now, like Jimmy and Amy?
Well, it's still on all four wheels, so I think I'd be fine with it. But I think Jim's probably more worried about what you're going to say to him when he gets back here.
Oh, yeah. We're going to give him a hard time. That's for darn sure. All in good fun. They definitely do a lot of winching back home.
More importantly, Miles, look at what's going to happen here.
Oh,
so
Rick
Jim's
Levezzo.
in resolution, and he has traffic coming up on him right now. So Rick's going to come down into resolution, and Jim looks like he's off to the right. We should see Rick show up in that big picture here shortly. See the course workers got. Oh, looks like Jim's moving again.
Yep.
All right, so it looks like they got it off, but now they got to get that winch cable back in.
If I was Jim, I'd probably leave my co-driver here, just try to save the extra time.
Yeah.
And then tell him good luck.
Yeah, see you back in town. But I think we're going to see a pass here in. If we're not, we're going to see a little bit of racing. Here we go.
Oh, I'm getting an update. Jim has no reverse. Thanks, Scott Pinder, for that update.
Oh, that's a bummer. That's not a good thing to have no reverse.
Oh, here we go. We got a Robbins Racing. Look at
there
this.
We go.
Levezzo's up and over.
Welcome to the Hammers, Jim.
Jim Marsden, yep. Oh, that was some fun action. Rick Levezzo saw the door and just slammed it.
I believe Rick said, "Excuse me." That was like the modern version of 1776 right there.
There's Bob Humancheck, the bottom right, and then we have Jim Marsden getting passed by Rick Levezzo.
With no reverse, do you head down into back
tough.
door? That's a question, because that's going to be tough. If you drop that ledge and you don't nail it right out of the gate, no reverse is not where you want to be. Interesting to see Levezzo go up and take the sandhill, though, Miles.
Yeah, we'll see what Marsden does, see if they can get back around or not. Okay, Jim does take the bypass as well, so we'll see him at the top left of our screen, I believe. Yeah, yep, there he comes. So Rick Levezzo in front of Jim Marsden. Now I don't think reverse is an issue. I mean, it will be an issue tonight when you're in the pits working on it.
Yeah, he should be fine. It's a bummer, though, because if Jim had gone into back door, he could have passed him. But no reverse into that drop can get tricky. Miles, pull up your magic sheet. What transmission is in the car that Jim is driving?
Turbo 400, I believe.
Turbo 400, no reverse. Easy fix. Easy fix.
Yep, Turbo 400.
All right, that's a simple fix tonight in the pits. The only problem is it probably means the transmission's coming out.
I think one of the first times I met you was here at King of the Hammers, and you were laying underneath Adam Woodley's car on a trailer in the elements, and you guys were changing a transmission, if I remember right.
I have rebuilt many a Turbo 400 right here on the lake bed, always for my friends, never for myself.
But how long ago was that? Was that 12, 14 years ago?
That would be in 2008. So, yeah.
I wasn't here in 8, so it was probably 9 or 10.
2009, yeah.
So 16 years ago.
16 years ago, yep. Laying in a I don't even think we had pit tents back then.
No, it was on an open deck trailer.
Yep, it was on his flatbed trailer with the transmission out of his wide open designs car.
Good old Adam Woodley, missed that guy.
Yeah, he's going to be here Wednesday.
Oh, he's getting here.
He's coming in for a day. Yep. So he's going to pop down Wednesday. Which would be great to see him. But right now, it is all about
Rick Levezzo
coming to town with Jim Marsden behind him somewhere.
In the Ford Performance Short Course. Bob Humancheck on your bobbin right. Rick Lavezzo on your top left. Jim Marsden shouldn't be too far.
That corner's getting a little washed out there.
Yeah,
Miles.
I think I would try to stick a little more on the inside because it's kind of, you're blowing through the berm.
Yeah, it's definitely got some ruts dug into the outside of that one corner. And like we talked about before, these flat corners are a little bit harder to maneuver. As we're watching Rick come in, Rick should have a good time. He ran fast. I think Rick will be a good baseline for our 4,500 cars.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where he lands as he's going around the Can-Am corner and then hit the Yukon launch, part of the 4,500 Yukon gear and axle modified class.
And Jim's back into town right now. He's on the short course. His right front tire
I
does
just
not
saw
look
that.
happy.
Yep. So a transmission and a right front flat. So not the day he was hoping for, but hey, that's all right. This is just qualifying.
Yep.
Jim's just going to have his work cut out for him on, what day is that? I guess that's Friday, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, just going to have to start from a little bit further back, but it'll be okay. And while we're watching Jim come into town, who was that up in our big picture about to drop into resolution there, Miles? Is that...
That's Human Check on your top left.
Yep, Bob Humanchuk. And then leaving the line right after, we should see him soon, would be, unless that's, is that John Matthews in our picture-in-picture?
No, that's Matthew Weiss, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's not John Matthews.
So where is Matthews? Did we miss him take off?
No,
because he's definitely a fan favorite in the 4,500 class.
Yeah, and he's always one to watch, and he's always one that we should expect to see. But I think Matthew Weiss, I believe if I'm, yeah, so he's out there. He's keeping the square headlights alive from the looks of it. A little YJ action. Yeah, John. We should see John Matthews somewhere here shortly.
So we'll get a time on Marsden. It'll be definitely back of the pack.
All right, so right now we are watching Matthew Weiss working his way through. That's a rough section. He seems to be just plugging along. He seemed to have lost a little bit of speed here.
Number 55, Matt Weiss, with
And
his son
Bob
James riding
Humanchuk.
shotgun, I believe. Out of Meade, Colorado, with Silver Fox Racing in a 1991 Jeep YJ with the LS 6-liter, 500 horsepower, Turbo 400, Atlas, Yukon, Cooper tire, Pro Comp, and his wife's credit card. His first race was Moab 2022. He is a retired veteran, so thank you for your service, Matthew Weiss.
All right, we're going to see which way Bob goes here. It looks like Bob is headed up the sand hill. So Bob's going up the sand hill to get around the top, and we're still looking for John
Matthews, yeah, that's one I want to watch. Where'd you go, buddy? He's in Yukon Road, right down the road.
I did
So hopefully they
stop
can hear
in to
us.
see them earlier today, and they there was certainly no question that they were planning to leave the line right at that 2 o'clock mark.
Yeah, we're
So he
about
should be out
15,
there.
20 minutes behind schedule, which isn't too bad after qualifying. I think we were 100 cars deep in by now.
John Matthews was car 97, so yeah, we're at about 100 cars, Miles.
Oh, I guess I could have read the numbers over here.
As we're watching Bob Humanchuk, he just made his way around the barrel on that bypass. So he's got to basically drop back into the wash right here.
Lots of qualifying yet to go, and then tomorrow it's for the Nitto Race of Kings qualifier. So we still have Power Hour yet to come today. Lots of more racing action yet to go, but be sure to tune in all day tomorrow. And if you haven't logged into that premium, I'd sure recommend it. It's only $25. Go to KOHUltimate.com, and you get all the picture-in-picture. When we go to commercial, you don't.
Jim? All right, well, we're having lots of action up here on the booth. Miles is getting ready to head out. I believe our good friend Jim Marsden's up on stage. He's going to go out and have a few words with him, hopefully make fun of him a little bit. We are still looking for John Matthews out on course somewhere as we're watching Bob Hamachuk come up into town. Should be coming through the Bronco Arch. Head back into the Ford Performance short course. There's John Matthews. We just missed him leaving the line, so we wondered where John was, and John is right behind him. So we're going to see a pass headed into the short course. So we don't have a running time on John Matthews. We'll have to wait until we get him back into town. We missed him leaving the line, but this will be a very, very fast qualifying run right here from John. All right, so he's got a couple turns left to go. John, fan favorite, obviously. He's been racing 4,500 for a long time. All right, well, as we watch John come back into town, and we'll get a time for him, we're going to throw it over to Miles on the main stage. He is over there with our good friend Jim Marsden. Miles, let's see what you got, buddy.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. And Jim Marsden on the correct side of the car over here. What do you think of this side?
I'll be honest with you, that was a whole load of fun. Unfortunately, while the guys were out testing this morning and I was working in the booth, reverse gear decided to leave the party and never came back.
So you knew going out there you didn't have reverse?
Yeah, we knew going out there we didn't have reverse, but what are you going to do? Turn it down? No, you're not. You got to pony up, get out there and have some fun.
And where is your co-driver? Did you leave him out there? That's not very nice.
He's a big boy. He'll be all right. He's walking back right now. I'm sure he'll give me a clip round the ear when he gets home, but I'll have a glass of wine waiting for him.
Oh, all in good fun, Jim. It was fun to watch you. You're going to hop in the booth here in a little bit with me, and you can kind of explain the course a little bit better later. But yeah, it looks like you got some work. You got a right front flat, a transmission. Looks like a shock. You're going to be busy, or at least your guys are going to be busy.
Yeah, absolutely. Not sure why we've lost a shock. That's a bit weird. We've been chasing some shock problems, but this car, she's weathered. Okay, and I've got to say a massive shout to Jimmy and Amy Jack for allowing us this opportunity. I was hoping we could do something. Unfortunately, when sometimes it just goes a little bit west of you. So, hey-ho, it's what it is. We'll patch it back up, we'll get it going, and hopefully we'll see you on the start line on Friday.
Oh, I hope to see that. And I thought you were better at winching than that. It took you a little bit. What happened?
Yeah, that was quite amusing, I'll be honest. We don't usually use this type of winch. But no, that's cool. It worked really well. It did what it needed to do. Helder got to show out and show his sexy skills. But no, that was all right. And yeah, it's cool. I mean, hey, if it's not a winch race, turn it into a winch race, right?
And then speaking about racing, Rebens Racing, Rick Lavezzo came right over your tire. That was a fun one to watch.
Yeah, Rick Lavezzo, it was just basically gave me the welcome to Hammers, mate.
Exactly. All right. Well, you got your work cut out for you. Again, it's cool that Amy and Jimmy Jack gave you the car. Get it back there, get it fixed, and hop in the booth with me, get working on the car, and a little bit of everything else.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll grab a bottle of water, get changed, get out my funny gear, and let's get some work done. I'll see you in a bit. See you in a bit.
All right. Sounds good. Jim Marsden, get back out there. We'll see you in just a little bit. Thanks again, buddy. Ian, back to you, buddy.
All right, Miles, thank you very much. Let him know that my labor weight for transmission repair is like 100 an hour on the leg bed. All right, so while we wait for Miles to get back here, we have still got lots of action on the course. We saw John Matthews come in. We didn't get to see him leave the line, but he came in, looks like he landed around 21st position, so he came in at a 10:18 for the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. He was moving so fast that we didn't even see him, and right now we got even more action out here on the course as we're watching, I believe that was Weiss being passed. Headed up the sand hill. I didn't catch the number on that car. I apologize. But this car is moving up the course. That is Shad Kennedy, number 29. This is going to be a very, very good qualifying time based on when he left, and so he's already passing a car out on the course. And then this is our. Oh, I know this is. Over at the drop right now. is Benjamin Ertel. Ben's out here in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. He just got through the drop as we now watch Shad Kennedy heading over to Resolution. With lots of action out on course right now. All right, so here we're going to see Shad head into Resolution. As we said before many times throughout the past 2 days, this is where we see a lot of time being made up. Our good friend Jim Marsden, unfortunately, lost a lot of time in this section of the course, but if you can make it down this section of Resolution quickly, you can make up a lot of time, and he's doing very, very well. But a 6:32 coming out of Resolution. We'll see which way Shad decides to go at the bottom. And coming up behind him is Benjamin. All right, Shad has now come down through the bottom of Resolution. It looks like Benjamin's up, headed over the top. Checking up a little bit on that edge. All right, Benjamin seems to lose a little bit of speed. Oh, he's coming up on the back. We've seen traffic in here a couple times. All right, so Benjamin's coming back into Resolution. As it looks like Shad made the sandhill climb instead of dropping down through back door. So he's at about the 8-minute mark coming out into the wash at the bottom of back door. Puts him about 2 minutes outside of town. Should bring him in about 10. And John Matthews was out on course. He was moving so fast we never saw him.
Okay, I was just going to ask that. So where is he at on course?
He ended up coming in right at 21. He came in with a 10:18.
Wow, that's a great run.
He had a good
I missed it.
He had a good pass in the short course, which was fun to watch. But right now, Shad should be our next one coming in. Benjamin Ertel is still out on course. He's in Resolution, moving a little bit slowly through here.
Just getting an update from the outpost. Tourzilla's coming in. They got 11 passenger shuttle. Take you out to the outpost. Go check out the Ferris wheel. And go check out Chocolate Thunder. So they should be cruising through here in a little bit. So anybody here in front of the Jumbotron wants to take a little tour, Tourzilla's going to hook you up.
All right, Shadzilla, or sorry, Shadzilla.
Shadzilla, that may stick.
That's the new name now. Shadzilla Kennedy came through the Bronco Arch right at that 8:40 mark. Puts about a minute through, so I think he'll come in about 9:40, 9:45, which would be a good time. Could be the fastest 4,500 we've got. As we can see, Ben Ertel still out there making his way through Resolution. Slowly picking his line through the course as Shad comes in, and we'll get a time on him. That is definitely, I believe, our fastest 4,500 car. I believe he's going to come in right sub 10 minutes.
Shad Kennedy and Jeff Cooper out of Prescott, Arizona with Summit 4x4 Racing. And that Poison Spider chassis, I believe that's the old Crispy car if I'm not mistaken. Klein Racing LS3, 575 horsepower, Turbo 400, Atlas, Falcon, Raceline, Curry Enterprises, FK, PRP, Warren, Factor 55, Rapid Wraps, Garmin, and Coors Light.
All right, and as Shad comes through, that number 13 qualifier with a 9:53. We're going to take a little bit of a break from the action here in Johnson Valley. Remember, we're qualifying for the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers powered by Nitto. Presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries. Today's qualifying is all about the Everyman Challenge.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Well, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. We are qualifying for the Everyman Challenge. Lots of racing action has been going on all day long. It's Matthew Weiss in the bottom right.
Yeah, we've seen poor Matthew Weiss out there get passed by multiple competitors on this particular section of the qualifying course. Unfortunate for him.
Just a little bit off pace, but he's just here to have fun. He just wants to finish.
That's right. He's out there just driving through the rocks, having a good day.
And I missed the top left. Can't get the right angle to see the number.
All right, Matthew Weiss making his way back through the bottom. He's got to hit up the Bronco Arch and then come back into Hammertown through the Ford Performance short course. All right, Matthew Weiss making his way through the Bronco Arch here. And then he'll come back down into Hammertown.
And speaking about Hammertown, look at it, man, it's big this year. Crazy. Just gets bigger and better every single year.
All right, Matthew Weiss back onto the Ford Performance short course. And Miles, I'm trying to get the number off that car in the top of the screen.
I know,
here.
I'm struggling. Usually I'm better than this, so I apologize. It's 45-3 something, so I can't tell if it's Steve Crawford or Jesse Balter. It's Steve Crawford, is my guess. Been a long day already. It's been a long week. Been a long month.
Yeah, he's whoever it is. If it's might be Jesse Balter. He's making quick work of that drop there. We've seen a little bit of action coming down this drop so far today.
All right, got visual. 45-33. So
Yeah,
that is
so it
Jesse Balter.
Balter. That's who we thought it was. So yeah, Jesse Balter coming down through that drop. That's where we saw the tumble earlier, Miles.
So Jesse Balter and Emily Balter riding shotgun out of Forestville, California with Balter Built Racing. They built that buggy in-house with an LQ4, 700 horsepower, turbo 400, Behemoth T-Case, Yukon, Brannick, Rough Stuff, Mickey Thompson, Raceline, Factor 55, Warren, Rugged, South Bay Drive Lines, Elrod's Performance. And their first Ultra 4 race was up in Reno back in 2016. They had the old cool Willies, and they took it a pretty good tumble, so they built a new one. Great to see them back in action.
Yeah, they're making quick work of this part of the course. You can see they got to come up through this sand hill. There's one more drop before they head down into the top side of Resolution. This is where you got to come up on the top of this drop, kind of take a left, then a right, unless you want to go a little crazy and go over the top of that rocky section,
Yeah,
which we have seen people do.
If you can float it just perfect, that's the thing to do.
Yep. And in the inside, and then we have some more action down here. This is down in back door.
That's the 45-80.
That's Tanner McGrath, I believe.
John. 45-86.
Yep, Tanner McGrath.
And then it looks like Peter Doolin just took off.
So he's down, he's made the first drop, and he's lined up for the big drop in back door. We've seen some people have a little bit of trouble here, but looks like he makes easy work of it. Good for him, and he's coming out the backside.
So Peter Doolin and Jeff Perkins out of Dublin, Ireland with Hibernane Racing and their Genrite TL, LS3, Turbo 400, Atlas, Mickey Thompson, Raceline Wheels, Bill Stein Shocks, Genrite Off-Road, Jimmy's 4x4, Curry Axles, Factor 55 and Warren, Vision X Lights. They're racing to raise awareness for cystic fibrosis. They were in the rookie program here at King of the Hammers in 2023. So Peter Doolin on the bottom right.
Yeah, and that's Tanner McGrath, just came out through the bottom side of back door at a 13. And that puts him about 2.5 minutes back into town, so he'll come in here probably around 15:30.
And Kent Fultz still has the fastest time of the day with that 8:21.
Yeah, very fast time for Kent. Good to see him up there still holding on to that spot. Set that time really, really early this morning.
And let's go back to Kyle Cheney beating that time yesterday in his Maverick R by almost a minute.
Yeah, that was very, very impressive. And there's Peter Doolin.
And
making his way. He's going to roll over to this sandy wash climb here.
Peter Doolin's on a pretty good pace.
He is. He's got a good run going so far. He's got to come up through this sandy wash, make it over the first drop. Gary Henderson coming through the Bronco Arch. Oh yes, Peter's on a tear out there, Miles. He's got a good pace going. He's going to come up. Let's see what happens when he comes over the top of this crest.
Slows down a little bit.
Yeah.
Wonder if he's dropping from high range to low range.
There's a lot of time to be made up right there. Our fast qualifier came over that with no questions at all. Just flew over the top of it, got set up perfectly to come down into the top side of Resolution.
Tanner McGrath makes it into the Ford Performance short course.
But I think you could be right, Miles. I think he probably like preemptively slipped it into low at the top of that hill to get set up for getting into resolution, instead of leaving it high until he gets down to this section right here, which is, I think when we see our fast qualifiers coming in, that's what they're doing. 45.62, Gary Henderson on the short course.
So Gary Henderson and Tanner McGrath.
All right, Gary Henderson coming across the line here.
Lots of great racing action today. That could be Billy McAllister in the bottom right. So Tanner McGrath making his way in. Should see Jesse Balter soon then. There he is on our top left. Looks like he's getting a little warm. See it.
I was gonna say, it looks like the expansion tank is just letting all the smoke out there. Nice thing about those.
My God, it's Justin Hall taking off.
Oh, it looks like he is. He may be pulling all the speed out right now, Miles.
Yeah,
it
what
got
a
real
bummer.
hot.
Yeah, when that water turns to vapor, that's not a good thing.
Well, the bigger issue, Miles, and honestly, depending what computer he's got in that car, sometimes they'll start to defuel at a certain engine temp, so no matter what you want to do, it starts pulling power out of the engine to try to save it.
What a bummer. So Peter Doolin's dropping down back door as we speak. And we just saw Justin Hall taking off in a single-seat 4500 car out of Morgan Hill, California with Rock Hard Racing.
Good drop down there, yeah. And Peter's on a good pace here. I don't have an actual on-camera time for him, so I can't really tell you where he's at. But based on how fast he got to that section of the course, this could be right now. Our fast 4500 qualifier is John Matthews, I believe. No, it's Shad Kennedy is the fast 4500, sitting in 13th place.
So Justin Hall in that 13 Fab single-seat Samurai with a Grom Racing 414, 700 horsepower. JR's 4L80E, SCS TK's Falcon, 13 Fab, Rough Stuff, Dirty Life Wheels, Total Racing Solutions, Yukon, Driven Racing Oil, South Bay Driveline. He's been racing with us here at King Hammer since 2014. I believe he's building a new 4800 Liberty Mountain Fab car as we speak, so this will be the last year for his car.
Miles, this is going to be close if you watch Peter Doolin come in here. Based on our official split times up here, he's going to be pushing right up against Shad.
Yeah, so it's going to be within 10 seconds of these two.
Yeah, so whenever he comes through that Bronco arch, you add a minute to that time, and that's probably where he's going to end his day. So if he comes up through here, oh, we lost our timer right when we started to say that. That's all right. But it's going to be close. So this may be our new 4500 leader. If not, he's going to be right behind him.
That is Billy McAllister in our top left. And his YJ with LS horsepower, BFG, Raceline, and Fox.
Yeah, it looks like we still have a dead car out on the short course. Recovery crews looking to get it taken care of and brought in.
So Billy McAllister, top left, and possibly, a right front flat tire for Peter Doolin.
He's shedding some time here, Miles, with that right front flat. He's going to, I don't think so he's at 9:53. He's not going to put as much pressure on Shad as we thought. I think that right front flat got him.
Yep, that cost him about 30 seconds or so. So tough break, but he's still in a very good spot for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. I'd hate to jump with a flat front tire. A little takeoff and landing can get a little sketchy.
Can give you a little bit exciting. And right out on course, that is Ben Ertel. Yeah, we saw him earlier out in, and it looks like we're going to see some traffic coming up on him right now.
Tough break there.
Yeah, I think he's clear enough of the racing line, though. Yeah, he is definitely off to the side.
as we're watching Peter Doolin. He'll be coming into screen here very soon.
Yeah, it'd be pretty close. We saw a shadow for a minute, but I think Ben is over far enough that it probably shouldn't impact McAllister too much. We'll have to see what happens. Looking for our course workers to get out and see what's going on.
See all the green vest is media, orange vest there's safety. We've got a great team out here covering everything.
Yeah, I don't think he's passed him yet, has he, Miles? He's got to be coming up on here shortly. Oh, there he is. Yep. So he's going to come around.
We'll
they've got him to the bottom. They've got him to the
that's
turn.
way clear.
That's good. So they got him at the turn, so he's definitely off the race course. So they can figure, let's see which way. Oh, looks like he's going up on the bypass.
So McAllister up and out around back door. And there he is, Justin Hall in the bottom right. That is a super fast machine. I believe it's for sale if anybody wants to get into the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. And I think he said if he doesn't sell, he'll take a lot of those parts for his new 4800 Liberty Mountain Fab build. Definitely a crowd favorite.
Yeah, it's always been a crowd pleaser out here to see that car out here tearing around.
He raced last year in Crandon in the 4500 class and in the 4400 class. And again, remember, you have to have mechanical steering, so that's pretty impressive how he can keep it holding together. And you can see the shadows are starting to get a little thicker out here. All right, and here is Tourzilla coming through. If anybody wants to hop in, they'll take you up the back door and then up to the outpost and check it out. Tim's in there rocking out. So if anybody wants to hop in, they're going to take you around, have some fun. There's lots to check out around Hammertown.
Felt like I was back in high school.
Left.
Well, I was back in high school for a minute, Miles, when that rolled by. Just living the dream. Oh, they're
that's
backing
been a while.
up. It's backing up. It's backing up, Miles.
Everybody's having some fun out here. I saw him cruising around last night giving some rides. Billy McAllister in the top left, Justin Hall in that bottom right. McAllister has a decent run going on.
Yeah, Justin's making good time of it right now. He's basically coming down through Resolution as McAllister comes up through the Bronco Arch. All right, so we're watching Justin Hall come down through. We'll see what decision he makes at the bottom of Resolution here. He's got the turn right, go down through back door, hang a left, and up and over the top. I definitely think he's got the wheelbase to drop down through back door, and I think he agrees, and away he goes.
And here he comes.
Yep.
It'll be a fun shot to stick with.
So it'd be interesting to see what we end up with here, Miles.
It's going to be a pretty good run for Justin Hall as he drops the first little half ledge.
What's super interesting, Miles, is if you look at the front of that car, it's a very, very interesting hybrid steering. So it is a mechanical steering like they legally have to have, but it has the big 2.5-inch ram on the front axle, not the small hydro assist ram that we see a lot on these 4500 cars.
There's McAllister hitting the Yukon launch. We'll be getting a time for him. Go to kingofthehammers.com. You can check out all of our timing and scoring. And then if you're watching this on YouTube, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. Don't forget to get that premium package, KOHultimate.com. $25 for the month.
All right, Justin Hall is coming down through right now. This is a pretty good time. He would have come at the bottom of back door right around that 8-minute mark.
So we should be around about a 10-minute run.
10-minute flat run, yeah. So he's kind of on pace with our fast-moving 4,500 cars.
Yeah, that'll put him in the top 5 for 4,500. I'm pretty sure, as long as he can keep it together. We've seen some incidents in the infield.
There has been some excitement in the infield. Yep, that's the 45.83 of Eddie Oliver, coming down through that big high drop. We see a lot of action coming down through here.
Eddie Oliver has Justin Lyons riding shotgun at a Federal Way, Washington, with Fueled Racing, and that 99 Jeep TJ with an LS1 383 stroker, TCI Turbo 400, Atlas, Brinker Fab 9s, Milestar, Rough Stuff, Yukon, Comp Cams, Off-Road Toy Outfitters, and Flying Apple. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2023, 1 year ago. Justin Hall in the Ford Performance Short Course.
Yeah, coming around, he's got 2 more turns, and then the last jump, like we said, should put him right about that 10-minute mark as Eddie Oliver makes his way up through this sort of sandy wash climb that they have to come over, and they go over that big drop at the top where we saw the incident earlier with the tumble.
The overheating, yeah. We've seen a couple. Overheating, some tumbles.
Lots of tires today.
Lots of tires. But speaking about tires, Justin Hall's all holding up together.
Yeah, he's had a very, very clean run, fast run. He's doing well.
He's going to be right around that 10-minute mark. That was a great run by Justin Hall. Unofficial 9:57. Yeah. Let's see if we can get an update.
As we watch Eddie Oliver, he's making his way through this rock section, that spot right up where the shadows kind of start and stop. That's the very, very top of where they're going to be dropping down on the top side of Resolution, headed down into that rock trail, running it down.
Justin Hall just moves into the 17th spot with a 9:59. So that puts him, it looks like, in second position for the 4,500 class. John Matthews in 24th overall. Puts him in 4th position in the 4,500. Getting thumbs up from him. Good run there, buddy. So fast, I missed you out there.
So fast, we didn't get to see him. I got to see him pass someone on the short course. That's the only time I saw him. All right, in our big screen, I believe that is Eddie Oliver headed into outer limits.
That is 525 Michael Henn. In the bottom right. He comes from across the way, I believe. All the way from Israel. Cool to see him over here racing once again with MH Racing out of Israel with his CJ, Chevy 350, Arturo Tires, Dirty Life, and Fox. Michael Henn over here having some fun with us once again at King of the Hammers.
All right, that 45.83 of Eddie Oliver is coming down through Resolution.
So Jim should be heading back up here anytime because I think Power Hour is still looking to be right around that 3 o'clock mark.
Lots of big names in that Power Hour, Miles.
Yeah, a few from each class. Looks like we have about 5 in each class that'll be taken off. Power Hour is always fun.
All right, so Eddie Oliver is now coming down through that bottom side of Resolution. He'll come, this is the section where he's got to make the decision, and it looks like he's headed up the sand hill. Take the long way around. As Michael Henn comes up over the top of the second drop they have to contend with on this qualifying course today. All right, so we are watching Michael Henn come back through this section right here. Or sorry, we're watching Eddie Oliver come back through this section. Michael Henn is in our picture-in-picture.
Yeah, Eddie Oliver, top left. Michael Henn, bottom right. Qualifying for the Everyman Challenge. And Power Hour is just right around the corner. This has been an amazing event for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. It's been a great week, and it's only going to get better as the week goes on. We have Power Hour yet today, the little kids tonight at 6 p.m., the Youth 170s. I think we got roughly 20 of those. That'll be fun.
Yeah, it'll be a good little short course race here downtown Hammertown. It'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, so be sure to stay tuned in for that as well. Leave Perfect with Great American Short Course will be out there managing those little tots. Those young guys and gals will be out there having a time of their life being a part of King of the Hammers as young as, I think, 5 years old.
There's some youngins out there.
That's
it's great
cool.
to see them out there, enjoying the sport out here in Hammertown. It's good to see you. Like Pam always says, big family-friendly event, which is nice to hear.
Eddie Oliver has made it through the Bronco Arch onto the Ford Performance Short Course. I think Glines will be the first one off the line for Power Hour, part of the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
Yeah, right behind him should be Bailey Cole, John Rance, Brad Lovell, Lauren Healy.
And then we'll move into the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class with Ryan Taylor, Woody Rose, Ryan Webb, Randy Slauson.
And then we'll slide into our Power Hour 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class with Logan Goodall, Dan Wyrick, Dwayne Garrettson.
Cody St. Clair, Jesse Oliver, and Sean Rance.
That's a lot of cool guys to watch take off here. It's going to be a good Power Hour that's going to start right here at, I'm assuming, almost right at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, we'll be right on time. Ben did a great job getting everything managed. See Cody Anakin walking through the crowd, coming over to check it out, rooting on some of his buddies, having some fun. There's Michael Henn. I tried texting him, but he didn't have a phone number I could text him.
All right, so he's going to drop down through back door right here. Looks like it's getting well wore in there for sure. He's dropped down, probably going to slip that sucker into high range right there.
So before we kick off Power Hour, it's just around the corner. We're going to kind of reset, check some things out. Again, go to make sure you get that premium so you don't miss any of the action. We'll be right back with Power Hour right after this.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
John Matthews, officially first place in the 4500 Yukon.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. I am Miles Hasselquist, and I've been in the booth with Ian Johnson for the last few hours. It's been a great job, great time hanging out with you, buddy. But it sounds like we're going to be joined by Jim Marsden.
Always, Miles. You know, it's great. I know Jim always gets excited to take over for Power Hour, so I'm going to hand the headset off to him. We've already spent the past 5 minutes making fun of his run, so now it's his time to take over here inside the booth and call for Power Hour. We'll let you go, Miles. Jim, it's good to see you here, my friend.
All right. Thank you again, Ian Johnson. Such a pleasure. Always a good time. And it looks like first off the line is going to be Brexton Glines, the 4689.
Hey, Miles, have you missed me?
I missed watching you. You know, I didn't miss your run.
To be fair, mate, it took a long time.
Yeah.
But there we are. No,
but it was fun, though, wasn't it?
Oh, mate, it's absolutely fantastic. Always a privilege to be out here at Hammers, and even a bigger privilege to be out there on the course. But right now, it's not about that. It's about Brexton Glines and Kendall Glines, and they hit off the line here for Power Hour for the Everyman Challenge 2024.
So Brexton and Caden Glines off the line out of American Fork, Utah, with Glines Motorsports and their Jeep with a 4-liter. Tip Top Auto Trans, Dana 300, Mickey Thompson, Nemesis, Terraflex, Yukon, Craig Swap Associates, Nacho Lights, Lone Peak Collision, Wasatch Performance, Coyote Enterprises, Fab Rats YouTube, Adams Drive Shaft, R1 Industries, Factor 55, Speed Sport, Grizzly Habits, Randy's Worldwide, and Bomber Eyewear.
And I've got an interesting fact for you on this one, Miles. They've actually...
And Giggle Pin, yeah.
Yeah, interesting fact for you here. They've just fitted a Giggle Pin winch, so let's see what they can do with that out on the race course. God, I could have done with one of those today. Right, anyway, back to this run. Awesome car, this. They put in so much prep work, but so do all of the teams out here at Hammers. There's not one person out here who goes, oh yeah, I just got my car out of the garage and came racing. It takes months of preparation.
Brothers out there, Braden and... Brexton and Caden got their little tongue. I see Kendall out in the crowd laughing at me. Thank you. But
okay,
man, what a great day it's been, Jim. There's
Absolutely.
that rock that a lot of people, they clipped it. Is that going to hurt?
Right, let's just talk about this, the 4600 class. We saw Sergio Pinillos. He was our fastest 4600 class car earlier today in his brand new vehicle. Did you see that run?
Yeah, it was a great, well, I missed the run, but I heard about it. It was a good, and it only arrived a couple days ago.
Absolutely.
It's a brand new build.
Literally test driven the car, 200 feet. So it was awesome to see him doing that. And the best thing about that is he also had his great friend John Schaefer out there on track, using the car that Sergio had actually been able to beat the Broncos with last year. Unfortunately, though, John Schaefer had some problems on track, so let's hope he'll be ready for the race on Friday. But right now, it's about the Glines.
They're out there pushing strong right around race mile number 1, so I assume they'll be sending out John Rance here very shortly. And I did hear through the PCI radio, it doesn't sound like Bailey Cole is going to make his slot, so he may have to take a rear start.
Yeah, no, I've heard he's actually not very well at all. So, yeah, good luck, and I hope you feel better soon, Bailey. Now, John Rance is the son of Sean Rance, who is the OG Bronco.
And they'll both be in Power Hour. John Rance is up next, and Sean Rance will wrap up the day.
He will indeed.
This is qualifying for the Everyman Challenge. This is Power Hour. The biggest and baddest names in our sport are going to be taking off for the rest of the afternoon.
Absolutely. In the 431 there, John Rance. This is an interesting vehicle. It's one of the new shape Broncos, runs the V6, but also has a manual transmission.
A 7-speed manual.
Exactly, just to confuse the entire world. I wonder if he ever knows which gear he's in.
So John Rance and Drew Anderson getting ready to take off out of Farmington, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing in that 2021 Ford Bronco with a 2.3 EcoBoost, 310 horsepower, that 7-speed manual transmission, Atlas 74 weld portals, Milestar, Raceline Rough Stuff, Ballistic, RPM, Brannick, Funhaver, Ford Performance, and Super Winch. They've been racing with their dad John their entire life. Their first Ultra 4 race was at the Everyman Challenge back in 2012.
Yeah, Glines here really pushing on nicely. This is a very good run indeed. Some good pace here. Just got to keep it together. Now this 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class. They're only allowed a 35-inch DOT tyre, single shock per corner. And you really have to work these cars to get them around this course.
It has to have a factory engine or at least one from the same year, make, and a model. And he is off. John Rance, 431 with Mud Nut Racing. Green flag is flying. This is the 4600 Curry Enterprise Stock Class 4 Power Hour.
Yeah,
Brexton Glines top left, John Rance bottom right. Jim, this is great. Great way to start.
It is indeed. I enjoy seeing these 4600 cars on the course and the growth of 4600. Just how much faster these guys are than they used to be when you look back 10 years ago when you were lucky if we got a car to even finish.
Oh,
now we actually have these cars genuinely racing out there. And the last few years also, it's been dominated by those Broncos.
The Broncos, yeah, they've really stepped it up the last couple of years. But
that stranglehold has been broken.
Exactly.
And we're starting to see other people now raising their game, bringing on their race programs and giving these Broncos a bloody nose. But we've got some big hitters still out there today in more of those Broncos, and we will be seeing Brad Lovell and Lauren Healy taking the line very soon.
So Brexton up top on your left, John Rance at the bottom on your right.
Now Brexton Glines coming over the top there of the drop zone. That is a very, very steep hill.
We call this the Terhune Tumble Hill now.
I'm not even going to ask about that.
Did you miss that one?
Yeah.
He came down and got crossed up and took a good tumble.
Yeah, that was the red car, wasn't it?
Yellow.
Oh, yellow car. No,
Yep.
I did miss that one.
Oh, it was
You're
a
right.
great one. I'll, just like you're winching, I'm going to give him a little bit of a razz on his driving as well. Here's that tire. Yeah, John Rance does slow down and go around it.
Yeah, just spots it there. Picks his way around. It's so easy when you're sitting in these vehicles. You're driving along, your co-driver calls out a rock on his side. You automatically shift to miss it and pick up one on your side. So.
You see the rock, you don't want to hit the rock, and then there it is.
Okay, this is actually the area that I picked up my flat earlier today. So I went to the left. Brexton has gone to the right. I can strongly advise missing that rock on the left there.
Well, he hit the rock on the right, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, now this is actually
he's going to be high-centered, I think.
Yeah, this is the reason I actually changed, because as I came around, I could see it's incredibly dug out. Now, we saw Megan Miller stuck here, or just actually slightly to the left of there, stuck here for a long period of time. Oh, come on,
He's
Brexton.
just digging down.
Yeah, but that also
no
looks
rear
like he's
drive.
got no rear drive there.
Did he take out the rear drive shaft with that rock? Oh, this is terrible.
Oh, no. We don't want to see this.
And the wind goes out of the sails. What a bummer for Glines Motorsports. Dang it.
Yeah, now he's got to think sharp here. And it depends. If he's lost drive, he's better just to take it back to the garage. If it was a mistake and he's just shifted the wrong lever, maybe time to break out the winch.
Yeah, he's completely dug out. So John Rance will be there in a couple minutes. We'll see. He'll have to take your line on the left.
Yep, let's hope he doesn't catch Jim's rock, eh?
They're shaking the car, trying everything they can. And I don't know if there's a whole lot to winch off of right in this certain spot.
No, we saw Megan Miller earlier. She was really struggling, and her and her husband were really struggling to find anything to winch to. And you can see those 35-inch tyres. I mean, that sand is nearly the depth of those tyres now. And the frustration level will be 10 as he tries to put this car to work.
Uh-oh. That's a lot of smoke I don't like to see.
Yeah, I think I can see water on the front as well. I think maybe a coolant line.
Oh, I saw the rear tire spin for just a second.
Ah.
But he is definitely turtled out. John Rance is just getting closer and closer.
But you are right, there's rear-wheel drive there now, Miles.
Yeah,
so where there's drive, there's hope. But it's all about John Rance now making his way down through trapdoor. In this Ford Bronco. 7-speed manual transmission in this. And they've been doing good stuff in this class. How long they had this car now? About 18 months, 2 years, something like that?
Yeah, a couple of years now, yeah.
And we were talking about this earlier. It's great to see other teams actually embracing the Ford project, and we're starting to see privateer-owned Broncos now coming and racing with us.
Yes, it's cool. And Lauren Healy hooked up the Rance family with this one right here. And then if you remember in Disney, just a few months ago, they were doing great in the race and then waterlogged the engine and completely shelled it, and they were hunting around for an engine, got one found. I think, and obviously it's out here running strong.
Yeah, it does look like Braxton Glines there. He's trying to work out what's happening. Nobody's exited the cab yet.
Yeah, I think I'd be getting on that winch anytime.
Yep, but I think they've got bigger problems right now. I think they're just trying to work out what they're going to do. Whether they've got a broken driveline, what they have. But I think there's at least 2 or even possibly 3 lines past them. So I think racing will continue here.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, there's definitely multiple lines. It may not be their preferred line or what they wanted to run, but that's part of it.
Absolutely. So here we go. This is John Rance coming down the drop zone. Very interesting. He's taking that hard left line. It's quite rocky down that side. If you come down the middle, it tends to be a clearer line.
These Broncos have a little bit shorter wheelbase.
And let's just talk a little bit as we're seeing John Rance come around there and Braxton Glines, who's just trying to work out what his next move is. Coming up in Power Hour, we are going to have Brad Lovell, Lauren Healy, Ryan Taylor, Stephen Woody Rose Jr., Ryan Webb, Randy Slawson, Logan Goodall, Dan Warwick. I believe that's being driven by Paul
Wolf. You are correct.
Dwayne Garrettson, Cody Sinclair, Jesse Oliver, and Sean Rance. So there's lots of action to come yet.
So we should be seeing John Rance coming up towards Braxton Glines here in just a moment. And there is Brad Lovell, the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer himself, with his son Adam riding shotgun.
Yeah, of course, Brad has
there
won
we
this.
are. Let's watch this. Bottom right. There's enough room to go.
Yeah, and John Rance just picks his way past there. Nicely done, nice and simple.
Made easy work of that. I'm sure Braxton's sitting there like, why didn't I take that line?
Yeah, we all think that. I had a whole dose of that about an hour ago.
Yeah, I'll bet. Sounds like we're about 20 seconds off from Brad Lovell and Adam Lovell, his son, taking off out of Colorado Springs, Colorado with Lovell Racing in that 2021 Ford Bronco factory engine transmission. IFS with portals, AMSOIL, Ford Performance, BFG, Spider Tracks, Method, Fox, Warn, ARB, Lincoln Welders, Motive Gears, iBox, Spring of the Hammers, Howe, and FK. He was introduced in the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame in 2022. He's raced short course here at King of the Hammers for a very long time, winning the EMC multiple times. And he's got multiple wins under his belt for sure.
He has there. We just saw him stepping to the right of the course there to take that smoother line. Great work there from Brad Lovell. And let's not forget, he's also been part of this Ford Performance project, and they've been doing great things down in Baja.
Yeah, he helped develop that Bronco he's racing right now and brought a lot of his knowledge into the public's eyes.
But isn't that wonderful that we've got a major corporation like Ford and like Jeep for that matter, who are actually using this
as
racing
as
testing for the vehicles that they put out there on the street.
Yeah, and I can't think of a better place to test your stuff than King of the Hammers.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brad is no stranger, of course, to being on top of the box here at the Everyman Challenge.
Yeah, he's won this race a few times, been very close back in the day in the 4400 class. But yeah, he's definitely won the Everyman Challenge overall more than once.
Do you know the only thing, I love watching Brad race, but the only thing I miss when I see him racing this car is the old car.
Yeah, he still has it.
Yeah, I know, but it's not here, Miles. What we need is to get Adam Lovell in the old car. Now, there's an idea.
He raced the B3 a couple days ago, and they had some fun.
Yeah, he was doing ever so well.
So he's cutting his teeth for sure. And look at that elevation as John Rance is making his way towards back door.
Now,
that's a short wheelbase for dropping back door. We'll see if he makes it.
It is. Now, it's been very interesting. A lot of people have been having their clocks running and their unofficial stopwatches, and it looks very, very close. The line taking either whether you take back door or whether you take the bypass. We saw Brent Harrell earlier today.
Yeah, he was super fast. He's still up in the top.
Yeah, second position there.
Yeah, he's in second
with an
spot.
8:28.
7 seconds off of Kent Fultz. So if he would have went down back door, he would have been the #1 pole sitter. But he's still in the front row.
Yeah, he's still in the front row of the grid. But
For now.
Kent Fultz, I mean, what a run that was.
Oh, smoking fast.
Absolutely. When the stars align, and Kent really did send it.
Yeah, you can have all the prep, all the pre-running on your side, and it still comes down to a little bit of luck.
Of course it does. But right now, it's all about Brad Lovell.
And he takes a pretty good little hit right there. We've seen a few of them bounce through there. So 2 Broncos out on course with Brexton Glines between them.
And you see that Bronco soaking up those great big rolling whoops there.
So John Rance is bypassing back door.
Yeah, and you come over the top there, that is a completely blind crest.
Tourzilla still rocking the house. You can hop on that thing, go up the back door, go out to the outpost, ride the Ferris wheel. They'll be running back and forth all week long.
Yeah, so John Rance, he's got to come around. There's a large orange delineator there. That's an orange bollard for anybody who doesn't know what that is. JT taught me that word, you know. So as John Rance makes his way down, he'll be coming back past the bottom of back door shortly.
And look at the spectators out at back door. There's a Jumbotron. I think there's even a food vendor out there. Some bathrooms. It's a great way to spectate this race.
Yeah, just imagine what that's going to look like once we get to race day on Thursday.
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Still lots of racing action yet to come, Jim.
Absolutely. And if you're only just joining us, this is Power Hour on the Everyman Challenge here at the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. I'm Jim Marsden, and alongside me is none other than Miles Hasselquist.
And it's been a great week thus far, and we're just getting started. This is Power Hour for EMC. Tonight we'll have the Youth 170 race on the short course. And then tomorrow morning, the Nitto Race of Kings qualifying. I think we have just over, 116. That number rings a bell for me for tomorrow's qualifier.
Yeah, it's 106 and 116, but I think there has been some late entries, so I think 116 does sound more like it. It's a fantastic field. What is it? 880 runners and riders this year.
It's incredible, isn't it?
That's amazing, isn't it? And let's not forget, we started racing, not this weekend, but the weekend before with the motos.
The Liquid Molly King of the Motos.
So right now in the top left of our corner is Off-Road Hall of Fame inductee, a multiple winner here at King of the Hammers, Brad Lovell, bringing his Bronco round as John Rance comes through the Bronco Arch.
So maybe Lauren Healy off the line next. So Brad Lovell making his way around Brexton Glines, who's still parked right there on the side of the trail. Tough break there.
Yeah, poor old Brexton. He had a really good run going there for until it wasn't, I think is the correct way of putting it.
That's the way it goes. I mean,
Exactly.
your run was pretty good until it wasn't.
Yeah, absolutely. I was winning until I wasn't. So here's Brad
That joke's
Lovell.
not going to get old, is it, Jim?
No, it's not. You've got ammunition for years with that one, Miles.
So Brad Lovell top left. John Rance, one more Can-Am corner to go, and he'll grab the Yukon launch and grab the checkered flag.
Yeah, that short course this year, Miles, is absolutely fantastic.
Oh, yeah, the NorCal crew has done an amazing job, and they just keep elevating the game.
Now, this is difficult. When you're coming down through a resolution with only 35-inch tyres, you've got to take those lines, pick them right, and just look at this. Brad Lovell is the professional in every sense of the word.
And there's Lauren Healy and Jesse Amex riding shotgun out of Farmington, New Mexico with Funhaver Off-Road Team. In their 2021 Ford Bronco called Bucky, 2.7 EcoBoost, stock transmission, Atlas, stock IFS, 74 world portals, RCV, Ford Performance, Optima Batteries, RTR Vehicles, Nitto, Project X, Monster Energy, Pennzoil, Fox, MBRP, Gear Wrench, NGK, K&N, Molly, Recaro, and VP Racing. A two-time King of the Hammers winner in the 4400. He's won a lot. He's won championship. He's won races. Lauren Healy's definitely one to watch every time he hops in a car.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the power that he has and the way he drives this vehicle. When we were in Havasu only later last year, he actually wanted to continue racing and put it up against the 4500s and the 4800s. He was that confident.
Lauren Healy will be racing the Rock Lap, and Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Eric Davis will be racing the Desert Lap on Friday in this Bronco, sharing a little team driving duties. But I do believe Lauren Healy is he is the driver of record. Lauren Healy, I believe, will be the last in the 4600 Currie Enterprise stock class. And up next will be Ryan Taylor, I believe, in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
So if you're just joining us, this is Power Hour at the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires and powered by Optima Batteries. And today is all about the Everyman Challenge. We have out on course right now one of our 4600 Currie Enterprise stock class cars with Brad Lovell at the wheel.
And what is a stock car? You have to have a stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. Factory engine, but may be replaced with any available engine, the same make, model, and year. Factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tires, single 2.5 shock per corner, factory style suspension, mechanical steering, and then the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Front or rear mounted engine, unlimited horsepower. Vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner, maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire, solid axles only. Now there's a lot of retired 4400 cars, but it's a great place to debut your work.
Yeah, absolutely.
As Brad Lovell and his Bronco coming through the Bronco Arch here momentarily.
Yes, we've got 3 cars on course right now. We've got Brad Lovell, we've got Lauren Healy, and we've got Ryan Taylor. Now, Ryan Taylor's in one of the 4800 class cars. And let's talk a little bit about 4800 miles. So 4800 is the Brannick Motorsports Legends class. It has a front or rear mounted engine with unlimited horsepower. The vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, a single shot per corner, and a maximum of a 37 DOT tyre. Only solid axles are allowed, and these vehicles are allowed full hydraulic steering.
So Ryan Taylor and Corey Day out on course out of North Liberty, Indiana with Team Indiana and Rock Roots Racing. They're in a Trent Fab chassis, LS 6-liter, 4L80E, Atlas, Brannick, Yokohama, Raceline, Tiffany Taylor, and Action Machine. His first Ultra 4 race was Moab 2021. He's won at Visions, he's won at Rush, and in Pennsylvania. He's been a national and an Eastern Series champion with Ultra 4 racing.
Yeah, and if you follow him on social, you'll see how much this means to him. As we just watched there, Brad Lovell coming on round through.
One last
short
turn,
course.
Getting ready to hit the Yukon launch here in the Ford Performance short course. And look at him fly in that Bronco. There's Ryan Taylor. You said he took off. He hadn't taken off yet.
Oh, would he not? Oh, my mistake.
All good.
Which is even better because it means we get to see him take off.
So Lauren Healy in top right, heading down trap door, the Terhune tumble. I mean, turn 19 stuck from last year, remember?
Yeah, turn 19 still working for us.
Oh, look at the left front. I think he's got a left front flat tire.
Yeah, I was just thinking exactly the same.
You can see him off camber a little bit.
You see those explosions of dust as it drives through. Now this is interesting because he's still got to get up towards resolution, down resolution, and that big sand climb where you come back out to take the bypass.
Yeah, because there's no way he's dropping that with a flat front tire.
Nope.
But yeah, look at that left. He probably hit that same rock right there at race mile 1 as everybody else.
I'm not so sure. I think he's picked that up later in the course because he looked very fast and very consistent as he made his way around. I think that's a reasonably recent flat tire.
And Brexton Glines is still parked on course. So tough break for Glines, but they'll take a rear start. Remember, race day is on adjusted time.
And let's think back at the history of this event. Been going nearly 20 years, Miles. Get your head
18th
around that.
annual King of the Hammers.
And how many times have we seen cars come nearly from the back of the pack to make fantastic overall wins?
Absolutely, it can happen.
It does, and the reason for that is because your clock does not start until you start the race.
Everybody's racing their own time, even though you're racing your fellow competitor. Well, there's 2 at a time, because we'll take off side by side on race morning. It'll either be 30 seconds or 1 minute splits. Yeah, that left front tire is definitely flat.
It is
for
indeed.
Lauren Healy.
Yeah, taking that right-hand line there. You have to come in, turn to the left, turn to the right, and jig back down as you come into resolution. It's worth also noting that the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports class, they're going to be mixing it up. So where you start is where you finish on prologue is where you are going to start on the main race day. However, the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class will be starting behind all of the 45 and 4800 cars, and that's because they run a modified course.
Yeah, they have a couple little shortcuts out there, or bypasses, let's call it. So it looks like Kyle Usnick's going to have his work cut out for him tonight in the pits on that Ford Bronco.
Yeah, feeling kind of guilty right now. I've left my boys and girls tearing the car apart.
Yeah, you left one out in the desert and left the rest of them in the pits. Did Helder make it back yet, or did you check on him?
Do you want to know the best thing? Helder got back to the pits before I did.
And he was walking probably. He was a lot faster than you.
I love you so much.
All in good fun, buddy.
Okay, we're just getting
30
told now.
seconds away from Ryan Taylor taking the green flag, the first in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And there's a great Brannick badge right on the side of his car. Old Stan Haynes is here on site. They've got a booth here in town across the way from the Warren VIP. Go check out their stuff. They make amazing axles, drive shaft components, and everything in between. So Ryan Taylor and Corey Day off the line. Number 53 in that Trent fabrication machine.
Yeah, it's the first of a couple of Trent Fab cars that we're going to see in this lineup. We're also going to see Stephen Woody Rose Jr. in a Trent Fab car a little bit later. But let's not forget, coming up as well, we have Randy Slauson, two-time king in his new 4800 Legends car.
Brand new. They got it out here just about a month ago. They've done a little bit of testing with it.
Yeah, we've got a lot of racing to do yet, but Miles, I've got to say this. Can anyone beat Ken Fultz?
It's going to be tough. Yeah, the fast time of the day is the 8:21 by Kent Fultz. And then 7 seconds behind him is Brent Harrell. Then Derek Summers, Michael Kelly, Scott Foley.
Yeah, now Scott Foley was absolutely fantastic. In 6th position is Cody Young. In 7th it's Steve Graff. In 8th is Jeff Martin. In 9th is Jeremy Brown.
In 10th is Antonio Grijalva. And then Brian Trimp, Greg Neff, Shad Kennedy, Jacob Pacheco, and Brent Dixon rounds out the top 15. And then Jim Marsden's about 77th.
Something around there. Now I'm just looking here. Shad Kennedy is our highest placed 4500 car at the moment in 13th position.
That's a pretty good run by Shad and that old...
Exactly, and Justin Hall's our second place 4500 in 17th. So a good run there from Rock Hard Motorsports, Justin Hall.
Look at Lauren Healy just plowing with that left front. Tough break there.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. You kind of have to kind of hold the car, try and make it do what you want to do, and all the time it's trying to dive away from you. But right now it's about Ryan Taylor, who's out on track, putting his Trent Fab car to work.
Jared Brazier is tuning in from backdoor right now using the 4-Wheel Parts free Wi-Fi, watching the Jumbotron. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. It's pretty crazy what they have really done. Every year they elevate some aspect of the game out here for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Everyman Challenge qualifier during Power Hour.
I'm just getting some news that Randy Slauson won't be driving his 4800.
I heard it was Mike Slauson,
yeah,
maybe.
It's going to be Mike Slauson that's going to be in there. So although driver record is Randy, it will be Mike Slauson that will be taking the wheel in Power Hour this afternoon. But Ryan Taylor right now putting together a nice solid lap here, showing good pace. All these vehicles are solid axle.
And look at Lauren, he's pushing strong with that flat tire. Can it hold together? Oh, it's starting to come apart. There, he's starting to lose it. He'll be on the rim here anytime. We'll watch him go through the Bronco arch. He is pushing hard.
Yeah, he knows it. He still wants to get onto that pole position if he can, or at least get towards the pointy end. As Ryan Taylor makes his way out through trapdoor. Just keeping it nice and smooth, looking very quick here.
Ryan Taylor's really stepped up the last year or so, really making a name for himself in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Yeah, and it's such a competitive class as well, isn't it, Mars?
Oh, it really is. It's been a fun class to watch. Well, all the classes are fun, don't get me wrong.
I mean, it's quite, in the last few years, we've actually seen 4800 class cars out-qualify 4400 class cars.
Oh, for sure, it can happen. Lauren Healy in the Ford Performance Short Course. A couple more turns, and it's hard to turn without that traction up front.
Yeah, he's just slogging it along. And you can see that wheels, the tyre has definitely gone now. So as we continue here with Ryan Taylor out on course and Lauren Healy just coming in, we're going to pop out for a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because this is Power Hour at the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tyre and Power Parts and Batteries. So we'll see you very soon for more Everyman Challenge qualifying action. If you're on premium, you'll stay with us. If not, we'll see you in 2.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related. So.
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Since day one, American Outdoors was built on providing active people quality products at reasonable prices. Our original soft-sided AO coolers are known for being convenient, durable, and keeping ice for over 24 hours in extreme heat. Over the last 30 years, AO has expanded our product lineup with high-quality coolers to fit any adventure as well as a variety of marine, outdoor, and off-road products to complement your high-octane lifestyle. So whether it's the next trail run, the next fishing trip, or anywhere in between, be sure to AO and go.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHultimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds. Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. Out on course right now is Woody Rose with his buddy Elvis riding shotgun out of Sparks, Nevada with Trent Fabrication. And that Trent Fab top shelf chassis, LSX 454, ATO Turbo 400, Atlas, Nexon Tire, Raceline Wheels, Yukon, Brannick, FK, Mika Moltenairs, Warren, line-to-line coatings. So top left is Woody Rose bottom right and Ryan Taylor in the top right, top left.
Absolutely. Now, Miles, I'm watching this. Ryan Taylor's putting down an okay time, but Woody Rose, he's setting the track on fire. Have you seen the pace of this?
It is incredible. Yeah, he's really trying to chase him down. So Ryan Taylor heading towards the Bronco arches. Woody Rose does a huge wheel stand up and around Brexton Glines.
Yeah, no, he's got to be careful there. That's what it's easy to tag a tyre.
Yeah, the right front, we'll see.
But Woody Rose is really laying down an awesome pace this. He's very, very fast indeed as we watch Ryan Taylor making his way through the Bronco Arch, and he takes a different line. Now, this is interesting.
I like that line. That's been used a few times. There's even a more inside line, too, if you want to take it.
Yeah, it's great to see people taking those double lines. Now, that's interesting. I did not expect Woody Rose to go that route there. I was expecting him to come straight off the top and center it.
So Ryan Taylor in the Ford Performance short course, and Woody Rose making his way through Resolution.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Ryan here. He just looks a little bit off pace for me. I mean, he's quick, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't look like the full attack that I was expecting from Ryan. And I wonder if he just might be carrying a little problem, maybe.
Or just plain her safe.
Maybe. It's a long race on Friday.
And look at the shadows in Resolution now. I mean, it's daylight, but it doesn't look like it on that side of the mountain.
No, it doesn't. And you can see there the lights there for Woody Rose, lighting up the trail as he heads down through Resolution. Now, this is one of the famous trails. This is one of the oldest trails here at the Hammers.
And the closest to town.
Apart from Backdoor.
One and the same. And Ryan Taylor should get a time for him. And Woody Rose is right around that 5:38 mark.
Yeah, next on is going to be Ryan Webb, the 717. You can hear that engine roar from the booth here in Hammertown.
Ryan Rollover Webb with Chris Branton riding shotgun out of Bossier City, Louisiana with Kryptonite Racing. In a Jimmy's Bloodline chassis, a Kuntz LS7, 680 horsepower, maximum turbo 400, SCST case, Raceline wheels, Kinda tires, Liquid Moly, D-Bomb, EFI tuning, Warren, JE Reel, Pro Eagle, 7.5 Media, TCGR Construction, Grill Industries, Diddy's Big Block, and Pro Eagle Jack.
Okay, we're watching now, but Woody Rose has taken the right-hand line. That means one thing. He's going through back door. What's Woody got for us? Now, if you're just joining us and you're not sure what backdoor is a series of 2 waterfalls.
There's the first one. And the second one's about 8-10 foot, depends on the day.
Yeah, now this right-hand line is digging out quite a lot, but he makes it look so easy.
It is definitely filled in compared to years past.
Oh, it is, yes.
Woody Rose with an excellent, I think he's going to be about that 8:45 mark or so. So that's going to put him in the top 3, I assume.
Yeah, I'm just looking here at the moment. I mean, Derek Summers in 3rd position, and he's nearly a full 50 seconds behind.
40 seconds,
yeah, behind our first place car. That's an astonishing difference. We're not used to seeing that in qualifying here at Hammers anymore. Those are the kind of times we used to see 10 years ago.
Yeah,
incredible
crazy
stuff from Kent Foltz.
So Woody Rose on pass to be in that top 3. We'll see if he can sneak in there and get that pole position. He has really given it all he's got. Ryan Webb with a consistent pace on the top left. But look at Woody Rose is just flat-footed towards the Bronco Arch.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that he has got one throttle position, and that's on at the moment.
Wide open. See his dad, Derek Trent, out in the crowd. Mr. Trent Fabrication watching his son.
Okay, so which line is he taking? He's taking that right-hand line. Spins it in round here. This is,
gets a little slideways, but able to recover. So we're going to see. Man, it's going to be close. I think he's going to sneak into that 3rd position. I don't know if he's got enough for Brent Harrell.
Yeah, no, this is very fast indeed. He's looking very good, using every single horsepower of that LSX motor.
What a great run for Woody Rose.
Yeah,
2 more turns to go.
He comes around turn 19. He's got one Talladega left.
He's entering the Can-Am corner. One last big turn to go. He'll hit the Yukon launch, and we'll get a time for him. Yeah, unofficially, I'm going to say it's third place. Pretty locked tight. Look at him launching across there.
Yeah, and Stephen Woody Rose Jr. goes into third position with an 8:40. So a fantastic run there. Puts him on the second row of the grid for Friday's main race. And it's Ryan Webb who's on screen right now. And I'm just looking in the bottom side of my screen, and that is Mike Slauson.
Yeah, I see Randy out in the crowd. I'm surprised he's not qualifying. What are you doing? Just smiling and waving, giving thumbs up, having fun. Mike Slauson will be riding shotgun during the race. They'll share some driving duties. You do have to start or finish your race as driver of record. There's the Freight Factory on the side of that 4848. That thing's only been in the dirt for about a month. Ryan Webb making his way towards trap door. And Mike Slauson is patiently awaiting. This car will be racing the Everman Challenge and in the Nitto Race of Kings. Amber Turner's going to grab the keys the next day as long as it's still in good working order.
It's great to see these cars on multiple duties. As Ryan Webb comes down the drop zone. That's a great line there he's got, just cuts it across. Gets on that skinny pedal and shoots back into the sunshine. Putting that 717 to work as he makes his way into the sand ruts. There's some big drops down in there.
Ryan Webb with a good run so far, very solid. And about to take off the line is Mike Slauson, number 4848, out of Gardnerville, Nevada, with Bomber Fabrication. And that brand new Bomber Fab chassis, 2-seat solid axle machine, LT1, 460 horsepower, maximum turbo 400, Pella Motors, Atlas, Spider Tracks, King, BFG, Trail Ready, JE Reel, Baja Designs, Bulldog, and Freight Factory. And he is off.
Now, these Bomber chassis are designed for one thing and one thing only, and that is winning here at King of the Hammers. So let's see what Mike Slauson can do. No stranger to be. Oh, look at that. Gets into a big tank slapper there as he cuts the ruts.
But he's able to hold it together. There's some nasty ruts out here.
Yeah, that would have That would have been a surprise for him. But no drama. He's a great wheel man as he makes his way up through to the first rock trail. And Ryan Webb there in the top of our screen. He's just coming over the top and will be dropping into resolution. Now, this is an interesting line. We've seen a couple of cars taking that today, literally cutting across and down into the gully.
Ryan Webb top left, Mike Slauson driving for Randy Slauson on the bottom right, bombing through the desert.
Yeah, and this Bomber car is one of the lightest cars that we see out here on these trails. Built for a purpose. There are absolutely zero passengers on these cars.
And look at the King Shocks going to work, soaking it up.
And Ryan Webb there picking his way down resolution.
Mike Slauson has more of a dirt bike background, but he's a true racer at heart for sure. Has stepped up and used to have his own Bomber for a little bit, so it's great to see him still be able to hop in. Randy Slauson's obviously known better in our world, but he races a lot of UTVs and dirt bikes back in the day. Still does. Does some rips down the Baja Peninsula with Cameron Steele.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tire and powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Everyman Challenge qualifying, and this is the pointy end of it. This is Power Hour. We're seeing the biggest and the best drivers from all three classes as they try to get that pole position for Friday's race. Ryan Webb coming on down through resolution. He's just getting to the bottom of it now. A couple of 100 yards to go, and then he'll have to make a decision. Does he go down to backdoor, or does he take the bypass line?
I think I would. I don't know why he wouldn't take backdoor at this moment. Ryan Webb seems like he's a little off pace, though.
He does. It's not the Ryan that I would normally expect, if I'm honest. So here we go. Is he going to go left or is he going to go right? You say back door, I say bypass.
We'll see. We're about to find out. And guess what? I was right. Again.
Well,
every once in a while I get lucky.
Once in a while.
But look at the pace by Mike Slauson. He is really laying it down. This is a similar pace to Woody Rose.
Yeah, absolutely. And he'll be looking there. He'll be wanting to be in that sort of top 10 kind of area. Out in front with the big boys as Ryan Webb drops off back door, hits the skinny pedal, and makes his way down into the wash.
Ryan Webb through back door. Randy Slauson making his way up.
Mike Slauson.
Yep. I'm reading the screen. Mike Slauson. Dang it.
I was going to say, Randy's talented, but he's not that talented. He's stood in front of us.
With all smiles. See Uribe out there.
So it's Mike Slauson in the bottom right of our screen, and in the top left it is Ryan Webb.
But look at the pace of Slauson. He is flying through the desert. Getting ready to creep up on where Brexton Glines has been parked since the beginning of Power Hour.
Yep.
There's still plenty of room to go around.
Yeah, there's multiple lines. If you are going to break your car, that is a good place to break it. Give everybody else a chance. And Ryan Webb's coming in now, down into the short course. In a few short seconds, he will be coming underneath the Bronco arch.
We saw Woody Rose right there in that section do a huge wheel stand, so Slauson's taking a little better route.
This is really loose through here. It's very, very easy for the car to slide around sideways. Now, where's Mike going to go? Is he going to go over the centre line, or is he going to go to the right and take that slightly safer line? Oh, look at that. Ryan Webb down through the left-hand side there this time.
Through the Bronco arch. Ryan Webb entering the Ford Performance short course. Slauson takes the right, the little zigzag. Well, he cuts a little corner off. I like this line. Oh,
yes.
We get a little side hill action.
I've got a feeling that tomorrow we are going to be seeing a lot of that line. Although saying that, I still think the centre line is the quick one.
Yeah, you just kind of go up and over and float right across.
Yep, gravity takes you.
Ryan Webb getting on the throttle once again. 2 more corners to go for Ryan Webb. I'm sure Mike Slauson's going down back door. That's what these bombers are built for, playing in the rocks.
Yeah, and they come out here a lot to play in the rocks. I think it's fair to say that Randy knows every single trail like the back of his hand. As Ryan Webb takes the final leap and the checkered flag.
I'm going to say that's a mid-pack run. Oh, that looks like that's Logan Goodall, first in our 4,500 modified class.
Yeah, that does look like Logan Goodall.
So Logan Goodall and Todd Miller in that 1950 out of Phoenix, Arizona with Goodall Racing. The first in the 4,500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. In the old Stearns car, Ford Bronco, Klein LS7, zero gravity 4 LEDE. Stacked T-case, Dirty Life wheels, and a Warn. He started racing with us in UTV and stepped up in the 4,800 class and the 4,500 class. Great to see the entire Goodall family racing with us.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. So what is a 4,500 car? A 4,500 Yukon gear and axle modified class. They're allowed 2 2.5-inch shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. Has to have a mechanical steering, and it can only use a 37-inch DOT tyre, and has to have a front-mounted engine, but can have unlimited horsepower. That's a strong field of vehicles in 4,500 this year. Over 25 entries. One of the smaller classes, and it's great to see it having a little bit of a resurgence. And this Goodall car is one of the big cars.
So Mike Slauson. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. He did bypass back door.
Well, there you go. Where's my money? So Mike Slauson now makes his way down round the bottom of the back door, into the wash, coming down past Short Bus. and round the bottom of King Hill before he heads into town. As we watch Logan Goodhall making his way out across the cross grain. The scene is so much carnage today. We've seen so many tyres just get tagged as they make their way outside of town. And then, believe me, it is a long 3.5 miles around this course with a flat tyre.
But Mike Slauson does have a great run going. We'll see.
Yeah, what do you reckon here,
time
Miles?
I don't know. I think he's going to be right around that 10-minute mark at least, or
I
shy
think
of 10.
Yeah.
So Mike Slauson through the Bronco Arch. And that brand new bomber fabrication machine.
Yeah, it looks so good, doesn't it? It's an iconic look. A look that we're so used to here at Hammers. Just glides in across the jumps. Only a few more turns now for Mike.
Mike Slauson in the Ford Performance short course making good work. And Logan Goodall out in the desert having some fun.
Yeah, Logan's really putting that car to work now. He means business.
Mike's really pushing hard in the infield. We'll see what kind of time this is going to be. This could shake up the top 10, I believe.
Yeah, he's suddenly really laying it down, isn't he? I think this could be a sleeper, one of those sleeper laps.
And Woody Rose got that third position with an 840.
Yeah, our current top 10 as we're waiting for Mike Slauson to cross the line, and there comes Mike Slauson right now. We're just waiting for his time. Current top 10 is Jeremy Brown in 10th. In 9th, in 9th, we've got, sorry, I'll start that again. In 10th is Jeff Martin. In 9th, it's Steve Graff. In 8th, it's Cody Young. In 7th, it's Mike Slauson. In 6th, it's Scott Foley. In 5th, it's Michael Kelly. In 4th, it's Derek Summers. In 3rd, it's Steve Woody Rose Jr. In 2nd, it's Brent Harrell. But who's in first place, Miles?
And the pole position is Kent Fultz with that 821. But Mike Slauson just drove a great run with a 926, 1 second off of Scott Foley. What a great run. This is Power Hour, and we have a few more cars to go, but we're going to step away from the action before Dan Wyrick and Paul Wolf take off. We're going to take a quick break and reset, and we'll be right back with more racing action right after this.
King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail-conquering Bronco.
Whoa. Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost the snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
If you're wondering why we totally reinvented the fire extinguisher, we've got about 8 billion reasons. And if you're wondering why now, we've got another 45 million reasons. That's how many fire extinguishers have been recalled recently because they might not work. We created the Russel to keep people safe. It's easy to use, and most importantly, it works when you need it. Yes, the Russel costs more, but nowhere near as much as it's worth. Russel, the world's most valuable fire extinguisher.
And welcome back to the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Everyman Challenge qualifying session here in Hammertown. We've had 160 plus qualifiers today, and right now we're looking at Logan Goodall, who is part of the Power Hour here. But Miles, what's going on in that bottom right-hand corner?
So hopefully you had that premium and you could see Dan Wyrick and Paul Wolf, but they are parked on the side of the road right around race mile number 1 of 3 during this EMC qualifier. Looking at the front end, not sure if it's steering or drivability, but something's going on. Paul Wolf has had some bad luck during qualifying thus far. Qualified in his UTV twice, took a couple tumbles, and now he's doing the 4500 Yukon gear and axle class, and maybe a belt spit off, I don't know. Tough break for Paul Wolf and Dan Wyrick out of the car at race mile number 1.
Yeah, and this is a beautiful new vehicle. The builders of this car pushing the envelope once again as we watch Logan Goodall coming on into the short course now.
Yeah, speaking about that car, it's a 2024 UFO Toyota Tacoma. Beautiful, built by Joe Thompson and UFO. But what a tough break they've had. They've got an LS7 with 600 horsepower, ATO Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, TubeWorks, PFG, Raceline, King, OMP, Proper Tuning, Rugged, Off-Road Patriot, FK, Brannick, Warren, PRP, DW Acoustics, and MPI.
Okie dokie, we've just seen Logan Goodall crossing the line there, and that means there is a change in the top 10. In 10th it's Steve Graff, in 9th it's Cody Young, in 8th it's Mike Slaughter, in 7th it's Scott Foley, and in 6th is Logan Goodall. What a fantastic run there.
Wow, and the 4500 car to be in 6th position. What a great run by that young man.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's quickly look at our top 5 currently. In 5th position it's Michael Kelly, in 4th it's Derek Summers, in 3rd it's Stephen Woody Rose Jr., in 2nd is Brent Harrell, but right now out in front with an astonishing 8 minutes and 21 seconds is Kent Foltz. And just looking out here on course right now,
that is the 4517 of Jesse Oliver. He rewrapped his car with Randy Cole riding shotgun out of White Lake, Michigan with Oliver Racing. And that Oliver Racing chassis with a Mast Motors LS427 with an Edmunds Turbo 400, Atlas Ironman Off-Road, Mickey Thompson Tires, Raceline, Brannick, Magnitude Suspension, Warren, Edmunds Speed Shop, Dynamic Motorsports, Off-Road Anonymous, and Rugged Race Radios. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers in 2013. He's been an Eastern Series Championship. He's won an AOP and at Rush and in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he's been there, seen it, and done it, and it's great to see him here in Power Hour at the Everyman Challenge qualifying.
I was going to say a true Everyman Challenge competitor. Jesse Oliver's been racing with us for a long time and always here to have fun and be helpful. Runs around with the Big B crowd.
Yeah,
Casey Gilbert.
He's laying down a good pace here. Let's see what he can do, but it's still looking like sad
Wolf
news
is
there.
Just still sitting there. Tough break.
But you do get to see a chance on how beautiful that car is.
It is an absolute work of art. Probably the nicest 4500 car in the field for this race. But it's obviously new car blues is biting them a little bit.
Yeah, and that's the problem. It takes a race course to be able to rightly iron out the bugs in these vehicles. Doesn't seem to matter how much testing you put into them. You put them on a race course and they do completely different things.
So I didn't see Dwayne Gerritsen or Cody St. Clair go out, so I'm not sure if we're a little off order or not. But there is a high and wide of Hammertown as we see Jesse Oliver cruising through the desert. He should be sneaking up on Paul Wolf and Dan Wyrick here very shortly. This is Power Hour for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries, and we are qualifying for the Everyman Challenge. Jesse Oliver on screen, and there is the broke down Dan Wyrick and Paul Wolf. Tough break for them. They've definitely had some bad luck this week.
They have, but it's not all over. They'll be able to get it back to the pits, they'll be able to get it fixed, and they will be able to start from the back.
Oh, absolutely. The never give up attitude from each and every racer out here on the lake bed.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that Paul Wolf is going to be doing the desert lap for Dan Wyrick, or have I got that wrong?
I think you're backwards. I think Paul Wolf's going to do the rocks.
He's going to do the rocks,
Yep.
okay. So you still wouldn't bet against them, would you?
Oh, 100% not. And then again, you'll have adjusted time on your side,
Adjusted
taking
time.
a rear start. Obviously, you run the chance of some bottlenecks and a lot of dust, but
Well, we're going to be talking about 160 plus starters on Friday. And
That's
that means
a lot of people.
It is indeed. If we break that down, that means it's going to be, if they're running every 30 seconds, so it's going to be 40 minutes of adjusted time.
that's pretty impressive. So Jesse Oliver, that new livery.
Which is confusing me, if I'm honest, because I'm so used to Jesse's old livery.
Oh, tell me about it. Every time they change it, I got to reboot my brain. Obviously, we do make our fair share of mistakes here in the booth. I do apologize. I try my best, but we're all human.
Yeah, it's the 45-17, makes his way down through the drop zone.
And the shadows are getting a little bigger out there.
Yeah, they are indeed. Once the sun starts to drop down over the side of the mountain, it starts to get dark in Hammertown very fast indeed. But we've only got a few more runners and riders left in this fantastic Power Hour in the Everyman Challenge qualifying. Over 160 vehicles qualifying today. And it looks like we have another runner and rider off the line, Miles.
It looks like Dwayne Garrettson, if I...
Are you sure? Unless he's changed his livery.
Looks like a Jimmy's car.
I think it can only be.
Yeah, that's definitely
Yeah,
Dwayne
it's gotta be
Garrettson,
Dwayne, isn't it? Yep.
Number 26 with Jeremy Tipton riding shotgun out of Alma, Arkansas. Ricky Bobby of Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers with Come Get You Some Off-Road. And that Jimmy's 4x4 Bronco with Limitless Performance LS, BTE Turbo 400, Atlas, Yokohama, Raceline, Yukon, Optima, PRP, PSC, Steinjager, Brannick, Warren, Custom Splice, Radflow, Spider Tracks, Willwood, Extreme Diesel, Sewing Machine Center, CDL Academy, Patterson Wellhead, Tom Woods Custom Drive Shafts, Jimmy's 4x4, STT, Sign Planet, and Daily Meats Processing. His first King of the Hammers was 2016. He's been the national champion. He's been the Eastern champion. He's won in Rush, at MAO, at King of the Hammers, Crandon, and this guy's won a lot of things.
He has, a highly celebrated driver. Has a beard, I think, that comes down nearly to his waist.
Yeah, I love that beard. Peter Doolan giving a good thumbs up. He had a great qualifying run earlier.
Yeah, and we're watching Jesse Oliver. Now, Jesse Oliver took that central line coming off the top of Resolution there and looks so good for it. Definitely saved a few seconds for sure. And you can bet your life there's a whole load of 4400 class drivers who'll be watching this qualifying session.
Oh, absolutely.
And then as soon as this qualifying session finishes, it will be open course for free practice for our 4400s.
Well, just for a little bit, because we're going to be, I think the short course will probably be closed because they're going to be fine-tuning it for the 170 race tonight.
Oh, yes. But after that, they'll be able to go out.
Yeah, they'll be able to go out tonight.
Yeah, let's not forget the 170s. Let's talk a little bit about that very quickly. The 170s, new for Hammers for 2024.
Yeah, well, we raced 170s last year also.
Yeah, but not on the scale we're racing this year.
We had a lot of fun with it, and yeah, it's a great youth race. I think it's from, I think it's ages like 5 to 11, and then we started the 4900 Youth 1000, which is 12 to 16, so a great little gap there. And it's going to be a lot of fun, so be sure to tune in. Lee Perfect with Great American Short Course will be running that program for the Youth 170s.
So we're watching
Jesse Oliver in the top left.
Yeah, Jesse Oliver now. Is he coming down through back door?
Yep.
Yes, he
there's
is.
the first ledge. We'll watch him drop ledge number 2.
So this is the bigger of the two ledges. Got to take it nice and easy. Roll down. Controlled car crash.
A little
Perfectly
bit of
done.
a wheelie out of there. So Jesse Oliver makes quick work of back door.
Indeed.
So he should be about a 9:30, so that could be a possible top 10 if he pushes all the way through the end.
Yeah, he's going to have to stand on that skinny pedal though, Miles.
Dwayne Garrettson, part of the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, should be sneaking up on where Paul Wolf is still parked.
Yeah, but this has been a fantastic power hour so far. We've already seen 3 runners and riders sneaking up into that top 10.
But tomorrow is the Nitto Race of Kings, the unlimited, the biggest and baddest names in our sport. We'll be kicking off tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Be sure to go to KOHUltimate.com, sign up for that premium package, get all the behind the scenes, skip the commercials. You can choose your own feed. You can watch a helicopter all day if you choose.
But right now it's Jesse Oliver coming on into the short course. See him in the top left-hand side of our screen there. And this is looking like a good time, Miles. I think, as you say, I think this could be around that sort of mid-9s. As Dwayne Garrettson comes over to the drop zone.
Yeah, that 9:30, there's about 5 of them within 5 seconds around that 9:30 mark. So that's going to be getting pretty close. But it's still Ken Fultz, that 8:21, sitting in that pole position for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
And Dwayne Garrettson there looking very solid indeed.
Putting that Jimmy's chassis to work. Yeah, he definitely changed the livery on us a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Caught us out.
But I could just tell by the silhouette as Jesse Oliver threw the Bronco arch into the Ford Performance short course.
Yeah, Jesse Oliver just come around turn 19. 1 more bend to go, and he'll be taking the flying leap into the finish and the checkered flag.
So through the Can-Am corner he goes. 1 more Yukon launch jump to go, and he'll be getting a time. We'll see if he makes it in that top 10 or not. It's going to be really close.
So we're just waiting for his time to pop up there. Off the line now, it is none other than Cody St. Clair. And he'll be loving this, running in Power Hour this afternoon. Cody's such a great guy.
Jesse Oliver's in 13th position with a 9:43. But Jim, like you said, Cody St. Clair, the Texas kid, with Tyler Haggard riding shotgun, number 4561, out of Ponder, Texas, with SCR Motorsports. And that Tribe 16 chassis with a Thompson LS408 stroker, Turbo 400, Atlas, Raceline wheels, Cooper tires, Torco oils, full throttle batteries, Dave's Off-Road, Factor 55, Warren Brannick PSE, and Rufus Racing. His first Ultra 4 race was in 2015. So Cody St. Clair is out on course. He does have a first place at Visions, Disney, and Havasu. He was the 2023 National and Eastern Championship for Ultra 4 as well. This young man's really making a great name for him in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. To give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Nitto, Progressive, Sylvania Off-Road, and Griffin Race Radiators. Without all those amazing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 2024 King of the Hammers.
Yeah, and Dwayne Garrettson there making his way down through Resolution. Just going past the last of our course workers. Last night there was a couple of road cars in exactly that position.
Yeah, there was a parking lot of UTVs up there last
yeah,
night.
there was.
They had their work cut out, that's for sure.
And Dwayne's just picking his way down through. Nice, clean lines. Exactly the driving style that we expect from Dwayne Garrettson.
Cody St. Clair, the top left. Dwayne Garrettson in your bottom right. What a wonderful day of qualifying it has been for the EMC.
And what's the EMC, Miles? Is the Everyman Challenge. 3 classes. We got our 45s, 46s, and our 48s racing today. R46 is the Curry Enterprises stock class, R45 is the Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, and R48 is the 48 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. But right now, both of these vehicles, Dwayne Garrettson and Cody Sinclair, are both 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. And the biggest notable with these particular vehicles is that they have to have a mechanical link. Oh, Dwayne sticks his wheels right up in the air there. Big handstand.
But he was able to save it.
Let's not forget that's the same place that we saw King Josh Byler roll his car a few years ago.
Yes. Right before he won that year. I believe that was 21.
So Cody Sinclair there still laying down the power as Dwayne Garrettson makes his way down towards Hammertown.
I believe we have one more to go of Sean Rance Sr.
Sean Rance Sr., of course, in the OG Bronco.
Yeah, he's been racing that Bronco with us for a very long time. He's had to give her some TLC from time to time. But
yeah, a bit like Trigger's Broom, I think. Had that many new parts. So Dwayne Garrettson making his way down the wash. This is going to be a solid run here. I think this might get him into the top 20. I don't think it's going to get into the top 10, though.
I bet you'd be top 5 for 4,500.
Oh, yes.
Oh, there's Russell Jensen with ORI with a little onboard. They're getting ready to go out and do a little pre-running. The ORI struts are pretty interesting.
Yeah,
they run that company.
Innovative product. Very different to the other suspension that we see out here on the liquid.
So Dwayne Garrettson through the Bronco Arch entering the Ford Performance Short Course. As Cody, this Texas kid, St. Clair, up and over the drop zone.
Yeah, that drop zone is a completely blind crest as you approach it, particularly if you've got a big hood on the front of your car. You cannot see anything. It's sky, 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 sky. Ooh, I'm going down.
Here's where Terhune took a little tumble earlier on today. Definitely not going to hear the end of that till after tomorrow. Cody St. Clair still pushing strong. Looks like all the tires are holding air on both St. Clair and Garrettson. One more Can-Am corner to go for Dwayne Garrettson with Come Get You Some Off-Road. Like he'll be right around that 11-minute mark. So that should put him, oh, there it is, 52nd position, Dwayne Garrettson. So definitely a little off pace, but, you know, on the front side of the halfway. And there's the 45-31. Of Sean Rance with Chuck Richardson riding shotgun out of Farmington, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing in that 1976 Ford Bronco Jesse Haynes fabrication chassis, a Richard Performance 455 small block, 700 horsepower, an ATI Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Rough Stuff Mega High 9s, Milestar, Raceline Wheels, RPM Automotive, Super Winch, Ford Performance, and Ballistic. His first King of the Hammers race was back in 2012, and he was the Western Series Championship in 21 and 22. The Rance family is always here to help everybody. They come to have a lot of fun. That's what's so great about the Ultra 4 family is everybody here on site is here to help everybody. I've heard so many great stories from every race I go to, but especially this year at King of the Hammers. Somebody has an issue, and it's all hands on deck. I know Fleming lost an engine. They were getting help over there. John Webb caught fire. He was getting all sorts of help. And like I said, everybody's here to help everybody. They want to beat you on the track, not in the pits.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Miles. And still, Cody Sinclair's making his way down the track. And Sean Rance in the bottom there, that OG Bronco going to work. So good to see. And these two cars are rounding out Power Hour here in the Everyman Challenge at the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tire and powered by Optima Batteries. But let's not forget, tomorrow we have more action, and it's the big guns. It's going to be the 4400 class, and we're going live at 8 a.m.
It's going to be wild. Are they going to be able to beat out Kyle Chaney's time of that 7:26? I don't know. I think that's going to be tough to beat. Could it be beaten? Yes. But could it stick? Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to ask yourself, is it worth it? Is it worth those extra couple of spots? You can make a lot of time in a 70-mile-plus desert loop, that's for sure.
And are we going to see somebody jump down back door tomorrow like Kyle Chaney did? I think somebody's going to give it a shot.
Yeah, we've got a lot of very, very impressive vehicles and got some incredible drivers. We've seen Paul Wolfe having a shocking qualifying so far. 2 rollovers in UTV. And unfortunately a breakage today, driving the Dan Warwick car. So what's he going to do tomorrow? What's his strategy, Miles? Is it all or nothing?
I think it's going to have to be because he wants to shine. He's had some rough luck, but he's always there to give it all.
Absolutely, but right now it is about the Everyman Challenge qualifying. Top of our screen, it is Cody Sinclair. And in the bottom of our screen is the original OG Bronco, Sean Rance Sr.
We saw his son John Rance start out early in Power Hour in that new Ford Bronco. They got the old school Ford Bronco. They've been running these Broncos since 2012 with us. Cody St. Clair making his way down towards back door.
Yeah, as these cars continue down there, let's have a quick look at our top 10. In 10th position, it's Steve Graff. In 9th
is Cody Young.
In 8th is Mike Slauson.
In 7th is Scott Foley.
In 6th is Logan Goodall.
In 5th is Michael Kelly.
In 4th, it's Derek Summers.
In 3rd, it's Woody Rose.
And in 2nd, it's the young man, Brent Harrell.
And the top of the poll right now with that 821.754 is Mr. Kent Foltz. He's been there most of the day, and nobody's been able to touch him.
Yeah, what a fantastic run from Kent. Now, Kent's been racing with us for quite some time, and to suddenly just come out with that run, awesome.
I think he's in a new car this year, too, if I remember right.
Yeah, sadly, I missed the run. But Cody Sinclair making his way down the wash now, heading on into Hammertown.
Yeah, Kent Foltz is in that Liberty Mountain Fab chassis, so he's upgraded, and apparently he's liking it.
Yeah, it would appear that way. He certainly found some extra pace today, that's for sure. He would have raised a few eyebrows amongst the 4,800 crowd.
So Sean Rance, bottom right, getting all sorts of squirrely there, but kept her under control as Cody St. Clair about to enter the Bronco Arch. There's those Ibach Spring of the Hammers flags flying. The wind's starting to pick up.
Just see him throwing a piece of Lauren Healy's tire out of the way then. We saw two-time king Lauren Healy coming across the line earlier with his tire completely shredded. Now look at this, Cody Sinclair taking that left-hand line.
I would call that more the center line. There's still a lot more left you can go out of there.
Yeah, you got to work hard to get over to it, though.
Don't forget the 25th annual Kurt Ledoux Swap Meet is Saturday, April 6th, so be sure to check that out. Kurt Ledoux, part of the Ultra 4 family, has been hanging out with us off and on for quite some time. Got a great thing going.
Yeah, fantastic ambassador for our sport. And if you ever get a chance to sit down and have a drink with him and listen to the stories, do.
Oh, he's a great storyteller. Him and Bob Bauer are two of the best.
Absolutely. So Cody Sinclair comes around turn 19. Just the Can-Am Talladega to go.
Oh, Sean Rance taking that more direct straight up and over. I like that line.
Yeah, that's a great line there. I think we're going to see a lot of the 4,400 cars doing that tomorrow.
I think I'm not going to say they're going to jump it, but they're going to be going fast enough. They're just going to kind of float right up and over that center line. Absolutely. It has the great shot of Cody St. Clair over the Yukon launch.
Yeah, I think Cody Sinclair, I think it's going to be coming in. I think it's going to be in between between
ninth position. 20. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Cody St. Clair with a 927 in that 9th position. Again, let's give a huge shout out to Hammer King Productions for bringing all this amazing action. I mean, they've been doing it for a long time. I've been a part of the team since 2012, and we've just elevated, they have been elevated the game every single year, and there are so many, I can't wait to show you race day. There are so many new camera locations we're going to be able to bring to you. There's going to be action all day long. Ooh, Sean Rance about takes a little bicycle, but was able to save it. I believe this is our last car for the Everyman Challenge qualifying for the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. So Sean Rance will be our last qualifier of the day. But don't forget, at 6 p.m. tonight, in about an hour and a half, we'll kick off the Youth 170s. They'll do a little practice lap. We'll have 2 separate races. We'll have the stock and the mods going at once, and then one more race to go. So it'll be a lot of fun for these young guys and gals. I see Ella Ford over there getting lined up.
Yeah, it's great to see the 170s back here with us. Who's what? Sean Rance, the last of our runners and riders here in the EMC Everyman Challenge Power Hour here at King of the Hammers out at Johnson Valley, California. And things get really serious tomorrow. We get the big guns out on track for qualifying, the 4400s.
It's going to be one to watch. That is an absolute fact. As he drops the first ledge of backdoor, getting ready to drop the next big ledge. But again, it's just not as gnarly as it has been in years past.
You always want more, Miles.
Oh. Uh-oh, right front tire's not spinning.
Yeah, I was just watching that.
So it broke something in the right front of that Ford Bronco. But he's still trucking along.
He is, and look at the crowd still out there. Fantastic. Yeah. Give yourself a wave out there.
The back door with the 4-wheel parts Wi-Fi and the Jumbotron, the porta potties.
And if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires and powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Everyman Challenge Power Hour. We've been qualifying all day with 160 plus vehicles. And what's this all about?
Started at 7 a.m. this morning. And just keep on rocking and rolling.
And we're heading towards 3 days of epic racing. Tomorrow we have one more day of qualifying where the 4400s come out to play. They are the big dogs, cars of over 1,000 horsepower, IFS, solid axle, IRS, you name it, they've got it. There's what Sean Rance heading into town. Then on Thursday, it will be the 4900 UTV Championships here at King of the Hammers. On Friday, the Everyman Challenge. And then on Saturday, it is
the Nitto Race of Kings. As Sean Rance takes his Bronco through the Bronco Arch. He'll be just shy of 11 minutes, so he'll be mid-pack. But a great run by him. We did see he had something broke in the right front, so we'll have to get it back and get her shook down tomorrow during the Nitto Race of Kings. So Sean Rance and Chuck Richardson are in the Ford Performance Short Course.
Yeah,
what a great day it's been, Jim. Been a lot of fun in the booth. It's been a lot of fun behind the driver's seat, I assume.
Yeah, no, it was fantastic. Would have been nice to come in with 4 wheels on my wagon, but hey, these things happen.
I mean, they were there. They just weren't quite right.
Yeah, no. We had a choice. It was either we were going to have to miss qualifying because of a blown gearbox, or we were going to go out there and try and do something. So we tried that.
Do you have a spare transmission that you can put in?
We're just working on that right now. So
maybe. You'll figure it out.
It's Hammertown. We'll find something.
Absolutely.
Okay, it's all about Sean Rance now as he comes around that final Can-Am Talladega, making his way round to the last jump. And Sean Rance runs out over 160 plus vehicles that are qualified today here in Hammertown.
What a great day. Thanks to every single racer out there, everybody at home here on site. It's been a great day. And again, don't forget tonight, 6 p.m. PST, will be the Youth 170s. What a great day of qualifying for the Everyman Challenge. This has been the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. 61st position for Cody St. Clair. What a great shot of the Ford Performance Short Course, and just been a wonderful day. We started at 7 a.m. this morning, Jim. It's been a lot of fun. You've been in the booth, in the race, and what a great day.
Yeah, mate, Miles, it's so good to be here. I love being here in Hammertown. This is just absolutely brilliant. Keep saying it. 160 plus vehicles qualifying today. We saw how many vehicles qualifying yesterday? A huge number. Over nearly 900 vehicles in total will be racing at this festival that we call King of the Hammers.
Festival. It's absolutely amazing. So we're going to show you some highlight reels from earlier on today. I'm sure we'll see the Terhune Tumble in the mix.
Do you think I'll make the reel?
We'll see. I wouldn't doubt it. So it looks like we'll give you some highlights. So here you go and enjoy. What a great highlight reel that was. So much action today, and don't forget, there's going to be even more tomorrow. But tonight at 6 p.m. PST, in about an hour and a half, the Youth 170, the future of our sport, will be playing out there on the Ford Performance Short Course. So we'll bring up lots of more racing yet to come this week.
Yeah, and it's not just about the racing. King of the Hammers is a festival of off-road. We have an entire set of vendors here. We also have so many other things, as well as the teams that are here racing. And you get out here in the evenings, there are so many parties going on. There's so much action.
Everywhere.
Yeah, there's so much action out on those big night spots like Backdoor and also Chocolate Thunder. It really is a mecca for off-road gearheads. Now, Mars, we're just waiting for the final scores to be collated. As we look back on this Everyman Challenge qualifying day, I think it was 162 vehicles qualifying.
Yeah, that's impressive. I know we definitely missed a couple, but man, what a great, great time it was.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been absolutely fantastic to see.
What a great shot of Hammertown. Looks like we're going to bring in some overall results for you. So here's our unofficial top 10. In that 10th position is Steve Graff.
In 9th is Cody Young.
In 8th was Randy Slauson.
In 7th, it was Scott Foley.
In 6th was Logan Goodall.
In 5th is Michael Kelly.
In 4th was Derek Summers.
In 3rd, it was Stephen Woody Rose Jr.
In 2nd was Brent Harrell.
And the man himself, Mr. Ken Fultz, in a brand new car for 2024. He came, he saw, he conquered. What a fantastic drive from him. I mean, it wasn't a small margin either. Look at this, 7
seconds is a lot on a big qualifier like this.
Yeah, well, that's huge. I mean, we don't normally see time splits like that. We haven't seen time splits like that for a good few years. And I've got to say, I'm loving this longer, sort of 3.5 mile qualifying course. Absolutely fantastic.
In 20th is Nicholas Allegri.
In 19th, it's Brent Dixon.
In 18th, Jacob Pacheco.
In 17th, it's Shad Kennedy.
16th, Greg Neff.
15th, Brian Temp.
14th, Antonio.
In 13th, it was Jesse Oliver.
There's a great shot of the Monster Energy. Great spot to watch these races.
In 12th,
for
it
the
was
start.
Jeremy Brown. In 11th was Jeff Martin. And 10th was Steve Graff. And we're just waiting for the class classifications right now. We had 3 classes racing today. We had the 4600 Curry Enterprises stock class, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modifier class, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
And don't forget, we have one in the EV for the Dana Spicer Electrified. Keith Silva in the Test 10.
Now, did he qualify today?
He did not, or I didn't see him. I
didn't see him. He was due to come out in one of my sessions, and I didn't see him out there. As the legend himself walks past, Mr. Drew Wright, who's
running away,
beating a hasty retreat.
Glad to see everybody coming on from all over the world. We got a lot of you Brits, a lot of Australians.
Yeah,
we've got a lot of the Canadians out here racing. Michael Hinn from Israel's out here.
Absolutely. Now, let's just talk about that, because pre-2020, it was quite common to have lots of different nationalities over here racing. Then after 2020 and all the problems with COVID, it has made it significantly more difficult for foreign nationals to bring cars over here to race. But that hasn't stopped the foreign nationals themselves coming over, and huge numbers of our volunteers come from other countries. So thank you very much to them, and thank you to the volunteers that come from the USA to make this sport the greatest sport in the world.
So here's our unofficial results for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. In 10th is Bob Humanchuk.
In 9th, it's Dawson Allington.
In 8th, we were just talking about Michael Hinn.
Great run by Michael there. In 7th, it's Anthony Taylor.
6th is Eddie Oliver.
In 5th, it's Kim Matson.
4th is Billy McAllister.
In 3rd, it's Cody Sinclair.
In 2nd is Dwayne Garrettson.
And in 1st position, it is Sean Rance.
Again, that is the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class.
Yeah, Sean Rance really laid it down there. And then in 15th is Michael Weiss. In 14th is Jesse Belter. In 13th is Gary Anderson.
In 12th is Jim Marsden. In 11th is
Tanner McGrath.
The talk of the day, tires. The photographer just gave it to me.
Here's the up next will be the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class, and that 9th position is Doug Langford.
In 8th is Alex Fleming.
In 7th is John Williams.
In 6th is Rick Randall.
In 5th is John Rance.
In 4th is Sergio Pinillos.
In 3rd is Alex McNeil.
In 2nd is Lauren Healy.
And the top of the box for the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class is Mr. Brad Lovell by a pretty good margin.
Absolutely. I've got to say a big shout out to Alex McNeil there. Fantastic result. But in 14th, Megan Miller. In 13th, it's Nicholas Avatar. In 12th, it's Sydney Stevenson. In 11th, it's Hannah Hurricane Felton. And in 10th, it's our favourite Albert Contreras.
Again, that's the 4600 Curry Enterprise stock class. Up next, we should have the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and that 10th position is Jeremy Brown.
In 9th is Jeff Martin.
In 8th is Steve Graff.
In 7th is Cody Young.
In 6th, Mike Slauson qualified for Randy Slauson.
In 5th is Scott Foley.
In 4th is Michael Kelly.
In 3rd is Derek Summers.
In 2nd is Woody Rose.
And in 1st, it's Brent Harrow, but I think that's a mistake there because that should be Kent Foltz.
Correct. We caught that one a little wrong, sorry.
Yeah, we got that one wrong. But in 20th, Austin Thompson. In 19th is Justin Miron. In 18th is Sean Lenardi. In 17th is Doc Jeremy Jones. In 16th is Nicholas Aguilera.
In 15th is Brent Dixon. In 14th, Jacob Pacheco. In 13th, Greg Neff. 12th is Brian Tripp. And 11th is Antonio Grivalva.
But it's Ken Foltz who rounded out today. It was our fastest qualifier overall. So we're looking all the way back down now and seeing all our runners and riders of the 160 vehicles we saw qualifying here today. It's going to be an awesome day's racing on Friday, Miles, for the Everyman Challenge here at King of the Hammers.
It's going to be an awesome day of racing every single day coming up. We got a lot of great stuff. Tomorrow's the Nitto Race of Kings qualifying, and then the UTV Hammers Championship. And then it's going to be the big Nitto Race of Kings. So we're going to keep throwing you some unofficial results from what happened today. Don't forget tonight at 6 p.m. is the Youth 170. Lee Perfect with Great American Short Course will be out there letting these young guys and gals, the future of our sport, having some fun. It's been a wonderful day. Thanks to everybody here on site and back at home. I am Miles Hasselquist alongside my good friend Jim Marsden. We're going to sign off for the night and bring back Ian Johnson and Pam Hall at 6 p.m. So tune back in. We'll see you guys and gals in a little bit.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube, go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.